Order. The chair has notice of a question of privilege from the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on February 12th this year, I, on behalf of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts, tabled in this House the third report of that committee. In this report, Mr. Speaker, the committee was of the unanimous opinion that then RCMP Commissioner Barbara George provided false and misleading testimony to the committee on February 21st, 2007, and that the committee further recommended that this House find her in contempt and that no further action be taken. Mr. Speaker, Merlot and Montpetit on page 862 states, "The refusal to answer questions or failure to reply truthfully may give rise to a charge of contempt of the House, whether the witness has been sworn or not." I rise today on a question of privilege. Based upon the unanimous report of the committee, I would ask that you find that a prima facie case of contempt has been established. Should you so rule, Mr. Speaker, I would then be prepared to make the appropriate motion.
Well, I heard the honourable member for Charlottetown and his submissions. I understand that the report that he has tabled on this matter from the Standing Committee on Public Accounts was a unanimous report of the committee, and accordingly I'm prepared to find there's a prima facie case of privilege and will allow him to move a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from St. Albert, that the House of Commons find Barbara George in contempt of Parliament for providing false, misleading testimony to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts on February 21st, 2007, and that the House of Commons take no further action, as this finding of contempt is, in and of itself, a very serious sanction.
Mr. Murphy, seconded by Mr. Williams, moves that the House of Commons find Barbara George in contempt of Parliament for providing false and misleading testimony to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts on February 21st, 2007, and that the House of Commons take no further action, as this finding of contempt is, in and of itself, a very serious sanction. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed? Carried. Okay, tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. I have the honour to lay upon the table a report of an official visit for the 15th Canada-Mexico Interparliamentary Meeting held at Mazatlan, Mexico from February 17th to 19th, 2008. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the Minister of Justice to table in both official languages the government's response to the report of the Standing Joint Committee for the Scrutiny of Regulations.
Here. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, the Canada-EFTA Free Trade Agreement. Pursuant to its mandate under Standing Order 1082, the committee has studied the free trade agreement between Canada and the states of the European Free Trade Association, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. Mr. Speaker, this is the first agreement to be tabled in the House of Commons under the federal government's new policy of allowing members of Parliament the opportunity to review and debate international treaties in the House of Commons for 21 days. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
private members' business. Première
First reading of Senate public bills.
motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Sauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to again present an Income Trust Broken Promise petition on behalf of a very large number of Canadians, all from the province of Alberta, who remember the Prime Minister boasting about his apparent commitment to accountability when he said the greatest fraud is a promise not kept. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, but he broke that promise by imposing a 31.5% punitive tax, which permanently wiped out over $25 billion of the hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly seniors. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners therefore call upon the government to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions, as shown in the Finance Committee. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a very interesting petition on behalf of many Victoria residents and they're asking the government to recognize that industrial hemp is a valuable fiber and a large biomass source, and Mr. Speaker, that could be used to replace many commonly used problematic materials. And Mr. Speaker, I'm wearing a shirt of that material right now. Industrial hemp could help farmers look to diversify their farm operations. So what they're asking the government to do is to invest in the construction of industrial hemp processing facilities, to utilize the pulping of Canadian industrial hemp when making paper and other products, to utilize industrial hemp biomass in the making of biofuels instead of food for fuel. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm really pleased to present this petition on behalf of my constituents.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present three petitions from people in my community. The first petition calls on the Government of Canada to stop deregulation of the transportation sector that has put Canadian lives at risk. Deregulation, they say, has resulted in more accidents across all transport sectors, including rail accidents in British Columbia that have involved hazardous waste, a real increase in rail accidents. They support strong regulation, not voluntary regulation, and they are very concerned that the government's preference for self-regulation is putting Canadian lives at risk. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, deals with the war in Afghanistan. I've presented many of these petitions in the past. The people who have signed them call on Canada to rebalance the mission and to begin the safe withdrawal of Canadian forces from the counterinsurgency part of the mission in southern Afghanistan. And my third petition, Mr. Speaker, deals with the issue of unification of families under the immigration system in Canada. They say that unification, particularly of seniors with their family in Canada through immigration, is a core aspect of forming strong, healthy, vibrant families and communities in Canada. They believe that the current system that calls for a 10-year residency requirement under Canada's income security programs is wrong. So they ask this Parliament to amend the Old Age Security Act to eliminate the 10-year residency requirement and to work with provincial governments to waive the enforcement of sponsorship obligations in situations of genuine immigration sponsorship breakdown involving a senior. I'm pleased to present these petitions, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here from thousands of Canadians from right across the country who point out that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer the world has ever known. In fact, more people die from asbestos poisoning than all other industrial reasons combined. And yet Canada remains one of the world's largest producers and exporters of asbestos, dumping 220,000 tons per year into third world countries. These petitioners call on Canada to ban asbestos in all its forms and institute a just transition program for the asbestos workers and communities. They also call upon Canada to end all government subsidies of asbestos in Canada and abroad. And they also call upon government to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question Q208 could be made in order for return. This return would be tabled immediately.
Is it agreed that question Q208 be made in order for return? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
D'accord.
Agreed. Carried.
Orders of the day. Before we call orders of the day, l'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. On a point of order, I believe. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the point of order raised yesterday by the member for Scarborough Rouge River concerning the constitutionality of Bill C-505. And first of all, I would like to demonstrate that the issue relating to constitutionality is not a procedural issue that comes under the Speaker's purview, and also the arguments made by my colleague relating to C-505 do not apply when it comes to constitutional law. In his point of order, my colleague said that contrary to a government bill, a private member's bill is not vetted or checked by the Department of Justice. That's true. However, they are assessed in terms of their constitutionality by the subcommittee on private members' business, and Bill C-505 was declared votable by the subcommittee. What the member for Scarborough Rouge River is asking you to do is to act instead of the subcommittee and determine that this is non-votable so that it won't be debated. And with due respect, and you know I have a great deal of respect for you, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker rules on parliamentary procedure and not other matters. And on May 3, 2007, you ruled that other points raised by the member for Scarborough Rouge River, although they are interesting and convincing in his point of order, deal with the substance of the bill and related legal matters and not procedural matters, even though these points could be of interest to members when the Bill C-52, is being debated. It is not a part of the Speaker's responsibilities. Also, the member for Scarborough Rouge River alleges that C-505 is not constitutional by virtue of Section 27 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and I would like to read Section 27, which says that the Charter shall be interpreted in a manner consistent with the preservation and enhancement of the multicultural heritage of Canadians, end quote. So as we can see, Section 27 itself is very clear. It's a rule to interpret the other sections of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and in their treaties on constitutional law, Henri Bourne and his co-author deal with the consistency of the Charter and the maintenance of Canada's multicultural heritage. In Kistra, 1990, the Supreme Court states the same thing. Section 27 has been raised in many cases before this court, either to relate to rights or to an analysis based on the first section. And contrary to what my colleague has said, in Keystra, the provision relating to hate crimes was maintained because the limit on freedom of expression can be justified under the first section of the Charter, and this was interpreted using Section 27 that I quoted earlier. This provision was maintained, but not under Section 27, which is used to interpret the other sections of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So it cannot in itself stand. This is only a section to interpret the Charter, and if it is not used in correlation with another section, then it doesn't apply, which means that Bill C-505 cannot be unconstitutional as it relates to Section 27.
In another vein, Mr. Speaker, my colleague refers to multiculturalism in Section 27 and says that my real intention in presenting 505 to the House was to amend the Constitution. It seems ephemeral to me. Let us look at Clause 3 of the Charter. Can we then claim that we are exercising our rights with respect to the Constitution and that there can be no amendment to the Constitution? As you know, there is absolutely no bill before the House with respect to that. French and English are the official languages in Canada according to the Constitution. I can continue in the same vein for quite a long time, but it seems to me that what I have demonstrated is quite eloquent and quite clear. Bill C-505 simply is intended to amend the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, not the Constitution, quite simply to take Quebec out of the multiculturalism debate. The House should now move from words to deeds, and therefore Bill C-505, and it's the second time that it has been moved by the Bloc before the House. It is important. It is the second time that we have been challenged on the constitutionality of the bills that we bring to the House. There is no reservation. There should be no reservation, as has been demonstrated by the government in using any type of tools that they have at their disposal. If they do not agree to our bill, their words about Quebec's nation are meaningless. The honourable member for Mississauga South on the same point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Scarborough Rouge River laid out his case with regard to C-505. I think you've made all of the appropriate references, and I think that the facts, as I heard them and read them again today, appear to provide a compelling argument. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think the other point is that, as the member for Scarborough Rouge River pointed out, was that a government bill prior to going to Cabinet would have to have the imprimatur of the Justice Department with regard to constitutionality. With regard to private members' bills, Mr. Speaker, we have a subcommittee of Procedure and House Affairs. And indeed it is, as I understand it, part of their responsibility to opine on votability on a number of criteria. One of them, Mr. Speaker, happens to be constitutionality. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I find it very hard to believe that a subcommittee of Procedure and House Affairs will have at its beck and call the proper advice and guidance in regard to complex questions about constitutionality. It is a matter which I believe, Mr. Speaker, we put that committee in a situation where it has a responsibility which it has no resources effectively to discharge. There are some complex arguments here with regard to this matter. And, Mr. Speaker, as you know, if that subcommittee would to take a decision that a particular item were not votable, the mover of that bill has opportunities under the standing orders to appeal, whether it be through Procedure and House Affairs or, in fact, directly to the House. Should another member or the House itself decide that there is some problem with regard to votability or, indeed, the constitutionality and no appeal had been made by the mover, Mr. Speaker, there really is no opportunity other than coming to the House now and to suggest that this issue of constitutionality is an important issue Every private member's bill has an opportunity to bring forward matters which have the same full force and effect of any other bill that becomes law from a government or in any other fashion that it would come before the House. So having said that, Mr. Speaker, my submission to you would be that the question of constitutionality may, and I suggest to you may is the appropriate word, not have been appropriately assessed at the subcommittee, and that the matter is so important that other considerations should be taken to ensure that this matter is resolved with the same kind of scrutiny that a government bill would receive prior to being presented to this place.
The honourable member for Joliette. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker. Listen, what we have in place here is a procedure to study the constitutional aspect of bills. The question was debated. The member for Scarborough Rouge River, who, to my knowledge, was present at the debate, could have presented his arguments then. The majority of the committee decided that the motion was votable, and therefore there should be a substantive debate. So, to my mind, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should respect the decision of the subcommittee and move on the issue tonight.
Alors, la présidence a entendu les arguments du député de Joliette et du député de Scarborough River et aussi de Mississauga Sud au sujet de la recevabilité du poste de loi C-505, la loi modifiant la loi sur le multiculturalisme canadien dont l'application au Québec. Comme je l'ai indiqué hier, il ne appartient pas au président de trancher les questions de nature constitutionnelle. Cependant, étant donné qu'il est également question de la forme de l'initiative, j'ai l'intention pour le moment de permettre au débat de poursuivre ce soir et je reviendrai à la Chambre dès que possible avec une décision plus étoffée. Entre-temps, j'aimerais rappeler aux députés l'importance de soulever leurs rappels au règlement le plus tôt possible dans de telles circonstances, pas au dernier moment.
Circumstances,
Bon.
not at the last minute.
Orders of the day, order du jour.
Projet de loi amenant du gouvernement commune, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-50, the Budget Implementation Act 2008.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Au member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Rise today to speak about Bill C-50, the Budget Implementation Act, and outline some of the reasons why New Democrats will be opposing this piece of legislation. On any number of fronts, it fails to provide for working and middle-class families, but I want to specifically address First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. On these fronts, it fails to provide adequate housing, protection for drinking water systems, education, and the list does go on, unfortunately. I want to put this in some context. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives did a very good job in an alternative federal budget document in analyzing some of the challenges that are facing First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And in their document, they talk about the fact that government figures confirm that First Nations receive approximately $6 billion from federal government in 2006-2007. This funding is for all services, services that other Canadians receive from all three levels of government, which would include the province, the federal, and the municipal governments. They go on to say that the 2% annual increase for First Nations budgets is less than one-third of the average 6.6% increase that most Canadians will enjoy through Canada Health and Social Transfers in each of the next 5 years. When adjusted for inflation and population growth, the total budget for Indian and Northern Affairs Canada decreased by 3.5% between 1999 and 2004. As a result of the 2% cap, it is estimated that the accumulated shortfall through 2007-2008 is $774 million. And when we take a look at this, Mr. Speaker, what it does is it impacts on all aspects of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. Whether it's their ability to join the labour force, whether it's their ability to live in clean housing, whether it's their ability to access clean drinking water. And I want to talk, of course, there's both on reserve, off reserve, and Inuit in the north. And when we talk about off-reserve, I want to touch very briefly on the plight of Indian Friendship Centres. And the Friendship Centres have been chronically underfunded for any number of years. And yet we know they deliver vital and important service in urban communities. And we know increasingly there are larger numbers of First Nations, Métis and Inuit in urban communities. In my riding of Nanaimo Cowichan, we have two very good friendship centres, Hayat Lalem and Tillicum House, and both of these friendship centres are forced into the kinds of fundraising we wouldn't expect of any other organization delivering services. I would agree that it's important that we look for partners, but these organizations have such limited core funding that they are always lurching from funding crisis to funding crisis, despite the very good services they deliver in their communities. I want to talk very briefly about the funding, and this Budget Implementation Act does include funding for child protection services. But again, in the alternative federal budget, they talk about the fact that the current funding formula drastically underfunds services that support families and allow them to safely care for their children in their homes and communities. As a result, for First Nations, the removal of children from their homes and communities is often the only option considered, not the last option. And we know, of course, I've spoken in this House before about least disruptive measures and how what we do is we actually pay for foster care off reserve at prices. If we put that money into the on-reserve community for least disruptive measures, we would actually close the gap around education, housing, and the poverty that is a daily living condition on many First Nations communities, in this country. The alternative federal budget estimates that rather than the $43 million over 2 years that this Act puts in place, that there should be allocated $388 million over 3 years. And of course, the sad case is that the Assembly of First Nations and other partners have actually had to take this complaint to the Canadian Human Rights Commission about the chronic underfunding for child protection services in this country. Mr. Speaker, in December, this House stood and supported unanimously my private member's motion on Jordan's Principle. And I don't want to repeat all of the stories, but the sad fact was Jordan was a little boy from Norway House Cree Nation who died in hospital. He had 4 years that he spent in hospital, and 2 of those years were simply because of a jurisdictional dispute between the federal and provincial governments. In a recent report that was released called Reaching for the Top, Healthy Children and Youth, again, a recommendation was made that the federal and provincial governments, when there's a jurisdictional dispute, that the federal government step forward and demonstrate some leadership and pay first. And they have mechanisms to recover those payments once those jurisdictional disputes are completed. We simply should approach this from a child-centered approach and say that children come first in this country and we will put the resources where they're needed. Right now, Norway House Cree Nation, the same place that Jordan lived and where his parents had to give him up into foster care in order to get his care, we've got 37 children with complex medical needs who are at risk of having their parents put in exactly the same position, where those parents will have to surrender those children to the provincial foster care system in order to get their needs met because of a funding problem from the federal government perspective for Norway House Cree Nation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to just touch briefly on the fact of violence against women in this country. And I want to talk about a particular situation in British Columbia, and it's called the Highway of Tears. The Highway of Tears is a highway between Prince George and Prince Rupert. And over a number of years, from 1989 to 2006, 9 young women disappeared or were murdered on this highway. And all but one of them were First Nations women. And the provincial government has stepped forward and working with community partners, funded some forums, and there were a number of key recommendations that came out of those forums. But the federal government, once again, has failed to demonstrate leadership when it comes to Aboriginal women and violence in this country. And there have been many pleas for the federal government to step forward, and specifically they've been asking for some help with funding some coordinator positions in Prince Rupert and Prince George. They're calling for a highway transportation feasibility study that looks at community safety. And they're talking about continuing to fund some of these very important recommendations that came out of these community forums. And this is there's wide documentation on violence against Aboriginal in this country, and this is an area where the federal government could step forward and support some initiatives that the communities have put forward. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to education. And in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Article 15 says Indigenous peoples have the right to the dignity and diversity of their cultures, traditions, histories, and aspirations, which shall be appropriately reflected in educational and public information. And there's a number of articles, Mr. Speaker, in this UN declaration which sadly the Canadian government failed to support, in fact actively lobbied to have Canada not support this declaration. And it is playing out right now in education, in First Nations education across this country. I know that many people in this House will be familiar with the Attawapiskat situation, where the community is actually resorting to tools like YouTube to get the message out across this country. But Attawapiskat is not the only school in this country that is suffering. The Parliamentary Library did some research for us and came out with the fact that there are 39 schools currently on the list for construction or renovation projects. 39 schools, and those are the ones that we could identify, Mr. Speaker. And the estimate from the Parliamentary Library was the fact that this would cost $350,833,000 for 39 schools. And we've seen surplus after surplus after surplus, and yet we continue to have schools that not one of us would send our children to. Not one of us would send our children to some of these schools. We've had reports of doors that don't close properly that are safety hazards. We've had reports of mold. We've had reports of roofs that are in danger of collapsing from heavy snow loads. And yet we still can't get the kind of movement that's required. And there are a number of schools. There's a school in northern Saskatchewan that burned down in 2004. That school still isn't replaced. So lest people think that this is just a problem in Attawapiskat, it's not. And unfortunately, because of the lack of transparency within the government, we've been unable to get a complete list of all of those schools that are on the list, so that we can let Canadians know from coast to coast to coast how many First Nations and Inuit children are unable to access the kind of education that we say is a fundamental human right in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close by just reminding people that we often try to present ourselves as Canadians as champions of human rights, and yet we have citizens in this country that don't have access to the things that we think are fundamental human rights. So I would encourage members of this House to oppose this bill unless it can be amended to include some of these very important measures to make sure that the quality of life for First Nations, Inuit and Métis across this country is equal to that of other Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Honourable Member started by talking about the North, and of course we're doing many great things up in the North, and determined to keep doing that. We have a very aggressive Northern agenda, and I just wondered if she'd comment on the fact that for example, the Yellowknifer newspaper in Yellowknife urged the NDP to get off their high horse and support this budget because it's good for the North. Just wonder if she'd comment on the fact that many Northerners say it's a good budget for the North.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his question. And like anything else, there are always elements of any piece of legislation that have some positive effect. However, what you have to do is look at the piece of legislation as a whole. You have to look at the complete context. And what we have, of course, is we had a housing report not long ago for North of 60. That the housing report North of 60 talked about the failure of this federal government and previous federal governments to address the housing crisis in the North. And we have women in the North who are in violent situations, who are at risk, and they simply have nowhere to go. So Mr. Speaker, I would argue that what we need to do is take a comprehensive look at the North, work with the people in the North to make sure that we're covering that range of services, which includes education. Justice Burge's report still hasn't been responded to by this government. It includes housing, the North of 60 report. Where's that comprehensive response to that? And there are many other issues that are facing the North that simply are not addressed in this budget.
Other questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member from Nanaimo Cowichan. She did mention that she didn't think that our government was doing anything to protect First Nations women from violence. I think that First Nations women, in particular, when they are in a matrimonial breakdown, find themselves very vulnerable. And so our government, and of course our Minister of Indian Affairs, has brought forward legislation that will bring about matrimonial real property protections to First Nation citizens, including women. Does she think that's a good idea, and would she support it?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Couch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I didn't say this government was doing nothing. What I was actually calling on to do was to address a very specific situation on the Highway of Tears, where the federal government simply hasn't stepped up to the plate. But again, with regards to matrimonial real property, Article 18 of the UN Declaration talks about Indigenous people have the right to participate in decision-making in matters which would affect their rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures, and so on. Well, when it comes to matrimonial real property, we've had the Native Women's Association of Canada quite clearly say that they didn't have a hand in the final drafting of this legislation, that they have some very serious concerns. So I would actually encourage this government to bring the MRP bill back to the House for debate, that we could then send it to committee to call witnesses and have some comments and do some appropriate amendments that would actually reflect the needs of First Nations women and children in this country.
Member for Yukon.
Thank you. I'll just make a comment so the member can go on the various topics she's quite well to go on about. But I'd just like to support her in more funding for friendship centres. I was the president of our local friendship centre and treasurer and have mentioned this many times. Hopefully there'll be more money for Head Start program, a very successful program. Also, we've had a review of land claims in the Yukon 9-year review, and I'm hoping that in the budget or supplementaries there'll be sufficient funds to deal with that. And hopefully there will be, the government will work quickly on more land claims. There's lots to be done, and that they'll come up with the money either in the budget or in supplementaries for that. And hopefully Tawasin will come to the House soon. And finally, the Yukon Aboriginal women had a great conference. I think the member's aware of it, and they came up with all sorts of recommendations, and I hope the government looks at those recommendations and implements at least some of those. Thank you.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Couch.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from the Yukon for that question. And there was a lot in there, so I'm just going to talk about the Yukon self-government agreement and land claims. And of course, again, what we have seen is delay, stall tactics on the government's part. The Yukon First Nations, the Council of Yukon First Nations, and the nations that have been involved in these agreements have done a tremendous amount of work around pushing forward their agenda on justice and on many other matters. And yet the government is very, very slow to respond and to come to the table with the resources that are required for full implementation of these very important agreements. And again, this budget fails to address some of those important implementation issues that have been raised consistently over the last 5 to 9 years.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to see that the NDP and the Liberals have finally seen the light and seen what great initiatives this Conservative government is doing in relation to Aboriginal Canadians and all Canadians. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from Brandon-Souris, that this question be now put.
Does he lose his chance to debate now?
That's right, now it's questions.
Mr. Jean, seconded by Mr. Tweed, moved that this question be now put. This, of course, on a point of order, the Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of this motion, I think it's out of order. We're in the middle of a debate. There's people who are here in the House ready to speak on this Bill C-50. So this, I don't know where this motion comes from, but this debate on this bill is still continuing. There are a number of people who are here ready to debate this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Well, just on that point, this motion doesn't prevent the debate from continuing. All it does is prevent any further amendments from being moved, so that the people in the House who are lined up to speak on the matter will be able to speak on the matter. And of course, the Honourable Member or Parliamentary Secretary concluded his speech as he got up by moving the motion, and we'll now move to questions and comments on what, I'm not sure, but nevertheless we are in a question and comment period with respect to the brief appearance of the Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Couch.
Mr. Speaker, and of course from that very short speech, I want to be really clear that I was not in wholehearted support of this particular Budget Implementation Act, and that I think that this budget is sadly lacking around issues facing First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. So I would like to ask the member, Mr. Speaker, if he could tell me how this budget addresses the serious education gaps, the serious gaps around housing, the serious gaps around violence against women, just to name a couple.
Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Yeah.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that opportunity. And I would like to say that it didn't take us 2 years. It didn't take us 1 year. It took us the very first budget that this government ever implemented, Mr. Speaker, to address the issue of northern housing, $300 million for northern housing, on reserve $300 million for off-reserve housing, Mr. Speaker. We have already addressed that issue, and we continue to address that issue, Mr. Speaker. We continue to support vulnerable Canadians, $110 million to the Mental Health Commission of Canada to increase our knowledge of those who are homeless and suffering from mental illnesses, $282 million over this and the next 2 years to expand the Veterans Independence Program. Mr. Speaker, this government stands up for vulnerable Canadians. We get the job done for all Canadians.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you. I would just like the member gave a one-sentence speech, which basically said that from the speech of the Liberals and the NDP, it showed that they supported the government's work in Aboriginal people. And I'd just like the member to maintain, and that, of course, had absolutely no relation to reality. I saw the Speaker's eyebrows raise even. And I'd just like the member, if he wants to maintain his integrity, to defend that statement that our previous two speeches said even one thing in support of the government's support of Aboriginal people.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That gives me an opportunity to talk a little bit more about what we are doing for Aboriginal Canadians in this particular budget. Mr. Speaker, $70 million over 2 years for measures to foster Aboriginal economic development. Mr. Speaker, those are real steps to move forward for Aboriginal Canadians. $70 million over 2 years to improve First Nations education outcomes. $147 million over 2 years to improve First Nations and Inuit health outcomes. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to Canadians. We have listened to Aboriginal Canadians. We've moved forward with safe drinking water. We've moved forward with housing. We have moved forward, Mr. Speaker, because this Conservative government wants to get the job done for Aboriginal Canadians and all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and we're doing it. And we're glad that the Liberal Party is standing up. Well, actually, they're not standing up, Mr. Speaker. We're glad they're sitting down because they're letting us move forward our agenda for Canadians. We want to thank them because we are getting the job done for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, am puzzled by the comments from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Yes, and I'm also puzzled by the comments that the Minister of Northern Indian and Northern Affairs made about I guess he didn't see the poll that was conducted in the Yellowknifer as well, which unanimously supported my position to stand up to this Conservative Party that only provided 10% of the Northern residents' tax deduction that would be fair. To the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport, the New Democratic Party does not stand here and say that what you've taken our money that we allotted to housing in the C-48 and you've applied that's great. But that money is going to be sunsetted. My Minister of Housing in the Northwest Territories is distressed by the fact that we're going to be running out of money for housing that can assist Aboriginal people and non-Aboriginal people across our territory in getting affordable housing. This is the case. This government in this budget does nothing new for housing. It's a disgrace.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Well, I'm not sure if there was a question there, Mr. Speaker, but I know the NDP takes a position to the left, to the right, out of this world, somewhere on the moon. It doesn't matter what position they take, Mr. Speaker. They're never going to form government. They're never going to be able to take any positive steps towards Canadians or anywhere to help any Canadians, Mr. Speaker. But I've talked to people in northern Alberta because actually I am right next to him as far as a constituency goes, and I respect the member. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, it was welcomed by all Northerners the increase of 10% in the Northern Living Allowance. Mr. Speaker, 10%. It hasn't been touched in 20 years before this government took positive steps. We recognize the needs in the North. But let's talk about something else that's going to affect directly this member.
We'll just have to talk about it at another time because time has expired. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak about an issue that has caused my constituents great concern and fear. In fact, in the time that I have served as the Member of Parliament for Newton North Delta, my office has never received this kind of reaction from my riding. The issue that I'm referring to are the changes this government is proposing for Immigration and Refugee Act. Over the past few weeks, Canadians have been told that these amendments would make the system more efficient and improve the way the immigrants are welcoming into this country. Mr. Speaker, the facts do not support these claims, and this government is misleading Canadians. Since this government took power, the application backlog has grown by over 100,000. The simple fact of the matter is that Canada's immigration system is severely understaffed. We need more immigration officers, more consulate officials, and more branch offices across the globe. These are the simple adjustments that must be made if we have any hope of overcoming this backlog. I will tell you something else we need more of, Mr. Speaker, and that is immigrants. 2/3 of Canada's population growth between 2001 and 2006 was fueled by immigrants. According to 2006 census, Canada is on track to become 100% dependent on immigration for growth. By 2012, the immigration is expected to account for all the net labour force growth, and the Conference Board of Canada estimates a shortfall of 3 million skilled workers by the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, these statistics are the reality of our country's future. Canada's growth, both in population and in the economy, will collapse without a steady flow of immigrants. The new powers that are being proposed for the minister have the potential to allow great abuses of the system. The minister will have the ability to pick and choose which immigrants she decides are acceptable. The minister will also be able to cap the number of applicants by category. Family reunification and permanent resident applications could be slashed. The scariest proposal is to allow the minister to reject applications who have already been approved by the immigration officers. Mr. Speaker, this minister is bringing politics into the immigration system. No one person should have the power to choose who gets into Canada and who does not. How can Canadians be sure that this government won't favor one class of immigrants over the other? With these new ministerial powers, there are no guarantees that people and businesses will be treated objectively. Every day I speak to residents in my riding who are very fearful that if this bill passes, their family members are going to be ignored and their businesses are going to suffer. These are the thousands and thousands of my constituents who were once immigrants themselves and have built a life that contributes to the betterment of Canadian society. These Canadian citizens are desperate to be reunited with their families, and they have gone through all the proper channels to make this happen. But with these changes, the rules will not matter anymore. Mr. Speaker, at times I wonder if this government understands what immigration really means beyond a raw economic cost-benefit analysis. Does the government even understand the religious and cultural heritage that immigrants bring to our country? This Sunday is Baisakhi, the celebration of birth of Khalsa. It is one of the most important days in Sikh nation heritage. And I congratulate the Sikh nation on this most important day. Hundreds of thousands of Sikhs and their fellow Canadians will celebrate peacefully and inclusively for the well-being of everyone in the world. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that the largest celebration of Baisakhi, the birth of Khalsa, in North America takes place in my riding of Newton North Delta. And I encourage my colleagues to take part in these ceremonies in their communities and celebrate Sikh heritage. Mr. Speaker, I am an immigrant to this country, and my family members have joined me in Canada since I arrived over 2 decades ago. There is one thing that I always had faith in. I never had a doubt about the fairness of our country and its immigration system. Canada represented new opportunity, a better life for my family, and most importantly, equality, meaning that everyone was assessed in the same way. If these amendments pass, that the expectation of opportunity for all will disappear. So too will Canada's reputation as welcoming country for immigrants. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by asking a simple question. If this government feels that these amendments will improve the system, why are they hiding them in the budget bill? The budget should be voted on by itself. These proposals for Immigration and Refugee Act are too important to be hidden. If these changes will make a positive impact, then the House should be able to consider them on their own. Mr. Speaker, I encourage this government to remove these proposals from the budget bill and allow all members to voice their opinions without the threat of the election. This is what I mean when I say the politics is being put ahead of a good policy. This is a matter that should not be rushed through in isolation. If this government believes in transparency and accountability, they will allow the open and honest debate. But we will all know the record of this government on transparency and accountability. They talk the talk, but they do not walk the walk. Once again, I want to repeat the desire of my constituents to allow the House to consider this bill, the Immigration Act, on its own. Mr. Speaker, governing is about making choices. In an age where we have billions of dollars in surplus, there is no reason that the immigrant should be turned away. We have the resources to speed up the immigration process. We have the ability to increase the number of immigrants we let into this country. We have an obligation to ensure that the fairness continues to be guiding principle in our decisions. Now is the time that we as representatives of people must stand up for Canada's best interest. And I'm going to stand up to vote against this Bill C-50, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me this time to speak, and I'm ready for any questions my colleagues might have for me. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague across the floor go on and on at great length, all of his opinions about this particular bill. And I heard him say that he's going to vote against this bill. He's going to stand in this place and vote against it. And, Mr. Speaker, I would just ask the honourable member opposite if he's going to bring any of his colleagues in to vote against it, or if he's going to stand in this House and make these speeches opposed to the bill and do what they've done in the past, which is either not attend in the House or, Mr. Speaker, sit on their hands. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if this is another case where the honourable member is making his own leader look weak.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when I look at the track record of my leader, you know, whether it's on environment, whether it's on immigration, whether his on social justice issues, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that there is no one that comes close to this leader, and I'm very proud of my leader. and I am in full support of him, Mr. Leader. And when it comes to member of Oxford asking this question, I mean, I appreciate he asked me this question, but this is exactly what I mean, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to that this government is playing politics with immigrants when they have put this bill as part of the budget bill, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the member from Langley is asking me, I mean, if he's in the House, he will be able to find that out. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that every group in this country is opposing these drastic changes that this government is bringing to the immigration system to suffer. It will suffer the businesses and families in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague for Newton North Delta. It concerns immigration, and I know that it's something that he's extremely interested in, as he is an immigrant himself. And in the budget, we see that the Conservative government is trying to, in fact, they're not trying, but they would like to give more discretionary power to the immigration minister. And we know the hidden agenda, and it's somewhat strange to say that it's a hidden agenda that we're aware of, but we have some concerns that they do have a reactionary hidden agenda. So I'd like to ask the honourable member, why does he think, or rather, how does he think the Minister of Immigration will use these new discretionary powers, a power that would allow her to make all of the decisions that would go against all of the rules that have already been set out? Why is the government giving itself that discretionary power, and how will the government use it, or how does he think the government will use it?
First of all, I would like to thank the honourable member putting this question and her work on the very important files when it comes to the transparency and accountability of this government. In fact, because this member is well aware of the bad practices that this government has, whether it was the Brian Mulroney Schreiber stuff, whether it was the Afghanistan issue. I mean, being, Mr. Speaker, this member aware of, and that is what worries me, that this minister is bringing in politics so that she can pick and choose which immigrants she wants to bring it to this country. When I look at the system, but if she wants to bring in those skilled workers, depending on the demand, the provinces already have that program in place. That is the PNP program. Under that program, the provinces can bring in those immigrants. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, to this honourable member, that this is exactly what this government is all about, is playing politics with every single issue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had the pleasure and the honour to speak last week to Bill C-50, the Budget Implementation Bill, and at that time I dealt with a number of aspects of this budget bill, but I would first like to place things within their proper context. Some might think that this is a wonderful budget, but there's nothing in it for Quebec. Conservative members from Quebec were not able to find one condition that the Bloc Québécois, on behalf of all of the ridings in Quebec, had requested last January. Last January, the Bloc Québécois had set out a number of immediate, urgent needs for Quebec, and I will list them for you. But before doing that, I would like to say that these needs were based on something that had been identified through our own pre-budget consultations. The Bloc members had gone to Bloc ridings as well as to other ridings, And there are things as important, as urgent, as direct and immediate aid to the manufacturing and forestry sectors, and these were not included in the budget, nor was there any help given to workers in the manufacturing sectors and the forestry sector, even though hundreds of thousands of jobs in Quebec and Canada were lost because of the crisis in the manufacturing sector, particularly in Quebec and Ontario, as you know. But of course, the Bloc Québécois is here to defend the interests of Quebecers, and the manufacturing crisis, the forestry crisis in Quebec at this time have not been considered in the budget. Conservative members from Quebec, who were elected 2 years ago now, did not deliver the goods. They were elected after making promises, give us the power and we'll bring in the millions. And I'm not only talking about, or rather I'm referring to the Labour Minister and the Minister responsible for the economic development of that region. And I don't know what term I can use. I don't dare use the term that I would like to use. I could say that he didn't have much courage, but he was very bold, and he promised a Marshall Plan with billions of dollars involved, and then he called it the Blackburn 1 Plan. Now, I'm sorry for using his name, but he used that term in the House of Commons the day before last, and he said that the plan that there was another plan with his name, but it was version number 2. So it seemed that his first plan didn't provide very much, and we can't hope for much from the second plan either. And he talked about this plan using his last name, Plan Number 2. It reminded me of Star Wars, where we had the sequel before the prequel. So I would call it the Blackout 2 plan, and not the plan using his family name. And it's just to say that there was nothing in the first plan and not much in the second one either. The Conservative government, with this implementation bill, provides nothing for Quebec, and Conservative members from Quebec were absolutely unable to provide anything for Quebec. I wonder what they do in caucus. They must have no power at all. It's always the same thing in Quebec, and that is why we have the Bloc Québécois, because we elect Federalist members. We send them to Ottawa. There are fewer of them being sent to Ottawa. There is a minority of Liberal or Conservative members from Quebec now, because the people of Quebec have understood what is happening. But we elect these Conservative members and send them to Ottawa because they've promised to defend the interests of Quebec. They're going to be in government. They will become ministers. They will sit down with Canadians and other Canadian ministers at cabinet or at caucus. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's an absolute void. There's nothing. They never manage to get anything for Quebec, or from time to time, perhaps they have a few crumbs thrown by cabinet, and the Conservative ministers from Quebec pick them up. The same applies to caucus. They throw them a few crumbs, and they are so terribly hungry, although they've never asked for anything publicly, because they're being told that they have to respect party discipline and they mustn't speak out. We give something to Alberta because even though they don't need it, they are the militant wing of the Conservative Party, so they get all of the goodies. Quebec Conservative members can provide nothing for Quebec, and this budget is absolute proof of that. I was saying that, and I promised to list for you, Mr. Speaker, all of the demands that had been made by the Bloc Québécois, made public on January 23rd. I said direct and immediate aid to the manufacturing and forestry sectors because of the crisis. I explained that. No help for workers or communities that have been hit very hard by this crisis. We've seen this in the budget. We've been asking for some type of program for older workers, but there's nothing in the budget to deal with that issue. And if there is a program that could help older workers to cope with this crisis, it would be a LEAP-type program, and I'll explain what the LEAP program was or is. It's a program that provides for an amount which is more or less equivalent to employment insurance, and this is provided to workers who are 55 years of age and older, and they would receive these benefits to help tide them over from the time when they become unemployed, that is at the age of 55 or 56, 57, until they can finally draw a pension, which would be at the age of 60. So it can be for a few months or a few years, and it helps them to avoid going on social assistance, because this is meted out very parsimoniously. It's given to people who find themselves in desperate straits, people who cannot really find new employment. Many of us have been given a great gift at birth. We can learn quickly, and that applies to some of us, but there are others who don't learn quickly, and they lose their jobs when they are just about to retire, and for them it would be an insurmountable task to learn computer technology or other types of occupations. They cannot find other employment, and so they need some type of program. That was requested by the Bloc Québécois. There was another program to refund all of the seniors who were thwarted by the GIS scandal, which began with the Liberals and has continued with the Conservatives. The Guaranteed Income Supplement is something that was raised and brought to light by the Bloc. There were hundreds of thousands of seniors who were entitled to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, a small amount going up to about $6,000, and it could help them bridge the gap between the small government pensions that they were receiving and a decent income that would help them to stay above the poverty line. And for years, the Liberal government at the time did its utmost to hide from seniors the fact that they were entitled to this guaranteed income supplement. The phone lines were, or the phone resources were like a labyrinth, and people could never manage to speak to a human being. And you know how frustrating it is when you phone and you only get voicemail, or you get this menu and you can never speak to someone. The GIS is for people who are without means, who might have a difficulty with one or the other or both official languages, people who have no resources, are ill or isolated. And the GIS was something that the Bloc Québécois had requested. Improvements were made thanks to the Bloc Québécois. And when we say that we are useful, we need not demonstrate that, Mr. Speaker, I know, but this is just one other accomplishment by the Bloc Québécois with the GIS. Now, time is running out, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to say that, because I would have a number of things to say. The Bloc Québécois is against the budget implementation bill because there are no minimum requirements as set out by the Bloc Québécois. There were other things I wanted to discuss, including the Securities Commission. These were part of the basic demands made by the Bloc Québécois, and there was no response from the Conservative government. And that's the story, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in addressing Bill C-50, the budget bill, I think it's important to see the context in which this bill has come forward and the economic policies of this government that underwrite it. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important for us to go back to the policies that this government has implemented since they've been in power, and in particular their absolute obsession with their ideology around the importance of tax cuts to move forward economic development in this country. Mr. Speaker, we saw the process particularly kicked into high gear last fall, the fall of 2007, when we saw both the Conservative Party and the government, and in fact the Liberal Party, bidding each other up as to how much corporate tax breaks and cuts, corporate tax cuts, should be given to the large corporate sector in this country. And Mr. Speaker, those cuts went ahead, fully supported by the Liberal Party, to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. The effect of the cuts were to be concentrated in the oil and gas sector and the finance sector. Finance sector alone, Mr. Speaker, the banks alone, were earning a profit on an annual basis in the $20 billion a year range. And so those corporate tax cuts gave them an additional $2 billion, in tax cuts just to that sector, and the oil and gas sector received similar types of benefits from this government. The effect, Mr. Speaker, and the consequences really, we then see in this budget, when this budget is very close to being balanced, depending on revenue this year. It is not beyond the pale that we would fall into deficit, but it is very clear that at the very least, a number of programs that are sorely in need of assistance from the government will not be able to be funded because of those decisions. And Mr. Speaker, by in effect hollowing out the ability of government to pursue valid social policy programming by this type of tax cut, we ensure that on an ongoing basis, governments are not going to be able to protect their citizenry and to develop all of their capabilities, all of their potential as individuals in our society. That's what's going on here, and that's the context in which we see Bill C-50, the current budget bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to address the consequences to the auto sector, because, of course, I come from a community where the auto sector is the dominant industry. And, Mr. Speaker, we again hear from this government, particularly from the finance minister, and it's kind of interesting, actually, to watch the conflicts that go on between him and the industry minister. And, Mr. Speaker, what we're looking at here is a finance minister, and I believe the Prime Minister as well, saying, well, we can't pick winners or losers. And, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, that is not accurate. This government is quite prepared to intervene in the market. And I'm just going to quote some statistics from, obviously, a group that's not particularly friendly to the NDP, but the Canadian Taxpayers Federation made these points. And actually were printed in my the newspaper from Windsor this morning. In their first fiscal year, the government paid out $25 billion in grants, contributions, and subsidies. That included, Mr. Speaker, and here's where we're into this inaccuracy on the part of the finance minister when he says they're not prepared to pick winners or losers. But that included, Mr. Speaker, $350 million to Pratt & Whitney in Quebec, and $47.5 million, Mr. Speaker, to Mont-Tremblant, a ski resort, again in Quebec. And then last spring, Mr. Speaker, the spring of 2007, the government announced a $900 million fund for the aerospace sector. Okay. Where's the auto sector? Well, the auto sector creates, at the present time, 140,000 jobs in this country. The aerospace sector creates 75,000 currently. The number in the auto sector is dropping dramatically. Aerospace industry is stable at this point. And it's interesting, the industry minister at that time, now the foreign affairs minister for this government, said, we needed that $900 million fund, and I'm quoting him, for the defense of the aerospace industry. Mr. Speaker, the auto industry is in much, much worse shape and in much, much greater need of defense than the aerospace sector is. And so when we hear, as we have repeatedly from my party, and more recently, in fact, this week, from the Liberals, the need for assistance to the auto sector, what do we get? We get that platitude of we don't, from the finance minister, and to a lesser degree from the industry minister, we don't support winners or losers. Mr. Speaker, that is simply not true. This government has made a very clear decision in their economic policies, and it's reflected again in the budget today, in C-50. They've made very clear decisions that they are, in fact, going to support certain sectors of the economy, and they're going to give them preference and priority over other sectors. Oil and gas, finance, aerospace, all getting preferential treatment and direct subsidy in the form of either tax cuts or direct dollars going to the corporate sector in those sectors, and nothing, Mr. Speaker, to the auto sector. The auto sector, in my community alone, Mr. Speaker, in direct and indirect jobs over the last three and a half years, we've lost 17,000 jobs. That's in a population, a total population, not working population, total population of less than 400,000. We have the second highest unemployment rate in the country. And this budget does nothing, and I repeat, does absolutely nothing to assist the auto sector. I want to make this point, and perhaps it will be of particular concern to the finance minister since he comes from a riding that's immediately adjacent to Oshawa, a major auto sector dependent community. Windsor's at the very forefront of these losses, of the devastation in the auto sector. But his community is not far behind, nor is Oakville or St. Catharines or London. They're all coming to the same kind of problem that Windsor's facing. And the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that this government is either because of their obsession with tax cuts, based on that very warped ideology that has been proven not to work around the globe, or because of their desire to support specific sectors like oil and gas and aerospace and finance. Their unwillingness, and again it's reflected by the absolute absence of any assistance in this budget to the auto sector. Mr. Speaker, there are a great number of programs and policies that could be put into place and then funded to some degree by the government within the auto sector. The NDP have been working on a green auto policy, for instance, for well over 5 years now, with very specific proposals and detailed proposals as to how we would put that into place. And Mr. Speaker, you need to understand that this budget just totally ignores any of that. Totally ignores any of it. This isn't just the NDP speaking, Mr. Speaker. It's the auto sector, it's the major corporations that produce and sell cars in this country, and of course the labor unions that work in those plants. It's a cohesive policy. It's one that has very, very little disagreement within that sector of what needs to be done, the roles that all of the participants in the sector need to play, and the need for a partnership from this government, from the federal government, this level of government, in order to be sure that that policy can be put into place and the results of that work deployed into the economy generally, so we create many more jobs and save a great number of jobs as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you. I listened to my colleague very intently, and he was touching on a number of issues. Speaker, I would like to ask him why he's voted against the environment when he's voted against providing funding of $1.5 million to the provinces to help the provinces improve their environmental positions by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Why did he vote against providing $30 million to the Great Bear Rainforest? Why has he voted against carbon capture and sequestration? It's a technology that Canada is a world leader in. But he's again voted against that. So on one hand, they speak like they support, the NDP supports the environment, but when it actually comes down to voting for funding for environment,
they vote against that. And why is that? Why do we see that inconsistency in the NDP?
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I regularly get up here and point out the hypocrisy of questions. That's got to be near the epitome of it when you see what's going on in the Environment Committee right now. When this government, for the first time in Canadian history, a government is filibustering a committee. And what's that about? What's that about, Mr. Speaker? It's about the environment. It's about dealing with global warming and climate change. It's a bill that the three opposition parties all support. It's a bill that all of the major environmental groups in this country support. And what is going on? This government, for how many hours now, how many days, how many weeks, have tied that committee up. I mean, it's just absolutely hypocritical that I would get that kind of a question from this government.
The honourable member for Yukon. Question.
Monsieur le Président. I wonder if the member would like to expand on that last comment, talking about committees, and on the committee that he's on, Justice Committee, the chair walking out 4 times in a row and leaving witnesses that Canadians have paid for stranded from across Canada. I was glad the member did mention Conservative member mentioned the carbon sequestration project that we started. But my question is for another area of the expertise that the member has, and that is related to the justice agenda. He's a very thoughtful participant in that, and I think we can agree the government had a large number of misguided bills in that area, a lot of which failed, thank goodness for Canadians, the damage they would have done to Canada. But nevertheless, there were bills that got through, and this agenda had financial consequences. And I'd like to ask the member if the government's budgets or estimates or anything even analyzed and then reflected the costs of this agenda, the financial costs of that agenda that they presented in legislation.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question from my colleague from the Yukon. He raises a very valid point. This government, and I'll say this both about the Justice Ministers and the Public Safety Minister, has consistently moved forward with programs and law that imposes additional burdens on the provinces, whether it's our police forces. We're still waiting for those 2,500 police officers that they were supposed to fund. There is money in this budget. I question whether that money is in fact going to flow, because up to this point, in the previous 2 budgets, it did not. We didn't get any of those police officers whatsoever. We have been assured that we were going to get 1,500 more RCMP officers. We have gotten hardly any of those. There is no question that the prosecution and judicial wings of our courts are significantly now overburdened. And again, this government, 1, hasn't done the assessment of how much it's going to cost the provinces, and 2, have certainly given no indication of willingness to assist the provinces in those added costs. Those costs, by the way, Mr. Speaker, both the prosecutors and our judges are already substantially overwhelmed before that new legislation came forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to speak to Bill C-50, the 2008 Budget Implementation Bill, which contains many of the measures set out in the government's budget. After over 2 years of lavish spending, Mr. Speaker, the government decided, wisely, to be a little more fiscally prudent with this budget. We've heard many times before in the debates that this is indeed the first Conservative government to have a balanced budget since Robert Borden's government in 1912. And the only reason, Mr. Speaker, why this government has plummeted into deficit is because of the sound fiscal inheritance of the previous Liberal government. When the Liberal government left office, there were billions of dollars in surpluses. They managed with 8 consecutive balanced budgets. Canada had the best fiscal record in all of the G7 economies. Mr. Speaker, this year the title of the budget was Responsible Leadership. Rather ironic, I would think. We have heard from many, Mr. Speaker, that we are indeed on the cusp of a deficit. This government went on a foolish spending spree when times were good. They made irresponsible tax cuts, taking $12 billion out of the fiscal framework with the 2 cuts to the GST. And now that the economy is beginning to slow, our financial situation becomes more precarious. Responsible leadership and sound economic management, Mr. Speaker, I would say, are certainly questionable. When the government delivered a budget speech, it appeared like a straightforward document, only to deceive Canadians with this bill, Mr. Speaker, with what I would call a zinger clause. With the budget implementation bill, they have imposed upon Canadians immigration ministers that would give the minister unprecedented power. Unprecedented power to pick and choose, unprecedented power to determine who gets in and who stays out, unprecedented power to play favorites. What the government is saying yet again, Mr. Speaker, is trust us. We know best, we will make the rules, and you will be better off. A pattern we've seen with the Wheat Board and their manipulation of processes and numbers, with the censorship activities of Bill C-10, with the lack of consultation on the repeal of Section 67 of the Human Rights Act, and the list goes on. So here they want to be trusted, Mr. Speaker, trusted to decide behind closed doors if your mother, your father, your children can come to Canada, again with no consultation, no input from those most affected on any of the impending changes, whether they're families, whether they're settlement groups, whether they're employers, whether they're provincial governments. And, Mr. Speaker, just this morning in committee, the Auditor General was before the committee and spoke to the importance of consultation in the development of any policies of government. They want us to believe that they will meet their articulated goal of reducing the backlog of an increase of with an increase in the budget of approximately 1% of the budget, and they're asking for trust. The immigration, Mr. Speaker, needs to be taken out of this bill and properly studied in committee. I was part of the committee a few years ago that revamped the immigration bill. The consultations were widespread. The chorus was not unanimous by a long shot, but everybody had an opportunity to put forward their position, the consequences of decisions taken and decisions not made, and I would say, Mr. Speaker, that we have to do that again this time. This government plays mind games with Canadians. They talk about being tough on crime, yet they stall their own justice bills in the House, and they use them to play petty partisan games when they get to the Senate. When I look at this budget, Mr. Speaker, I have somewhat of the same reaction that I did when last year's budget. A little money was spent with a sprinkle here, a dash there, a pinch for this, a pittance for that. Once again, they tried to appeal to everyone, but spread their funds too thinly. One of my constituents calls their style of government and budget making as fast food government. Mr. Speaker, we know that our cities and our communities are in vital need of investment. We've all heard about the billions of dollars of deficit in Canadian municipalities faced with their infrastructure deficits. We've also heard from this minister that potholes are certainly not his responsibility. My own city of Winnipeg and yours has significant financing challenges, and yet there's been no recognition by this government of the issues facing the challenges faced by the city. What they did incorporate, and I commend them on that, is they finally took the steps that the Liberals promised to make the gas tax permanent. Budget 2008 provided $500 million for public transit out of a 2007-2008 surplus. But within days of that, we learned that $108 million of that was going to restore a train service that nobody had asked for, no advice had been given on, to run through the minister's riding. Mr. Speaker, this government has refused to answer questions about Manitoba's infrastructure program. We know that the floodway for Manitoba is non-negotiable. We know how important it is. It was over a year ago when funding for the floodway was announced under the Canada Strategic Infrastructure Program. A month later, it was decided to allocate the funding under the Building Canada Fund, which I might add is full of previous monies committed by the previous Liberal government. This would shortchange the province of Manitoba by $170 million in infrastructure funds that could well go to a host of other issues. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about Lake Winnipeg. We heard grant announcements on what will be done for what we in Manitoba, as you well know, call our beloved Lake Winnipeg. We heard that an $11 million addition would be headed towards the cleanup of Lake Winnipeg, bringing the total with monies committed previously to $18 million. Examination of several websites, coupled with conversations with many researchers and scientific experts on the restoration of the health of the lake, show that little funds have indeed been forthcoming to date. Again, empty words, hollow commitments. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to ignore or to treat the women and children of Manitoba and the women and children across this country as an afterthought. Many of the issues of importance to women have largely been bypassed. The programs that most women talk about of being important, of being transformative, housing, childcare, education, healthcare, unemployment insurance, legal aid, are of limited interest to this government. We hear the members opposite espouse family values, talk about children as the future. We also hear members opposite talk about skill shortages, the need for skilled workers. But, Mr. Speaker, social programs go hand in hand with economic programs. I've spoken many times here in this House about the need for quality childcare. What about it? Nothing is forthcoming except that check through the mail. Where are the promised spaces? In my riding, there are huge wait lists. Parents are forced to leave their employment. Parents, and particularly single mothers, do not have the necessary supports. In one daycare in my riding, in the last few months, the waiting list has grown from 300 to 400 children. They receive 5 to 10 inquiries a day about spaces. This government has not made the connection on the accountability of childcare spaces or the availability of childcare spaces with economic growth. Let me read you something from an email. Oh, haven't got enough time. The email gave a list, and I will take another opportunity, of all of the parents in that childcare facility and the jobs they do and the contributions that they make to the economic growth of the city of Winnipeg, and couple that with the desperate need for space in their riding or in their daycare. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk about Aboriginal people and the shortcomings that this government has dealt with Aboriginal peoples, whether it's education, whether it's the ignoring of people in the consultation process on the repeal of Section 67. We heard in committee this morning from a group of Aboriginal women their very grave concern about the matrimonial real property legislation, which I look forward to reviewing. But we know that this government has not addressed the needs of Aboriginal peoples, except in this piecemeal, cherry-picking, fast food manner, a little bit here, a little bit there, and we'll see what we can do. You're telling me to wind up, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as much as I would like to ask the member from Winnipeg South Centre a number of questions on a file that her and I both share, I will leave that to the time that I have in committee. Mr. Speaker, the question that I would have for her is in relation to the statements she made in relation to the changes that we are making in this budget to our immigration policies. In a democracy, I feel that individuals that are elected to the House of Commons have the opportunity to put forward ideas, changes in policy, and of course representing in this House the reasons why we feel they are right for this country. Of course, the member opposite also can stand in her place and advocate for a different position. But my question for her would be, is she philosophically opposed to this position that we're putting forward to the point that she would vote against our government and force an election?
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, this member is taking lessons from members opposite in answering questions or not answering questions. Let me just say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I think it's incumbent upon us as duly elected legislators to have the opportunity to hear from those who are most affected by the legislation. And I think it is important that this legislation go to a separate committee, that it be dealt with in a comprehensive manner, that we hear from those who are involved in the immigration world, those who are most affected by the legislation, and then decisions will be made as to whether to support or not support this legislation.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for her comments, and I especially noted her comments about the lack of early learning and childcare facilities and services in her city. We certainly face the same issue in Victoria, and I heard last night there was a large meeting in Nelson held by the mayor where this was expressed, and the lack of childcare was serving as a really preventing economic development because people just can't go to their city. So the question I have for the honourable member is, I certainly introduced a bill that would enshrine principles of accessibility and universality and affordability into home care, to create a program across Canada. And I know the member supported that bill, and I'm wondering if she would continue to support this, to have a law in Canada instead of just simply the kinds of agreements that her government negotiated, which, as she knows, were cancelled at the stroke of a pen.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. You've heard me many times speak about the importance of childcare in this House. Mr. Speaker, I would say that I would do whatever is required to ensure that national childcare and early learning system was built across this country. Whether it's legislation, whether it's negotiation with provinces and territories one-on-one, whatever it takes to enshrine and create a national program is necessary. I think it's a definition of who we are as a country, and some of you may have heard me tell this story in the House before, but it always bears repeating, Mr. Speaker. The first child care agreement was signed with the province of Manitoba. And for those of the hundreds of people there who were there that day, it was a very exciting day. And it was made into a remarkable moment when a group of people stood up as the two ministers were signing the agreement and began to sing, "O Canada." That's the kind of Canada I want to be a part of.
Resuming debate, the honourable deputy.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to speak this week to Bill C-50, and with the time that we have, we are not able necessarily to go through all the issues. Bill C-50, which is the budget implementation bill, I mentioned when I spoke earlier this week the issue of the type of society we want to build. I emphasized the philosophy underlying the budget presented by the Conservative government, which is a very conservative approach. I pointed out the fact that a lot of tax credits were being given to banks and big oil companies, but manufacturing and forestry companies are ineligible for these tax cuts because they are not making any profit. They are systematically closing their doors, in fact. I would like to speak now a little bit more in depth on an issue that is more in line with my responsibilities. I have spent a lot of time studying military contracts, and the military aspect is important in this budget. Since the Conservative government came to office, there has been a strong trend toward militarization, and we have a somewhat American vision of the military. The military supply companies in the U.S. and Canada have discovered a gold mine with the government's actions and the various missions. The government is allocating some $20 billion over the next few years for military procurement. And more troubling yet is the fact that there has been very little consultation. It almost takes an expert to understand the details and the gist of these various military contracts. The government goes through a certain process to procure military equipment. We are talking, as I said, about over $20 billion in purchases. The government needs to tell foreign suppliers and foreign governments, here are the missions and the responsibilities we are undertaking. Here is our defense policies based on those intentions. And we also have the foreign aid aspect. CETA is aligned with that, of course. But in fact, we have not had any such policy since 2005. The Liberals brought out a policy statement at that time. At this point, we are seeing announcements or the signing of contracts for over $20 billion in procurement. We have not had a foreign affairs policy. We have not had a defense policy announced. What we need to see then is what kind of equipment that should follow the announcement of a defense policy or a foreign affairs policy. That is, decisions about what is going to be needed. The government has been saying for 2 years now that there would be an announcement of policy and of the overall needs, but they are now planning to procure in pieces, one by one, the various types of equipment that they think they will need. Canada is at risk of creating foreign affairs and defense policies based on procurement that has already been done. They do not have a policy that would tell us, well, in fact, we do not need C-17s, we do not need this or that equipment. But in fact, if the equipment is already bought, then that cannot happen. We need to decide what is the policy, what is the capacity we need, and then what kind of equipment we need. It is, after all, Canadian and Quebec taxpayers who will have to pay the price. We talk about the C-17s that will cost $3.4 billion. There are two parts to a military contract. First of all, the cost of procurement, and then the 20-year maintenance costs. And this is the new approach by DND. There are many companies in Canada that hope that the procurement costs and the spin-offs will produce economic benefits. But in many cases, and in fact, the strategic airlift C-17s are a case in point. The contract is going to Boeing. There will be little economic benefit for Canada because all of the 20-year maintenance and support will be done in the U.S. as well. One might hope that Canada and Quebec will benefit, but Boeing has the choice to take that on, so we may not get the much benefit from the $3.4 billion in spending. We have $1.4 billion being spent on tactical aircraft produced by Lockheed Martin. Only part of the benefit will come here. That is $843 million in economic spin-offs will come to Canada and Quebec out of the $1.4 billion in procurement. This is very unfair to Quebec, Mr. Speaker, and I have figures here. 54% of the aerospace industry is located in Quebec. In the Lockheed Martin contract, only 28% of the spin-offs will come to Quebec, and that is unfair. Only 4.6% of the aerospace industry is in the Atlantic provinces, but they will get 27% of the economic spin-off. So with 4.6% of the industry, they get 27% of the spin-offs, and Quebec, with 54% of the industry, gets much less. This is blatantly unfair, Mr. Speaker, and I could go into more detail as well. The Boeing Chinook helicopters are an investment of $4.7 billion. This has just been announced. The Canadian contract will go to the front of the line. There seems to be an agreement that has been made at Bucharest with the American government. So $4.7 billion, and once again, it is not at all clear that the maintenance contract will be given to Canada. The Canadian government has given up its rights to decide how much of the economic benefit will come to Canada. So Quebec is a big loser once again. We also have the supply aircraft, the transport trucks, $1.2 billion, search and rescue aircraft, $3 billion. But I want to point out, with respect to the search and rescue aircraft, do help Canadians when we need to go into the mountains or into remote areas. These SAR aircraft will help Canadians. But that isn't the priority. It's at the end of the list. I met with the Air Force General this week, and he said that this is not a priority. Almost all of the contracts have already been signed for the other equipment, so this is very unfair. It is really unfortunate that the government is investing in these things when people need help in the manufacturing and forestry sectors. People need employment insurance benefits. They need other kinds of assistance like the GIS, and this is one of the reasons that we will be voting against the bill before us today. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I enjoyed serving on defense with the member. It's got very good input, and of course, as he knows, I always talked about the North and encourage more military in the North. I just wonder if you wanted to comment on the North at all, or the military in the North, the fact that we need increase. I've been pushing for increase, and some of the failures related to sovereignty. I mean, the Prime Minister promised 2 icebreakers, and there's not even going to be one. There's going to be maybe one finally, but it's not new because it's replacing. It's not coming till one is died, a very old one. They cut back the Aurora flights, which used to do the surveillance of the North. And as I travel across the North, there's the Canadian Rangers, which they said they would support and increase, have all sorts of technical problems in getting their pay and their and it's such a tiny expense. Why could they not at least make it good for those very important Northern Rangers?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent work on the Defence Committee, and not only on the Defence Committee. He is someone who defends his region, that is Yukon, regularly, and he is right to do so. There are major issues in the north right now with the opening of the passages. There will be more marine traffic, and it is high time that we started to listen to the concerns of those from the north. There are issues, but there are great natural resources as well. We need to occupy that territory. We need to have more support for the Canadian Rangers, but the government has also made commitments to the north. That takes people being there. We need aircraft that will be flying to ensure Canadian sovereignty, and we will need ships as well. The government does seem to be pulling back from its commitments. We have supply ships that are going to be invested in, but I heard the Prime Minister too say that there would be 3 icebreakers. Is that the right way to go? Maybe we need to have the 4 countries that have claims in the far north sign an agreement. We have the American Navy. I don't think that the Canadian Navy could hold its own very long against that Navy. He is a great defender of Yukon and the far north.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the remarks of my colleague. I appreciate them, but I do have a question for him about the drinking water needs in Canada. We know that this is a problem in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada as well. We learned recently that there were some 1,600 places in Canada where there were serious problems, where there were boil water advisories, as well as 93 reserves where Aboriginal peoples have water problems. I wonder if he could make a comment about that problem and the inadequate efforts made by this government to resolve the problem. Right now, the problem is before the United Nations. Many people want water to be a right for all human beings. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make the link with what I have just said. One of the major polluters, I have been in the north with the armed forces, and I really support the armed forces. We know that they do often leave behind pollution that creates pollution. We have in Fort McMurray the oil sands industry that has created huge areas where there is pollution and where there are reservoirs of polluted water. We need to make sure that we avoid polluting our water. We need to put an end to this policy of being able to sell water. The oil companies are the ones taking advantage of the tax credits offered by this government, but are they good citizens when it comes to keeping our water clean? I don't think so. This is where the government has a role to play. It has to drop its laissez-faire approach to make sure that our drinking water is kept clean. This is an important legacy for our children and grandchildren.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-50, the Budget Implementation Act. And I'd like to speak on 2 aspects of the bill. One are the significant changes to the immigration system that are included in this bill, and the second are the priorities of the bill that we're debating today. Mr. Speaker, I represent Vancouver East, and I have to say that it's certainly a riding in Canada that reflects the multiculturalism of our country. It's a riding and a community that's built on immigration. Vancouver East would not exist in terms of its economic vitality, the people who live there, if it weren't for many waves of immigration beginning in Strathcona and moving throughout all of East Vancouver and indeed Vancouver as a whole. So immigration is a very important part of our community, and immigrants and new Canadians are people that we welcome into our community. So it's very concerning and alarming to me to see that the budget bill that we're debating these days in the House contains such dramatic and significant changes to our immigration system, and that it is through a budget bill. One would expect that changes to the immigration system would be contained in legislation pertaining to legislation, and that legislation would then go to the Immigration Committee. But what the Conservative government has done is basically bring in very significant changes to the system through the back door. They're trying to hide it under the cover of the budget bill and hope that nobody notices. Well, luckily, there is now a growing debate, certainly in my community and across the country, about the impact that these immigration changes will have if the budget bill is approved. The immigration changes that are contemplated, Mr. Speaker, will give major new powers to the Minister to control the types of applications she accepts. It will impose quotas, it will dispose of current immigration applications, and will even allow queue jumping. There will be new limits put on humanitarian and compassionate grounds category, which often is used by many, many families for the purposes of family reunification. And it will even give the Minister the power to deny visas to those who meet all of the immigration criteria. So this is conferring enormous, and I would say very dangerous power on an individual, a powerful minister, and it's being done through the back door. But I think probably the most significant change that is happening here is that it's supporting what has already been a policy shift wherein our immigration system is increasingly being weighted to and being understood as a system that looks at immigrants as economic units. And so, for example, these changes will allow the applications to be disposed of and put aside, but it will allow a further dramatic increase in what's called the foreign worker program or the guest worker program, where people are treated as cheap labor from foreign countries. We've seen it in Alberta. We've certainly seen it in BC, where there's been a massive influx of foreign workers who are often exploited and abused by employers. It's very hard to track what's going on and whether or not they are able to avail themselves of their rights as workers. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is something that is incredibly alarming in this budget bill, that we're seeing this dramatic policy shift in our immigration system that will displace families, will do nothing further in terms of reunification, and will place a greater and greater emphasis on foreign workers who come to this country on a temporary basis. They have no adequate rights. They're not treated as permanent residents. They don't have an opportunity to become citizens. Something that we've seen in Europe, actually, and you can see the kind of instability, both politically and culturally, that it fosters, where you end up with two tiers of people. You end up with citizens, and you end up with workers who have no real status, who are never protected in the society of which they are major contributors to. And that's the kind of thing that we absolutely should not be accepting in Canada. And I'm very afraid that that's what will happen under these changes. Mr. Speaker, there are other very concerning things in this bill. Just a few days ago, a couple of days ago actually, April the 8th, the homelessness count in Metro Vancouver was released. And this count was done, it's done every few years. It was conducted by over 700 volunteers who literally go block by block, alley by alley, shelter by shelter, and they
they endeavour to get a very accurate count, and indeed they do get a very accurate count of people who are homeless, whether they're in shelters or whether they're on the street. And what that homeless count showed us, it was done March the 11th, the results were produced April the 8th. It showed us that overall there's been an increase of 19% in the number of homeless individuals found in Metro Vancouver. Now that's a 19% increase since 2005, when the last count was done, and it's a 131% increase since the previous one before that was done, which was 2002. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is something that should cause enormous concern. I know in my community, in East Vancouver, and particularly in places like the downtown east side, the visibility of homelessness, the number of people who are on the street, the number of people who are destitute, the number of people who are living so far below the poverty line with no resources, no hope for the future, is something that causes enormous distress. It causes illness and sickness. It causes mental distress, not only to those individuals who are in that predicament, but also to the community at large. And so the latest figures from the homeless count are something that should be sending off alarm bells. And you would think that there would be, and there would have been over the years, a concerted effort to address this as a grave human tragedy. In a country as wealthy as Canada, nobody should be sleeping on the street. Nobody should be without shelter. Everybody is entitled to a living wage and to decent, safe, appropriate, and affordable housing. And yet, when you look at this budget, we see that there was no new money included in this federal budget for housing. I know that a group of local advocacy groups in the downtown east side, including Pivot, United Native Nations, DERA, the Power of Women, the Carnegie Action Project, and Streams of Justice, recently released a report that showed that there were 10 new low-income housing facilities that have either closed or will be closing for a further loss of 448 units. So, Mr. Speaker, we're facing a very, very grave situation in our community where people are either already homeless or are on the verge of being homeless, and yet there was nothing in this budget that will address those issues. And in fact, I read a quote from the minister responsible, or allegedly responsible, for housing, where he dismissed the idea that we needed a national housing program. I've heard the minister say that we're spending more money on housing, that this government is spending more money on housing than any other government in the history of Canada. Now, he's talking about mortgages. He's talking about existing projects that were built, some of them 20 years ago. We've had no new co-op housing built. We've had no new social housing built. Even the homelessness programs that we have are in jeopardy because it's not yet clear whether or not they will continue. So all of this creates incredible anxiety, both for the organizations that seek to assist those who are homeless, and certainly for the people on the street and in shelters who wonder, whether or not they will ever get a roof over their heads, wonder whether or not they will ever have a place that they can call home. So to me, Mr. Speaker, this budget is about priorities, and I find it shameful that when you look at the $50 billion in corporate income tax cuts that are contained in both this budget as well as the former economic and fiscal update that was given last October, when you look at these corporate tax cuts that are laid out from 2007 all the way up to 2013, we're talking about $50 billion that's been lost from public revenue. And if you look at that amount of money and think, what could have been done with that money? Well, it could have provided 1.14 million childcare spaces. It could have provided 74,000 hybrid transit buses. It could have provided 12 million units of nonprofit affordable housing. It could have provided assistance for 11 million students with their undergraduate tuition, or another 2 million graduates with their student loans. It could have provided a much greater emphasis on dealing with climate change. But none of these priorities were addressed in the budget, Mr. Speaker. And to add insult to injury, I can tell you when people in my community read that the VANOC, the Olympic Committee, received another $45 million, and yet housing got nothing, they knew that they were at the bottom of the list. So this is a very bad budget, and it's the reason we'll...
Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I want to thank my colleague from Vancouver East for raising a number of the issues associated with this budget that I too find fault with. Her riding of Vancouver East has many of the same social problems and social challenges that my riding of Winnipeg Centre deals with, not the least of which is a complete dearth of affordable social housing not by accident but by deliberate policy. First by the Mulroney Conservative government, which killed most of the social housing programs. I was the president of a housing co-op at the time, and during that era, most of the access to federal funding disappeared. But then, when the Liberals were elected, they killed off the last remaining streams of money for affordable social housing. So we can trace this negligence towards affordable housing through these three successive federal governments, in fact. My question for my colleague is that as I visited her in the riding of Vancouver East and the downtown East Side recently, a study was published at the very time of my visit that actually made the business case for affordable housing, in that it actually costs more per person in social services for a person who's on the street and without housing than it does to provide social housing. Can she expand some on that particular study?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and indeed the member for Winnipeg Centre. It was a pleasure to have him in Vancouver East, and we visited a number of organizations, and we walked around the neighborhood, and we saw the devastation of what's taking place in terms of the loss of affordable housing units. And it's very correct that there was a report that clearly pointed out that the cost of dealing with homelessness in terms of the social interventions that are required, the health interventions that are required, the emergency interventions that are required, are far outweigh the costs of providing secure, appropriate, and supported housing where it's needed. I mean, it's just dollars and cents. It's common sense, and to see the economics of that, I mean, to me, it's no rocket science. It's the basics about where we invest money. And so when I walk around the downtown East Side and I see vacant lots that are waiting to be developed as condo developments, and I see that people are being evicted from their homes only because they're low income and because their housing sat on land that has become very valuable on the east side of the downtown, to me that's a great tragedy, and it's something that doesn't need to happen. So again, it's very alarming that there is no money in this federal budget to provide for such a basic human need as affordable housing and shelter.
We just have time for one more brief question or comment. The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her talk about housing, because, of course, housing right across the country in northern regions is a subject of great degree of concern, and certainly my Minister of Housing in the Northwest Territories indicated that the only programs that they have available from the federal government are being sunsetted after next year, and there will be no money for housing for people in the north. And is that a similar situation in the south? Do we have this thing happening now where the federal government is basically, under the direction of the Conservative Party, getting out of housing entirely?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately that is the case, and I actually remember when I was the housing critic for the NDP, I visited the north and found that there were many common issues in terms of the north and the south, in terms of communities that are feeling the impact of a depleting housing resource and a lack of support from the federal government. And you can see it, in people's daily lives. You can see it with the sofa people sleeping on sofas and doubling up, and kids who have to stay at home many years later than they otherwise normally would have moved out. I've even seen communities where people had to go to the local jail to sleep overnight because they were homeless and it was the only place to go. So basically the federal government, under the Liberals and continued by the Conservatives, abandoned its responsibility. And in fact, Canada is now the only Western industrialized country that does not have a national housing strategy. Even in the United States, there are far superior programs from the federal government that support state initiatives. We don't see that here in Canada, and we see the consequences in our local communities.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to debate on Bill C-50, the Budget Implementation Bill, along with it bundled, along with it, the amendment to the Immigration Act, and this is on the Immigration Act part that I will be focusing my debate on. Mr. Speaker, I represent the riding of Richmond, which is an island city just next to the city of Vancouver, where the International Airport of Vancouver actually situated. The riding is composed of mostly immigrants. It has a very booming economy. We have both the privilege of having a farming community. We have a dike it's very close to the city, and at the same time we have the convenience of the metropolitan facilities. So Richmond is have a very low crime rate with a booming economy, and the lifespan of our citizens is one of the longest in Canada. So we can demonstrate from our experience in Richmond that immigrants contribute a great deal to the lives of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government says the new immigration policy is aimed at reducing the backlog of immigration applicants. They said they want to expedite selected classes of immigrants and focus their resources on desirable immigrants, but their methods would not work, and they are wrong. The amendment tabled would destroy a democratic rule-based immigration system that has been hailed as a model for other countries to follow, and replace it with a dictatorial system allowing the minister to cherry-pick who is allowed to come into this country. The amendment to Section 87.34 states that if an application or request is not processed, it may be retained, returned, or otherwise disposed of in accordance with the instruction of the minister. Mr. Speaker, giving the minister the discretionary power to dispose of applications is an illogical way to reduce the backlog of applicants. What this government is implying, Mr. Speaker, is that if we have a huge backlog, we should give the power to the minister to handpick a few and then outright reject everyone else. This, to me, is not only unfair, but illogical. The amendment allows the minister to unilaterally and arbitrarily dispose of applications without any recourse, so an applicant would not be able to appeal their case. This is very unfair. The proposed amendment to Section 81.3c states that the minister may set the number of applications or requests by category or otherwise to be processed in any year. Along with the fact that unprocessed applications can be disposed of, this amendment will allow the minister to set a cap on applications. Mr. Speaker, capping the number of applicants only superficially reduces the backlog by temporarily not allowing potential immigrants make their application. I ask, Mr. Speaker, how is forcing applicants to pay for reapplications year after year going to help reduce the backlog? These are situations which a senior officials from the Department of Immigration agrees will happen. Mr. Speaker, reducing the backlog is not about prioritizing some and ignoring others. The Conservative government's rhetoric seems illogical. They said they can set priorities, but doesn't that mean there will be lower priorities? Even so, how does this reduce the backlog? Just because you focus on cleaning up the kitchen first, it doesn't mean the rest of the house gets any cleaner any sooner. But the worst and the most worrisome change that the Conservative government is pushing for, Mr. Speaker, is the change of a single word from shall to may. As it stands right now, if an immigrant passes the bar, then it is clearly stated in Section 11.1 that they shall be granted a visa. The amendment would change this so that someone who has already fulfilled the requirements only may be granted a visa. Why is the Conservative government trying to subvert the immigration process? If a reason is found as to why a visa should not be granted, then make it a part of the evaluation. If an immigration application, if an immigration applicant cannot be certain even after they have passed all requirements, why should they apply? And how will this help reduce backlogs? Time and effort would need to be spent in the processing of their application. I see this, Mr. Speaker, as yet another opportunity for the minister to cherry-pick again, even after the applicants have escaped the first round of cherry-picking by the minister. Mr. Speaker, none of the proposed amendments are aimed at clearing up the backlog or reducing wait times for applicants. It is about letting the minister choose who is and who is not a desirable immigrant. And again, this is an unfair method. The Conservatives' cherry-picking in the darkroom dictatorial approach will destroy our well-held, rule-based, democratic and transparent immigration system. This will lead us down to a very dangerous path. A senior immigration official was quoted on Wednesday in the London Free Press, saying, "There's no right in the law, and there never has been a right in the law to come to Canada." This is wrong, Mr. Speaker. It is because of this kind of attitude that led our forefathers to create a racist Immigration Act, better known as the Chinese Exclusion Act. After the Pacific Railway was built with Chinese laborers, they were no longer desirables. A head tax was exclusively applied to Chinese immigrants, and when that did not stop Chinese immigrants from coming to Canada, they were totally excluded. Yes, being allowed to immigrate to Canada is a privilege. However, we must apply that privilege fairly, respecting the Canadian core values of democracy, rule of law, and equality. This bill eliminates the right to equal opportunity for every application to be given fair review and consideration, regardless of background, country of origin, or skill set. Even after Paul Martin Sr. amended the Canadian Citizens Act in 1947 to allow ethnic Chinese to become Canadian citizens, in general, we Chinese still cannot have the privilege to come to Canada. It was not until the Right Honourable Lister B. Pearson changed the Canadian immigration system into a race-free, transparent, point-based system in 1967 that most Chinese could come to Canada. This continuing and worrisome trend by the Conservative government must be stopped. Canada's race-free and transparent immigration point system is hailed as a model for other countries to follow. It should not be tossed aside so lightly. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government committed $700 million in 2005 to cleaning up the backlog, which the Conservative cancelled after becoming the government in 2006. After ignoring the problem for more than 2 years, they now claim to have allocated $100 million to fix the problem. It is far from enough. Mr. Speaker, we must not allow them, under the excuse of solving the backlog problems in our immigration system, to lead us away from fundamental Canadian core values of democracy, the rule of law, and equality. I will vote against it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my honourable colleague across from Richmond, and I heard him talk about what a wonderful part of the world that Richmond is, and I would concur with him, and I know that he's very proud of it. But, Mr. Speaker, I also listened very closely to all of his comments, and I'm pretty proud of this side of the House that has righted some of the wrongs with the Chinese head tax that he spoke of. We've cut in half the immigrant landing fees. And I'd really like to thank the honourable member for being, in a way, a co-author of this new change. Mr. Speaker, as you know, that side of the House in government ran the waiting list from 50,000 to 800,000 immigrants. I can't think that they're very proud of that, but now they're obviously going to help us in correcting that with this new legislation. And I heard the honourable member talk about going to vote against it. And I would ask him if, through you, Mr. Speaker, if he's going to bring his colleagues to the House and vote against it, or if it's just another case of making his own leader look weak.
The Honourable Member for Richmond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. The biggest problem with this amendment, Mr. Speaker, is that it changed a transparent, open, rule-based democratic system into a dictatorial, undemocratic decision-making process just by the like of the minister. One of the biggest problems in the old days with our immigration system is that it's not transparent. So as a result of that, then because if it's not democratic and it's not fair, it's not equal to every ethnic groups or given parts of the world, then only a selected few, primarily from the European countries, can come to Canada. And it's not until 1967 the Right Honourable Lester B. Pearson see the problem of that system and corrected it with a new point system, which is transparent and equal to everybody else, that allow other ethnic groups to start coming into Canada. For the Conservative Party to now propose a system going back to the Dark Ages just is not right, and we must stand against that.
Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Alors, la députée de Acadie.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-50. Not that I'm pleased to see C-50, but I am pleased to speak to it. In C-50, we see the government coming to implant a corporation for employment insurance. For years, we have in the NDP asked to have an autonomous employment insurance fund, and Mr. Speaker, in 1986, the Auditor General said that the funds should be taken from the EI fund and put into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Well, what happened after that was that funds, surplus funds, have increased year over year, and basically the EI fund has become the cash cow for the government. The EI fund has provided many money, a great deal of money for the government, but it was the employers and the employees who contributed to it. The government wanted deficit zero. They balanced their budget at the expense of those paying into the EI fund, and that is one of the greatest ills in the country. When we were young and when we saw that the train went by, the train was full of money. Well, now it isn't. The monies were stolen. The fund was robbed of its funds. This afternoon, with Bill C-50, what we have is the legalization of that theft. And this afternoon, it's just like as if you went to the bank, you stole so much money, a certain amount of money, you're put in prison, and then it's going to be legalized. That's what's going to happen this afternoon with the monies of all the workers who work so hard. In addition to that, because in creating a Crown Corporation, which is different from what we requested an autonomous arm's length fund. They say, well, you're going to have more than that, than an autonomous fund. Well, there is a difference between an arm's length independent fund and a Crown Corporation. The first stands apart from the government, from employment insurance, but a Crown Corporation is independent, standalone. Well, let me think. What can I compare it to? Canada Post, the CBC. But when it comes to the House of Commons questioning an autonomous fund, they're going to say, oops, no, this is a Crown Corporation. Can't do that. The same thing as when you get up in the House of Commons to ask questions about the CBC or Radio-Canada, the government will say that it is a Crown Corporation, it is an arm's-length organization. Address your questions to the president of the corporation. In addition, the Auditor General has said that there would have to be a base of 15 million. It's going to be 2 billion in terms of a Crown Corporation. So that robbery that is going to be legalized over lunch in a vote in the House of Commons is growing. Either the choice is very clear to people. Either what the Liberals are going to do is either vote for C-50 or not vote at all. That's exactly what's going to happen this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. So what should have been done to help workers? Well, we've often heard about the PAWA program. That's a good example. You have companies rather that have shut down in the manufacturing sector, in the forestry sector. I remember the PAWA program in New Brunswick. There was a special program for fish plant workers of a certain age. When the plant closed, that special plan helped the older workers in the fisheries. The plans were there for that purpose, but today what you have is a government that is not helping the workers. There is insurance to help the workers, but how can it be that the employees and employers are left holding the bag if there is no help forthcoming from the government? Well, you have corporations that make and companies that make profits. Well, you don't commit somebody you don't hire somebody in your company because you want to on the basis of making a profit. You do work. There are companies that have had to close their doors, not because of employment insurance. No, that's not the case. A good employer is not afraid of paying employment insurance because he says, it hurts me to have to say to my employee, don't come in Monday morning because I have no work for you. There had to be benefits there, benefits to help families, to help them in their time of need. But in 1975, the Liberals made a huge reform that followed on the Brian Mulroney reform, and that continued up until 86. And then, in addition to the $55 billion, it seems that everything is going to be changed. It's going to be completely erased, rubbed out this afternoon at 3 o'clock. And what's going to happen You have the Conservatives in the House of Commons governing here in the House of Commons who have brought in a bill that will create a Crown corporation separate from the government because they don't like to answer our questions. They tell us at committee, stop asking, stop bothering us with this. The money is there. But you know, there are people who are living in need. There are families in need, and that government ignores them. What is going to be done with all that money? First of all, well, if you think of what could be done with that money, you could take away the 2-week waiting time. Those people who lose their jobs, it's not their fault. It's I'm going to repeat this over and over again here in the House of Commons. When the employer says to them, I have no work for you next week. But you can go on EI, but you have to have a 2-week waiting period. Who wants a 2-week waiting period? 2 weeks without money coming in? Who does that penalize? That penalizes the family. There's no electricity, there's no food, no grocery money. It penalizes the children, the family that can't pay its mortgage. That's what happens. And the government this afternoon is getting ready to do something that's never been seen before in Canadian history. They're going to legalize the $55 million surplus in the Employment Insurance Fund. That's what's going to happen. Instead of helping people, you have to remember that people on EI, they get some 55% of their salary. 55% of the minimum wage is not a lot. It's even less than social welfare, than welfare payments. So we'd like to see the 12 best weeks, but that's something else. We'd like people to be able to qualify at 360 hours rather than a far greater number of hours. I have asked on many occasions for 360 hours, but once again the Liberals in committee voted against what I was seeking to do. They supported the Conservatives yet again to take money away from employees who lose their job. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you lose your job, it's terrible. It's terrible. I can tell you that on the basis of the calls that I get from people in my riding office who say, look, I've lost my job. It's going to take me from 6 to 8 weeks to qualify. It's not that the officials can't do their job, because there aren't enough officials or public servants. It's not that the public servants aren't doing their job. It's just that there aren't enough of them. So what we need, in addition to all of this, is a program like POWA, which will help older workers, those between 55 and 60 years of age. That being said, I tell the House we will vote against C-50 because that is a vote that must be held.
A commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Acadie Bathurst for the public service that he's done Canadians today by sounding the alarm, as it were, by notifying Canadians that a crime is about to take place. If not literally, then certainly figuratively and certainly practically, that we're about to get robbed. If anything, Mr. Speaker, it's now 25 to 1 in the afternoon. By 3 o'clock, a crime is about to take place. Somebody should call the cops and get them in here to witness this, because hidden within this budget are two landmines that don't belong there. One is this immigration fiasco that they've snuck into this budget bill, and two is this manifestation of perhaps the greatest theft in Canadian history, $55 billion of surplus in the EI fund paid in by employees and employers. It's not the government's money. It's going to be taken from the employees and employers and used by the government for whatever spending priorities they see fit. Mr. Speaker, my question for my colleague, and the point I'd like him to speak to, is this government and the government before seem to have a misunderstanding about whose money it is. Now, Marcel Mass was the previous president of the Treasury Board. I'll ask my colleague to compare these two things. The former Liberal president of the Treasury Board, when there was a $30 billion surplus in the public service employees' pension plan, by legislation, by the power vested in them, they stole that money from those pension fund beneficiaries, just the same as this government is going to steal this EI money. Does he not see a parallel there that these guys don't seem to understand? It's not their money.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question that he raised, and a very important question. When you talk about the pension plan in the public sector, for example, when you go in negotiation, you negotiate the wages that you could get right away on your pay. But to protect your pension for later on, you negotiate a pension plan hoping they will not rob it later on. And that's what they have done by putting it in the pension plan, and after that passed legislature, and like you said, at 3 o'clock, the train will go by, and the robber is going to jump onto the robber, and they're going to take that money, and the train is full of money. $55 billion getting stolen at 3 o'clock this afternoon in this country. Money that belongs to the working people, men and women, that get up in the morning, go to work, pay a program that belongs to them, and has been stealing this afternoon by the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party of our country, taking away from men and women that is in the need, for family that is in the need. And I have been arguing this here for 11 years, and I felt I never lost 1 minute of my time to do it for the working men and women that built this country, and they took it away from those working men and women. And it's a shame what will happen at 3 o'clock this afternoon. A real shame. To put it in a way to make a thing that is going to look better. We are a good government because we're going to put it in this corporate organization like the Radio Canada or to CBC, Crown Corporation. Yeah, Crown Corporation will put it in there. And we're doing it because we're better than the Liberal, because we want to save your money. But they don't top of the $55 billion that it took away. That's what is a shame this afternoon. And it was very sad, and the study has been made. We should have a banking account of about $15 billion, and they're only going to take $2 billion and put it in there. And then when the $2 billion go down, what's going to happen? They're going to lose benefits again. They're going to go there and make change that the people will lose again benefits. And that's what is sad, Mr. Chair. That's what is sad that's going to happen this afternoon at 3 o'clock, Ottawa time.
We move on to resuming debate. Les prises du débat, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-50, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 26, 2008. And as a new Member of Parliament representing the constituency of Vancouver Quadra, I'd like to again thank the residents of Vancouver Quadra for their confidence in me. The people of Vancouver Quadra are educated, engaged, informed citizens whom it is an honour to represent, and I intend to advocate tirelessly for their interests in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government included many Liberal programs in this budget bill, albeit in watered-down versions, for example, post-secondary education. Many of the people who work and study at UBC live in my riding, and the quality and accessibility of post-secondary education is an important priority for them as it is for me. Past Liberal governments were known for their many investments to benefit universities, students, and research. Billions of dollars for these purposes in the Liberal budget update of fall 2005 were cut by the Conservative government, and I note that due to the work of the Liberal leader and members, this government in this budget has sprinkled back some of those post-secondary investments. The previous Liberal government left this country's finances in a strong position, but Bill C-50 underlines the mismanagement by this government that has drained the fiscal gas tank of our nation. This is entirely consistent with the abysmal record of past Conservative governments, including the Mulroney government, the Ontario Provincial Conservatives, whose finance minister, I might point out, is the finance minister for the Conservative government today, leave the incoming provincial Liberals in Ontario a landmine, a whopping $5.6 billion deficit. But most unacceptable in this bill is Part 6, and it is to that section that I'll address my remarks. Part 6 consists of amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. These amendments are substantive, they are bad public policy, and they are of deep concern to new Canadians and their overseas family members in my riding and across Canada. These amendments should never have been buried in this budget implementation bill. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government cannot be trusted, especially when one considers the past comments this Prime Minister has made about immigration. For example, in 2001, he stated that, in quote, west of Winnipeg, the ridings the Liberals hold are dominated by people who are either recent Asian immigrants or recent migrants from Eastern Canada, people who live in ghettos and are not integrated into Western Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, what did he mean by that? Was he referring to my riding of Vancouver Quadra? Is this someone who can be trusted to amend immigration laws? The Liberals, in stark contrast, have long been supportive of immigrants to Canada and their unique contribution to our multicultural landscape. I'm proud to continue that tradition as the Member of Parliament for Vancouver Quadra. This is an issue of great importance to me as an immigrant myself. The Minister of Immigration herself cannot be trusted. She has already misspoken in the House by claiming that last year about 430,000 new Canadians were welcomed into Canada under the Conservative government, more than under the Liberals. Not true. She later had to retract that claim and essentially confessed it was in fact inflated by including students and temporary workers. Actually, 36,000 fewer permanent residents have been accepted since the Conservative government started 27 months ago. Will the door continue to close arbitrarily to immigrants under this government's proposed amendments? The type of changes to the very foundation of Canada's immigration policy that this government is proposing must be considered in the open and not slipped into a budget bill through the back door. Mr. Speaker, the government is seeking to make changes that will close the door to immigrants, but even more concerning is that the amendment will give the government the power to be prejudicial in their implementation. The Conservative government has already demonstrated its mean-spiritedness over and over by cancelling the Court Challenges program that supports the most vulnerable Canadians, by weakening the infrastructure helping women advance our equality in Canadian society, by voting against a motion to lower the Peace Tower flag on a day a Canadian soldier is killed overseas. Mean-spirited. In Part 6, Section 11.1, for example, by changing one word, shall, to may in the regulations, immigrants who meet all the requirements may find Canada slamming the door in their face. That's mean-spirited. As well, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration is taking powers for herself to make arbitrary and unaccountable decisions, enabling her to pick some immigrants over others, sending some to the back of the line to start all over again, or slamming the door shut altogether. We don't know whether applications will be denied due to their country of origin or some other factor. According to Naeem Noorani, the publisher of The Canadian Immigrant, as quoted in the Toronto Star on Tuesday, in quote, this sets a dangerous precedent for a healthy democratic system. It is precisely because of past Conservative insensitivity towards Canada's immigrants that it is not appropriate for the government to have that power. The measures the government is seeking to introduce stand in contrast to the fairness and transparency and welcoming of new Canadians under past Liberal governments, a welcoming that has led to Vancouver becoming a thriving urban region underpinned by the contribution of new Canadians. My riding of Vancouver Quadra has welcomed more than 40,000 immigrants to Canada. Many are long-time residents now, others have arrived more recently. Vancouver Quadra community members who have self-identified in the census as being a visible minority include Chinese, South Asian, Korean, Japanese, West Asian, Filipino, Black, Southeast Asian, and Arab, amongst others. This diversity contributes to the richness of the community in so many ways. Of note, more than 23,000 residents of Vancouver Quadra are of Chinese origin, whether from Hong Kong, mainland China, or Taiwan. These new Canadians make important contributions to the social, cultural, and economic life of Vancouver Quadra and Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, just 10 days after I was elected, I organized a roundtable discussion to hear from 20 leaders in the Chinese community, my very first consultation as a Member of Parliament. Public consultation. But the changes the government proposes could prevent their family members from joining them here. The changes the government proposes could prevent those working in a particular field from becoming part of Canadian society. Through one stroke of the pen, the minister could place specific countries at the bottom of the list. In reality, we really don't know who will be acceptable to this Conservative government, a government that cannot be trusted to be fair. This government hopes to change Canada's immigration laws so that at a minister's whim, people who aim to come to this great country to make a better life and a better Canada could be prevented from even being considered. These are substantive changes that should be discussed openly and accorded a full debate. I am against Part 6, the sections of this budget bill that deal with the Immigration and Refugee Act. Part 6 should be considered separately, not as a part of Bill C-50, and Part 6 should be rejected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to welcome my colleague from Vancouver Quadra and compliment her on her thoughtful remarks and what I believe was her maiden speech in this House of Commons. I'm sure that her constituents benefited from the consultation that she did on some of the negative aspects of this particular bill and the subterfuge that's being foisted on Canadians by slipping this immigration amendments into the budget bill. But we in the NDP have dwelt at some length on how we find fault with the immigration section of this Bill C-50, and we came to a logical conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that what we intend to do is we're going to vote against the bill because we disagree with the bill. And I think it follows logically that when you disagree with something and you follow your principles, you vote against that. So as my colleague is new to the House of Commons, and this will be perhaps the first challenge of its type that she will have the opportunity to vote with, I can give her perhaps some guidance and ask her the question. First of all, the way it works here is if you believe in something, you stand up for it. If you disagree with something, you vote against it. Those are the basic tenets of being a public officer, a public servant. That is what your constituents, her constituents, Mr. Speaker, would expect of her, that she will come here and vote her conscience on what she really believes, and those things that she opposes, she will vote against. So will she or will she not stand up with those of us who oppose Bill C-50 and vote against it at 3 o'clock today, in 2 hours from now?
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the members' welcoming comments. It's a great privilege to be here. Unlike NDP members of the legislature in my province of British Columbia, that member and his party will never form government. So it is easy and predictable to vote against everything and oppose everything while never having to put forward constructive solutions that would be needed were one to assume the reins and responsibilities of government. I appreciate that the member supports the criticisms that I and my colleagues are making on immigration, the immigration amendments. We don't trust this Prime Minister. He's someone who has been quoted as saying that immigration should be essentially economic in nature when he was Chief Policy Officer of the Reform Party. And so how can we trust how these amendments will be applied, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I listen to this member now, and the term trust is a big one. Trust and confidence go hand in hand. And I understand that this member, throughout her address to the House here, talked about trust. And so I know that if I have some real concerns about someone and I don't trust them, I do everything that I can to make sure that they don't perpetrate some dastardly deed upon someone. So I can only think that if she really is convicted and really dedicated to her words, that she'll make sure that she acts according to those, so that she can plainly explain to her constituents how that she was judicious in not only her opinions, but also her actions.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the member opposite was talking about perpetrating dastardly deeds, I was waiting the rest of the sentence, which would have been about that government's blatant broken promise to the investors in income trusts. I heard that on the doorstep again and again in Vancouver Quadra.
I can allow a very brief comment from the honourable member for Kenora if he keeps it close to 30 seconds.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's obvious our colleague from Vancouver Quadras learned very quickly in this House. I mean, one of the things she pointed out very quickly is the mean-spiritedness of the other side of the House. So I'd just like to ask her, she's talked to a lot of people in the short time since she's been elected. She's a great asset to the House, but what are other Canadians? You mentioned you met with other Canadians. What are they saying about this legislation? Obviously, has some clear problems with the immigration. Please give us another.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra has less than 30 seconds.
Well, thank you to my colleague. My roundtable in the Chinese community had a lot to say and a lot of concerns about this amendment. But other Canadians that are ringing alarm bells include the Canadian Bar Association, Toronto Mayor David Miller, the Canadian Arab Federation, the Ontario Premier, the Toronto Sun, the Toronto Star, the Regina Leader Post, the Vancouver Sun, the Victoria Times Colonist, La Presse, the Ottawa Citizen, and many others. So there's a growing consensus this is a bad idea. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on this issue. I would like to welcome my colleague, the member for Vancouver Quadra, but now that I know her a little better, I hope that the 2010 Olympics will be happening in her area. I know they will, and I think she should enter in figure skating, because I think she has skated very well during her brief remarks here and her answers to the questions. Perhaps, as others say, we will never form the government. That is possible, and certainly that is not our intention. We do not want to form government. We want to reform the government. It is not true that we will not hold up our principles. In fact, we will vote against this bill. The member for Vancouver Quadra has a great many arguments to vote against this bill on. I would like to point out, for example, in the area of agriculture, this bill only provides $72 million over 2 years. The agricultural crisis that is affecting a number of sectors in Canada, which is the country, but I'm really talking about Quebec, is evident every day. $72 million over 2 years for Canada as a whole is definitely inadequate, Mr. Speaker. This government has turned a deaf ear repeatedly to the demands of farmers. Employment insurance is another issue. I will not repeat the arguments made already by my colleague, my friend here, the member for Acadie-Bathurst. He has indicated that there have been a number of difficulties. Now, I would point out that his hockey team in Bathurst is going to have a lot of difficulty getting to the finals. But come back now to the issue of employment insurance, which this government has not acted properly on. The government has vowed to set up this independent fund, but will the government provide the $57 billion that have been stolen from the existing fund, that have been stolen for workers? We understand why the Liberals are willing to vote in favor of Bill C-50, because if they formed the government, they would probably have this same problem to deal with, and that is what happened to the money that has been stolen from the EI fund and from workers. I would repeat what has already been said by the colleague, the member for Acadie Bathurst. I could talk about those things, but a lot could be done with that amount of money to deal with the various crises in Quebec, in Ontario, in the manufacturing sector, in the forestry sector. Of course, Calgary is not affected in the same way.
When we see the Minister for Economic Development for the Quebec region say, well, if there are fewer jobs in Quebec, move to Calgary to work. There are jobs there. Now, try saying that to someone who's 55 or 56 or 57, 58 years of age, someone who has 12 years left on their mortgage, working in Béarn, in Témiscamingue, or Clerval, in Abitibi, and what will they respond? Well, I spent my life at the sawmill. I started when I was 18. I thought that I would be entitled to a decent pension and retirement, and with the EI fund, there could have been money put aside for older workers, a LEAP-type program that we've been asking for at least 4 years. I've been here 4 years, and I've been hearing about it for 4 years, and whether it be the Liberals or the Conservatives, neither one of the parties has the political will to create this type of fund, and it wouldn't be expensive, Mr. Speaker. They could have put that in the budget, but they put nothing in the budget for EI to help older workers. Older workers will not forget that, Mr. Speaker. And the same applies to seniors. But in that case, it's even worse, because not only did they steal from the EI fund, and I like the argument that was made by the member for Acadie Bathurst as of 3 o'clock this afternoon, thanks to the Conservatives and with the support of the Liberals, they will make legitimate the theft of $54 billion. So that's worse than highway robbery, because that's exactly what they're going to be doing. With the new EI Commission, they will say, well, it's all taken care of now, but are we going to get the money back? No. They can use it to buy helicopters that fly more or less well, to buy submarines that leak, because sometimes there are problems with them. They bought guns, they bought weapons, they took $1 billion a year to go to Afghanistan, where we have no business being. So in any case, the worst theft was the Conservative election promise, the promise they made to seniors. And I remember because I heard them. They said, elect us, vote for us, and we will give you back the GIS and it will be retroactive. Well, hang on there. Senior says, fine, great. But as soon as they are voted in, the promise is broken. Now, Mr. Speaker, they could have put that in the budget. They had the money to do it. There's $11 billion in the surplus. They could have taken some of it. It wouldn't even cost $1 billion to help seniors to make ends meet. And I'm speaking to all seniors who are 70 and over, like my mother, who today lost $12,000 because of the Conservatives and their ridiculous promises. You don't make a stupid promise like the promise that was made, that is to give seniors the guaranteed income supplement and make it retroactive. There are seniors who lost $4,000, $7,000, $12,000. They were entitled to retroactive payments going back 7 years, but they were told, no, you can only go back 1 year. And that was it. But when you owe the government money, well, I can guarantee that they can go back 5 years and they can make a retroactive seizure of this money. But the Conservative government decided, well, no, they would pay at most 12 months in retroactive payments. They owe them this money. They stole from seniors, Mr. Speaker. Are they going to give them back the money? No, Mr. Speaker. And so that's another reason why we're voting against it. Mr. Speaker, I'm the Aboriginal Affairs critic for the Bloc Québécois, and I've heard a few things I can tell you. And the Liberals used the Kelowna Accord as their hobby horse, so I won't go back there. But I will tell this government that they had the money that was needed to help Aboriginal people through one of the worst crises that they are experiencing today. When you say that not far from here, about 165 kilometers north of Ottawa, there's a place called Kisisakik, and in that community, it's like living in the 18th century. There's no running water, there's no sewer system. They live in hunting camps, and the government had promised to deal with the problem. They did nothing for Aboriginal people, nothing. And they'll say, well, we're spending $650 million over 2 years, which means $330 per year, whereas in Aboriginal communities in Quebec alone, and I'm only talking about Quebec, we would need 10,000 housing units. The entire northern part of the province, all of Nunavut, has to be rebuilt because of frost. Now, Mr. Speaker, you're telling me I only have 1 minute left. I had so much to say. I will try to say one final thing. This government did not even need to add to its budget to help with social housing. Social housing, Mr. Speaker, well, they have money in CMHC, Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation. They have amazing surpluses in that corporation. They could have taken $1 billion. They wouldn't even have noticed it to help with social housing. Well, no, we'll just set it aside and we won't speak of it further. There are so many things, Mr. Speaker, so many things that this government had promised and didn't do. And so, Mr. Speaker, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, the Bloc Québécois members will not be afraid. We are going to stand up and vote against this budget, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate. Veuillez prise du débat.
The Honourable Member for Mamilly-Lila, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak to C-50, after having dealt with it generally, and now when we are dealing with the amendment and the debate will end this afternoon, is to say that the budget was not satisfactory for the Bloc Québécois nor for the Quebec people, because there's no type of support for the manufacturing or forestry sectors in this budget. And recently we have seen that the crisis has nothing to do with the management capabilities of those who are in charge of these companies. La Beauce is an area that provides materials for construction, and thousands of jobs have been lost, and the Beauce area is not responsible for that. There is a huge manufacturing sector there, and for years now, I remember when I sat on the Industry Committee over 2 years ago, we had made 22 unanimous recommendations for the government to help the manufacturing sector and the forestry sector, and the government decided to not follow up these recommendations. So today, in that part of Quebec, and it is a jewel in our area. We see that young couples, young people are losing their jobs. Everything is crumbling, and it isn't only because of nature, it's because of changes in the market, the increase in the value of the Canadian dollar, but this could have been foreseen. And we expected the federal government to have a strategy, an action plan for the industry, and it isn't because they weren't warned. The Industry Committee made 22 recommendations. They were all unanimous, and the government followed 1 or 2 of the recommendations, and that was it. Then we had a Finance Committee, and it sounded the same alarm bell, and it asked the House to pass a recommendation, but there's nothing in the budget. So that is one of the reasons why the Bloc Québécois cannot vote in favor of this budget. Another terrible fact in the budget, regions need additional support, and yet they've cut $107 million from Economic Development Canada, the agency for the development of the regions, and the minister responsible who said after the election there will be a Marshall Plan. Well, it's a Blackburn Plan now, but all we've realized is that thousands of jobs have disappeared throughout Quebec, throughout Canada as well, because Ontario is also affected by this manufacturing crisis in a very big way. And instead of adopting a laissez-faire approach without any type of industrial strategy, they're going to cut some of the existing programs, some of the existing budgets in areas where more help is needed. So this alone would be enough to vote against this budget. My colleague earlier mentioned older workers and help that should be given to them, and it's important to allow people who have worked 30, 35 years for a company to have some type of possibility to bridge the gap between the end of their employment and their pension. And this should be part of an industrial strategy, because in the forestry sector we can see the consequences. Jobs are being cut, the youngest people are laid off, they manage to keep on the older workers, but they end up losing their jobs eventually, and they have no money to make it until they have their pension, and all of the young people have left because there was no work for them, so they can't get the industry going again. The government seems to think that the market forces should be allowed to work, the market will take care of itself, and the government should not become involved. I don't think that's right. The people should expect that their government will create the conditions to ensure wealth and ensure proper economic conditions, and this is the worst type of government we could have for this type of reality. Unfortunately, it reminds me of what happened before the crisis in the 20s and 30s in the United States, where the Republicans who were in power at the time said, well, the government has to intervene as little as possible. Luckily, they elected Franklin D. Roosevelt and the Democrats, and they had the proper theories to get the economy back on the rails. Now, we would have liked to see this type of attitude shown by this government, but that is not the case. Now, something for older workers would not have cost billions of dollars. Less than $100 million is all that would have been needed for that type of program, and hundreds of thousands of people who have worked their entire lives to support their families could have had a minimum income to tide them over until they could draw their pension. In 2004, during the election campaign, I saw what happened when a plant closed down, when Whirlpool closed down in Montmagny, and the effects are still being felt. It doesn't mean that it isn't a productive, dynamic region where there are jobs, but when 500,000 people were 150,000 people were laid off. Some managed to find jobs, but others still remain unemployed, could not find jobs for various reasons, and they deserve help. But we don't see this in the position that has been taken by the current government. Now, for Quebec, there's a provocation, a very clear provocation that's unacceptable here. It's the Minister of Finance's stubbornness, and I have a feeling that perhaps he has future career aspirations. He might want to become Premier of Ontario someday, but in any case, he's so obstinate in wanting to have a single securities market for Canada. We've shown that in Quebec we have our own securities market that is very effective, that could work very well with other markets and could provide quite attractive services, but the minister wants nothing of it. Now, between what we see in the budget and between what Quebecers told us when we undertook our consultation before the budget, there is nothing that resembles what Quebec has asked for. And the Conservative Party, beyond words, beyond adopting a motion on the Quebec nation, once the time has come to flesh things out and to explain what this means for Quebec, there's nothing in the content of the federal budget. We would have liked to have the government provide answers and responses to these concerns. For culture, for example, there is no reinvestment that we deserve. That is one way to express what a nation means. The Quebec nation throughout North America should be able to continue its outreach, build on its success, go even further, and we would have liked to see something by the federal government to help enhance that nation, and there is nothing in the budget for that. The same goes for there's a difference in culture between the Conservatives and Quebec, and that's the lack of emphasis given by this government to the sharing of wealth. Quebec in the past had programs such as parental leave, child care programs, systems that because of the choices made by Quebec society, we had enough money to do certain things, but we don't see that same approach in the federal budget. And the most important one would be social housing. We could have killed two birds with one stone. If you build social housing, you create employment, the construction industry can grow, and people can have these housing units to try to find their way out of poverty. Often they have to pay 60 or 70% of their income just to keep a roof over their heads, and they don't have enough money for anything else. So I will close with this, Mr. Speaker. Part of the population is outraged by the Conservative position. That would include women, the women of Quebec, the women of Canada, who lost an important tool because the Conservatives decided to use an approach that is more akin to a private company than a government. So for all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I feel that this budget is a bad budget for Quebec, a bad budget for Canada, and we hope that the Conservative government will finally get the message, because now they're taking advantage of internal problems within the Liberal Party of Canada, but in practice it is a bad budget and it's a bad situation. It in no way meets the expectations of of the people of Quebec, the people of Canada, when it comes to a minority government. They're acting like a majority government, and they don't take into account the interests of Quebec.
The commentary, the honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our colleague for his usual good speech when he said that the Conservatives were taking advantage of the Liberals and their internal problems. I'd go even further. They're taking advantage of the Liberals because the Liberals have no principles, and you have to have a principle in life. We'll see what happens at 3 o'clock this afternoon. My colleague sat on the Human Resources Committee for many years. He worked very hard on the employment insurance file. He comes from an area where there are seasonal workers, and he worked very hard on that. I can grant him that. But this afternoon, when he sees the Liberals join with the Conservatives to legalize the theft of $55 billion from the EI fund, because C-50 actually does that, does he really see a difference between the two parties that have been in government for so many years? It used to be the Liberals, now it's the Conservatives. Does he see any difference between those two political parties when it comes to helping regular people, workers, people who need the support of their government? Is there any difference between the two parties? The honourable member for Mamangili-Kabraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Earlier I said that one of the problems with this budget is the fact that the official opposition, because of internal problems and leadership problems, can't seem to take a clear stand. And my colleague is right. It isn't only a matter of leadership issues. The EI fund shows that this money was taken from the workers and the employers who paid into the fund, and they tried to take it to pay down the deficit. These people got no return on their investment. There are other people, when fighting off the deficit, paid their taxes and then got tax breaks. There are people, big companies, for example, have had significant tax breaks granted to them by the Conservatives. But people who paid into the EI fund, people for whom the benefits, or rather the requirements, were tightened, never got anything on their any type of return on their investment. There will be an agency that we hope will be something like an independent fund, but they will not have the money that they could have had, money that was put into the fund, and the current system does not provide the benefits that they should have. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst supplementary. Well, would my colleague not agree that a Crown corporation is different from an independent fund, because an independent EI fund or agency would still be part of the government, but it wouldn't be part of the general revenue, whereas a Crown corporation, as my colleague knows, with a Crown corporation we can ask with certain agencies we can ask questions about how the money is being spent. But when you have a Crown corporation, the government can say, well, ask them, we don't answer for them. Does he not think that might happen if we have a Crown corporation instead of an independent fund, which would still be under the government's purview? The Honourable Member for Mamingika-Rivière-du-Loup. Yes, my colleague is right that we have to keep a very close eye on things in order to see whether or not the final outcome is acceptable. But I think what we must remember is the fundamental mistake, and that is that the seasonal workers in my riding and his riding, seasonal workers throughout Quebec and throughout Canada, paid into the fund for years. They provided $54 billion for the surplus, and they won't see 1 cent from all of those funds. And if someone can still assume responsibility for that, then they should say that if someone says that the fund cannot meet their needs, then they will have a very poor recollection of this year's budget.
Is the House ready for the question? Yes. Question? Mr. Jean, seconded by Mr. Tweed, moved that this question be now put. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. No. My opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members. Accordingly, this vote stands deferred until 3 o'clock today. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Bill C-23, report stage of a bill to an act to amend the Canadian Marine Act, the Canada Transportation Act, the Pilotage Act, and other acts in consequence. Resuming debate on motion number 1.
Who is... Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-23. It addresses, indeed, some of the valid concerns of the Canada Port Authorities with the current conditions of the Canadian Marine Act, Canadian Transportation Act, and the Pilotage Act. Port modernization, is required as part of the government's new policy framework for strategic gateways and trade corridors. This is to bring Canada's port more in line with what is happening around the world, where ports are obtaining government funding for infrastructure, the environment, and security initiatives. This includes long-term access to federal funding for security considerations as well. And this has been intended to satisfy international trading partners' security concerns. These goals we support. Our ports are the face we show to the world, and their development and their management should be the best in the world. But my criticism of this bill today stems from my observations as a local councillor in a small city with a harbour authority. And this bill, it seems to me, is deficient as drafted and amended and does nothing to ensure more public accountability for the use or management of what we should remember is public property. It does nothing to ensure the sustainable development of Canadian ports and harbours. My colleague on the committee from Windsor presented some amendments that would have gone a long way to ensure accountability. His amendments were deemed inadmissible by the chair because they supposedly went beyond the scope of the bill. But it is clear then that the bill was deficient as drafted initially. And this is what I'd like to speak to. Parliamentarians of both this government and the former Liberal government gave this bill such a narrow scope and seemed clearly unwilling at committee or in the drafting of it to address some of the problems of accountability in dealing with the management of lands that belong to the public and that should be managed in the public interest. And I'd like to give an example of what my colleague at committee, our critic at this committee, tried to do. He presented an amendment, and I quote him from the committee report. This amendment here is intended to provide some balance and also hopefully provide better relations between the port authorities in some areas where there are some difficulties. We all heard from testimony that even if you're appointed to the port authority through a municipality, it doesn't matter where, with the federal government, your loyalty is still, at the end of the day, to the port authority. What I'm hoping through this amendment is that you're going to see greater weight for people in that area. But we heard testimony that for anybody who's appointed there, the number one priority is to administrate the port. So in support of the argument made by my colleague, in Victoria, the Greater Victoria Harbour Authority includes a couple of elected representatives, a mix of industry groups from tourism, Victoria Chamber of Commerce, the Victoria Esquimalt Harbour Society, which is also largely industry representatives. Those are all fine organizations, Mr. Speaker, but they don't necessarily represent public interest. Several private interests don't constitute public interest. So what we have is essentially, in Victoria and across the country, is essentially private clubs that control public properties with no accountability to the public. And although one would think the elected officials appointed to the board would be accountable to their electors, this isn't the case either. Instead, as my colleague pointed out, they must commit their loyalty to the board, not to their electors. And certainly in Victoria, the board has taken on an even more corporate model. So there's an obvious problem of possible conflict of interest that might arise, but even more so, this is happening with the complicity of the federal government. And neither Conservatives nor Liberals seem to see any problems with that. It was clear in reviewing the testimony at committee that agencies' interests were represented during the review of this bill, but I didn't see how port communities' interests were represented. And I think it's fair to question whether the interests of port agencies always coincide with those of the community. I would say that isn't the case, judging from some of the examples that were identified. But I'd like, rather than dwell on the problem, I'd like to propose a measure to the government that could have been added in drafting C-23 to really modernize the Canada Marine Act, Transportation Act, and Pilotage Act that would have ensured the community's interests were served by port authorities, and that would have ensured the accountability in the governance of what is public property, what does belong to the public. And that's the principle that I would call a triple bottom line approach. And this is a business principle that measures corporate or government performance along 3 lines: profit, environmental sustainability, and social responsibility. Triple bottom line considers people, planet, and profit, the principle being that environmental quality and social equity are just as important as profit. In fact, the phrase triple bottom line was coined by John Elkington, co-founder of the business consultancy Sustainability. He wrote Cannibals with Forks, the triple bottom line of the 21st century business. Triple bottom line reporting has become increasingly popular among large companies worldwide. A KPMG survey shows 45% of 250 global companies publish a corporate report containing details of environmental and social performance. So, Mr. Speaker, adding in a clause in the Act requiring that all presently held federal harbour port properties be managed or divested to port authorities on a triple bottom line basis would begin to ensure public values.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I have had some patience, but the reality is as you know, this is about the letter A, which is an amendment, and this debate is supposed to be on the amendment itself. The amendment is simply an error in the difference between the French and the English, and it's on an insertion of the letter A. I don't know what the member's talking about that has anything to do with the amendment here today, and I would ask that she be relevant with the letter A and the amendment that's put forward here. We've already debated this, Mr. Speaker, and I know they have quite a few more speakers. They want to delay this some more and waste more taxpayer money, but I'd like it to at least be on point.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East on the same point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was here yesterday when the Parliamentary Secretary raised the same point of order after a number of members had already spoken on the bill and had been succinct in their comments, but had focused their comments on the bill. And in fact, the debate did go on in that manner, so I think it's really disingenuous to today raise the same point of order. And in fact, the member from Victoria is speaking very concretely about this bill at report stage, as she has a right to do. And I take great offence to the member's comments saying that we're wasting taxpayers' dollars. And I'd ask the question, what are we here for? We're here to debate legislation, to look at it in a fulsome way, to give it the full weight of opinion. This is not about dragging something out. It's about actually looking at legislation and being allowed to debate it. So I think it's very offensive to be told that doing your job is wasting taxpayers' money. We're here to actually represent the public interest and to represent those constituents. So I hope that you'll allow the debate to continue and the member to be able to make her comments, because I think she was doing very well in explaining her concerns that she has at report stage with this bill.
Just on the same point, I'll go. Is the Honourable Member for Victoria rising on this point of order, or is she rising to?
Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I'll go to the Honourable Member for Victoria first.
It is my clear understanding that it is within my right, and in fact it's my responsibility, to speak to what I think should be in a bill. And that is what I was trying to address. Perhaps my Conservative colleague objects to members presenting where they think the government isn't acting in the public interest, and that was what I was trying to do in my comments, Mr. Speaker.
I think I'll hear the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and then I think that should be sufficient. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would agree, Mr. Speaker. I don't make the rules in this place. All the parties make the rules. The reality is my understanding of the rules are very clear, Mr. Speaker. The rules are that in this particular debate, we're supposed to be focusing on the government amendment, the proposed government amendment. If they have an issue with the amendment, if they have an issue with the letter A being inserted to make the French the same as the English, then I think they should deal with that. If they have an issue with the bill, they've already debated that, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask for a ruling on the basis of relevance of this particular line.
I think all honourable members, I know that Marlo Montpetit has some guidelines on relevance at each stage of a particular bill, and we are at a report stage motion. I will allow the honourable member for Victoria to continue. She only has about a minute left in her remarks. The Deputy Speaker, the chair occupant yesterday, did make a ruling on this, and so for the for the sake of consistency, I'll kind of be followed by those guidelines today. But she has about a minute left. If she could stay as relevant to the motion as possible, I think all members would appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that wasn't my time that was being used up by these parliamentary diversion tactics. Mr. Speaker, I felt that it was very important to speak about a triple bottom line because it would ensure public values are protected as opposed to only the interests of a specific group. And Mr. Speaker, this absence of this kind of accountability measure in this bill in dealing with public property makes it unsupportable. Not surprising, as this bill is C-61's twin, tabled by the then Liberal government, and we know how well they did it, integrating environmental and social interests with economic ones, with 35% increase in greenhouse gas emissions, increase in poverty, and so on. But, Mr. Speaker, in the long run, when you integrate, it's just good public policy. When you integrate these components, in the long run, what it does is it yields energy cost savings. It causes better quality jobs, reduced infrastructure costs, and better environment and health, Mr. Speaker. Such a provision should, in fact, cover management of port and harbour properties, and it would be felt in my riding, Mr. Speaker, where an unaccountable body will be given control of more property, more public property, and that is just unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate hearing from the member from Victoria. As a former municipal councillor, as I am in Vancouver, and it's interesting to hear from the former municipal councillors, and I know we'll probably hear from more, because we all have experiences with dealing with local ports and the interface between the port in our community and the municipality. So I know that the member for Victoria had similar experiences that I had in the city of Vancouver, and I'd just like to ask her what kinds of concerns she had to deal with in terms of representing local residents. I know in Vancouver East, for example, we have people who live very close to the port. They're immediately adjacent to the port, so there's all kinds of issues about the interface between the port activity and a residential community, and that's one of the problems with this bill, is that those issues aren't really addressed. In fact, it gives the ports greater authority to undertake unrelated port activities on port land, and that's one of the concerns that we have. So I wonder if the member could give us some further information on that in terms of her experience as a municipal councillor in Victoria.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, my criticisms of this bill stem from my experience at that time where there were conflicts that were beginning to emerge, and precisely on the issue of land use, where requests for land use changes would have had impacts. And I think the amendment my colleague was proposing would have helped to better integrate the interests of both the Port Authority and the community. There are also noise pollution and that were being passed on to the local council about activities in the port that I think could have been helped by the amendments that my colleague had proposed. So that is the issue that I was trying to raise by asking the ports to adopt a more comprehensive reporting process to be accountable to the community in which it is situated. I think we all want our port authorities and our ports to succeed, but I think it has to be in the context of environmental and social good for the whole community.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate your ruling in relation to the relevance of this, and as such, my question will certainly be on point. And I'm wondering if the member could comment on the issue of democracy and stakeholders' interests. In this particular case, I sat on the committee. I know she didn't, and I heard all of the witnesses, and I know she didn't. But we didn't have one port, not one municipality, not one city, not one town, not one, Mr. Speaker, say one negative word about this particular legislation. So I'm wondering how the member can stand here today and criticize something that not one stakeholder said anything negative about. And I'm wondering how she can come forward with that.
Honourable Deputy de Victoria.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad he raised the question, because in reading the committee reports, it's everyone can see for themselves that there were only 2 representations by an association. And the question I wanted to raise, if he hadn't interrupted me while I was speaking originally, was that, in fact, I asked the port authorities themselves, agencies were represented, but how were the community's interests represented during those hearings? And I think the answer is that they weren't. My colleague had asked for a study allowing the committee to go from city to city that would have allowed the communities to speak out and express their concerns, not with the idea of stopping, but simply to hear from them. And this didn't happen during the review of this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in this House today to speak to the amendment that was tabled. And of course, there have been some points raised about relevancy, and I want to start off by talking about the fact that our duties as parliamentarians include that we need to pay very close attention to bills that come before this House. And I wish that I could say that errors and omissions in bills were a rarity. But unfortunately, in the tenure of this House, we have already seen a voter identification bill that had such serious flaws that the government had to reintroduce another bill to try to correct one error. And if there had been appropriate scrutiny by all members of this House, instead the New Democrats stood alone to oppose that bill because we were concerned about the very deep and serious flaws. And when people are talking about wastes of taxpayers' money, if appropriate attention had been paid to that voter identification bill, the government wouldn't have had to introduce a bill to fix it, which then took up House time and parliamentary time. And now we've got another bill before the House that there's been a minor amendment produced on this particular bill, but the member from Windsor West has done extremely good work in raising some very serious concerns about this particular bill. And of course, the question that we would have is a simple amendment of the letter A sufficient to correct all the flaws in the bill? And of course, we would say no, it's not. And to put it into context around why New Democrats have been standing, and I want to thank the member from Victoria for her very good words, and I will be echoing some of those because I too have been a municipal councillor. And a number of us on the New Democrat side of the House have been municipal councillors and understand that the rubber truly does hit the road in our communities with municipal councils. And I just want to talk a little bit about the importance of this bill to our local communities. I have a port authority in my local community, the Port of Nanaimo, and it's a very important part of downtown Nanaimo. And the reason that we have been speaking is that we are very concerned about the ongoing health and vitality of the ports. And certainly there were some positive things in the bill, but there were a number of things that we are concerned about in terms of maintaining the vitality of those ports. In my own city, the Port of Nanaimo businesses generate 3,700 direct jobs, $115 million in direct wages. There are in excess of 10,000 total jobs nationwide to the Port of Nanaimo, after including a multiplier. This is the induced and indirect effects. And these jobs generate $335 million in total wages. In British Columbia, Port of Nanaimo businesses generate over $160 million in direct gross domestic product and over $410 million in direct economic output. The total national economic impact of Port of Nanaimo, including indirect and induced impacts, is estimated at $500 million in GDP and over $1.1 billion in economic output. Direct employment is employment that can be attributed to the operation, management, and tenancy at the Port of Nanaimo, including firms on site at the port and port-dependent businesses off-site. Indirect employment is employment in goods and services, supplier industries that result from the presence of the Port of Nanaimo's direct employers. An example of a Port of Nanaimo indirect employment would be the supplier of machinery to value-added manufacturing tenants at the Port of Nanaimo. As such, indirect employment is generated in industries that supply or provide services to the Port of Nanaimo businesses. And this brochure concludes by saying the Port of Nanaimo produces jobs. Now Mr. Speaker, for anybody who's ever visited my community my riding of Nanaimo-Cowichan and the part of my community, Nanaimo, they will see a vibrant port. We have a port that has a commercial fishing fleet there. Over the summertime, there are people that literally come from the whole Pacific Northwest to enjoy the activities that happen at the port. The port has built a walkway around the outskirts, around the port that is heavily used. If you go there any Sunday afternoon, you will see from families from all over the city enjoying the very beautiful walkway. And that leads me to one of the points that the member from Windsor West has raised around the importance of how the board of directors is made up of these port authorities, because you have port authorities that have a distinct local flavor. They have a direct impact on jobs, on recreation, on environment, and on businesses. And one would hope that the board of directors would ensure that there was a linkage between the local community and the port itself. And the member from Windsor West has rightly identified some problems with the numbers of board members and the appointment procedure. And one would hope that every effort was made to ensure that local voices were adequately represented on these boards of directors, because that participation in the local economy and the local livelihood is so important. But instead, this bill fails to address some of the concerns that the member from Windsor West raised. And when we talk about, I know other members have raised issues around how land use planning happens at port authorities, around the connections with the local municipal councils or regional districts, around the broader connection to community. And I know the member from Victoria had raised the fact that as municipal councillors, we're hoping that more and more municipal councils become greener and greener. And one of the ways that we're encouraging municipal councils to become greener is to look at this triple bottom line, this triple bottom line accountability that everybody's talking about. And it's people, planet, and profits in the simplest way. And of course, what we want to see happen with port authorities is that their planning is integrated into the municipal planning. Now, in the city of Nanaimo and in most municipalities in British Columbia, we have something called official community plans, OCPs. And those official community plans lay out a vision for the community, and they're regularly reviewed. And municipalities, if they're going to deviate from the official community plan, have to often have hearings or pass special zoning amendments in order to deviate from the official community plan. And certainly when I was on municipal council in North Cowichan, that development of that official community plan was a wide community-based consultation process. And so people from all over the community came together to talk about what they saw as the vision for their community, whether it was recreational use, whether it was land use planning, whether it was how we're going to densify our community, a myriad of issues. And with the Port of Nanaimo and the City of Nanaimo, as they go through their community planning process, it's very important that the port is integrated into that official community planning process. And again, when we're talking about triple bottom line, it's important that these plans consider that triple bottom line. So when the Port of Nanaimo makes a decision about land use planning, and there is substantial land use planning issues around the port, it must fall in line with what the residents of Nanaimo are talking about, how they want their community to look. And unfortunately, when we look at appointments for boards of directors, it doesn't ensure that very close linkage happens. And so we've had examples in other. I know the member from Trinity Spadina has certainly raised some issues around the Toronto Port Authority. The member from Vancouver East has certainly raised issues around the Vancouver Port Authority, and how they often go off willy-nilly without considering the important issues that the community has outlined as their kind of future vision of that livable community that they want to see for their children and their grandchildren. And so that local representation is essential in terms of making sure that ports fit into the vision of the community. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the member also raised some issues around transparency. And one of the things that the member from Windsor West had called for was that the Auditor General have the power to probe Port Authority's financial practices. And of course, one would think that the Conservatives would welcome that kind of oversight, because they often talk about transparency and accountability. And yet, when they have an opportunity to do that, they fail to follow through on it. So that would have been an important amendment. If we're talking about adding a letter A, why not just stretch it to Auditor General oversight and accountability? Those are very good letter A's, and they would have been welcomed by the New Democrats as an improvement on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I can see that you're asking me to wrap up, so I would urge members, although we will be supporting the amendment on the letter A, once we get through the amendment stage, I would encourage all members to vote against the bill itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know my friend who just spoke did not have an opportunity to review the bill, or else she would have seen, of course, that there has been some consultation and there is a requirement for consultations with communities. And in fact, it goes beyond what the current bill has in place. So indeed, that is included within the bill and actually goes on for some time about the community involvement and how they have to be considered. But I'm wondering if the member could speak. I never got an answer from the last question that I posed to her, and that was the question that not one port spoke against this bill. And we heard from those ports. Not one port spoke against it. Not one city council, not one town, not one city, not one municipality, not one province came forward to speak against this bill, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering why today she stands in the House with the New Democratic Party opposed to this bill when not one stakeholder came forward to speak against the bill at committee.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I actually, contrary to what the member said, is that I did have an opportunity to review the bill. And of course, when we're talking about community input and consultation, it actually doesn't. It isn't in line with municipal authorities. So they can consult, but they still don't have to abide by things like official community plans. And when you talk about consultation, my understanding is that there was representative groups that came before the committee, but often you need to dig much deeper than that to make sure that you've actually covered the issues that are represented in this bill. And my understanding is that there are places like the City of Toronto that simply end up in court in terms of resolving issues that have been before them. So I would argue that the consultation that was at the committee was not sufficient.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and I compliment my colleague for her speech. And I know that, we're talking about Amendment A here, and the critical thing is what else has been missed in this bill. And, you know, what's interesting about this issue, and one of the amendments the member from Nanaimo Cowichan mentioned was the Auditor General amendment that we had put forth. And you have to wonder what this government has about accountability and why they're against it. When you look at the bill, it reduces accountability by eliminating local advocates and people that are representative on these boards. We're talking about land that's public land. We're changing the bill to allow unfettered access to a series of different more funds that now actually the municipalities will be competing against with them, and including the Border Gateway Fund right away. And at the same time, we're removing more oversight. So my question to the member is, what could be the motivation of this government to reduce oversight and to reduce public accountability when an amendment like this, the Auditor General, will be a simple thing to make sure that it's not intrusive to the point where there's confidentiality problems, but at the same time there's accountability from a third party for both the House and also the port authorities, and it also kind of clears up some of the controversy, I believe, that appointments can sometimes take.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Windsor West for that very good question. And it's beyond me to actually try to ascribe motives to Conservatives when they talk about accountability on one hand, and yet their actions fly in the face of true accountability. And this would be an example, again, of where if they truly were interested in being accountable to the Canadian public, they would allow the Auditor General to have some oversight on the port authorities. There's a tremendous amount of money that goes into these port authorities. Canada has the longest coastline in the world, and we have a number of port authorities. And one would think with that kind of money involved that the Conservatives would be willing to encourage Auditor General oversight. We know that the Auditor General's reports are well respected. They're seen as independent and certainly removed from any monkeying around by any government. And so this would be welcomed, I'm sure, from the Canadian public's perspective in terms of transparency and accountability.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Surrey North. Sorry, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise and speak today about the bill, and particularly to speak as someone who comes from the city of Surrey, which is on the wonderful Fraser River, and the Fraser River with all of the complexities and challenges it brings, including having a port authority. And when I look at the amendments that the bill and then the amendments that we are debating this afternoon, I am very concerned about what I've seen historically and I see coming through this bill, which would be corrected by the amendment, and I hope that it will be. The people who sit on a port authority need to be representative of the community in which they serve. And that is often not the case. They are often, at least in my experience, have been appointments from wherever. They have been people know, but they have not always been people who are representative of the needs of in our case, Surrey. And there is a much better way, I think, to comprise a board that will understand the unique and niche needs of that particular port and the responsibilities of that particular port authority. Now, those may be municipal councillors, they could be other elected people, they may be other people in the community who come from different kinds of backgrounds. But there needs to be some kind of balance so that the cities know, or the towns know, that there is a public oversight that is going on. Because there are very few ports up and down our coast, at least on the Pacific coast, that are not under considerable construction, have considerable work going on, in our case, considerable expansion going on, and people are very both interested and concerned in the direction that that expansion will take. If those decisions are not made by people that are trusted and by people who are in a process that is accountable, I wish we could find another word for transparency, but in ways that can be seen and understood by the public. For instance, can you explain to your next-door neighbor the rationale on which certain land is being acquired, certain construction is being built? I mean, the city of Surrey is probably one of the most exciting cities and one of the cities that is the most lacking in infrastructure dollars from both the federal and the provincial government. And the infrastructure dollars did go in part to transportation, but the infrastructure dollars that are necessary for the work that will go on in the ports will be a competition now amongst port authorities, amongst whoever else is applying for those infrastructure dollars. And it will make it more difficult, I think, for cities with growing infrastructure needs to be able to access those dollars. There is a great deal of discussion and consideration in Surrey, I think in Nanaimo, in growing communities about municipal consultation for land use. We have seen land use we have seen land that is used very badly. No consultation, no thought about what that will look like in 5 years, what it will mean to industry, what it will mean to residents. And there must be that opportunity for municipal consultation. A municipal consultation does not, Mr. Speaker, only mean consulting the people on the board or saying nobody came to committee to put forward a statement from witnesses. A lot of people wouldn't have known this was going on. They had no opportunity to have input into this or to make some comments about how the land is used around our ports. And in our case, I'm talking about Delta Port. And I want to speak to the compliance within port authorities and municipal planning processes. We worked so hard, and every growing city would tell you this, and perhaps those that are not, to have a municipal planning process that worked in partnership with the other planning processes that were going on that affected that city, whether it was transportation, whether it was regional planning, whatever that might be. And so there must be a way that there be real consultation between port authorities, i.e. the federal government, and the municipalities. And that's critical because municipalities will find themselves on the same path with their port authorities as they have with other authorities which they work, both federally and provincially. Yeah, I see your signal, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So on behalf of the bill, or the amendment, but also on behalf of Surrey and Delta Port, and our need for infrastructure and not to compete with everybody else for all the dollars that are there, I would very much encourage people to look at this amendment, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
The honourable member will have 4 minutes left after question period to conclude her remarks, but as it is now 2 o'clock, we'll move on to statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, from domestic organizations like the Canadian Islamic Congress to foreign tyrants like Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, no nation has fully succeeded in escaping the awful specter of anti-Semitism. Yesterday, B'nai B'rith reminded us that the anti-Semitic incidents in Canada have increased more than fourfold since 1998. In its annual audit on anti-Semitic activities for 2007, there were 1,042 incidents, mostly vandalism and harassment, but 28 involving violence. Our government has taken a leadership position in standing up against anti-Semitism. Unlike the previous Liberal government, we withdrew from the racist Durban process and denied funding to Canadian organizations hoping to attend Durban at taxpayers' expense. Our government is seeking full membership in the Holocaust Task Force. The Prime Minister's recent visit to Auschwitz reminds us that Canada must take a stand against anti-Semitism. As the Prime Minister wrote in the Book of Memory, we are witness here today to the vestiges of unspeakable cruelty, horror, and death. Let us never forget these things and work always to prevent their repetition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville.
I would like to add my voice to those who are fed up with this government's disregard for the rules that we've all agreed to live by. As we all know, MPs are allowed to mail a given flyer at taxpayers' expense to no more than 10% of their constituents. Yet this government is deliberately breaking this rule by forcing Canada Post to send their flyers out to 100% of constituents, increasing costs to the taxpayers by tenfold. I won't comment on the juvenile nature of these flyers because we can't legislate against bad taste, but I will pass along the feedback I've received from my constituents, primarily self-proclaimed conservatives, I might add, who are disgusted with the sleazy, misleading nature of these attack ads. They become even more outraged when they're told that these flyers have been sent illegally and at their expense. Government members may think they're above the law, but Canadians certainly know they are not.
The honourable deputy.
The honourable member for Laurentides Labelle. The honourable member for Laurentides Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, fire destroyed a senior's home in my riding. Some 30 residents had to be evacuated, and unfortunately, the fire resulted in the death of one resident. Many people were mobilized as a result of the fire at the Pavillon Campo, among them the owner, Mr. Alain Campo, who courageously pulled many residents from the flames and who is now recovering from his injuries at the Mont-Laurier Hospital. I'd like to underscore the courage and determination of the Mont-Laurier and Lac des Écorces firefighters who did a terrific job in battling the flames that led to this tragedy. On my own behalf and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to extend to the Plante family who lost a loved one my most sincere condolences.
Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I want to send my congratulations to the Hamilton and District Labour Council for hosting the upcoming 3rd Annual Labour Volunteer Activist Awards. On April 19th, the Labour Council will formally honour the contribution that union members make daily to the well-being of our city of Hamilton. Members of unions not only work for their local union on a volunteer basis, but often contribute many volunteer hours across the spectrum of services and agencies such as the United Way, retirees clubs, senior centres, and the list goes on. Labour activist volunteers make a huge difference in our community. They are involved with many issues and initiatives, the environment, health and safety related activities, cultural events, human rights and peace initiatives, women's issues, and other social services-based events. Union members commit their time, as all volunteers do, for the satisfaction of improving our community. I commend the officers and delegates of the Hamilton and District Labour Council for giving recognition to their members who are so deserving of our respect and appreciation.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, April 21st marks the 90th anniversary of the most famous aerial combat of all time, in which the Canadian pilot, Captain Arthur Royal Brown, shot down Manfred von Richthofen, Germany's illustrious Red Baron. By this act, Brown saved the lives of countless Allied pilots and brought to an end the career of the deadliest flying ace of the war. In some ways, Brown and Richthofens were each other's mirrors, handsome, intelligent, athletic, and natural leaders. So it was inevitable that this dogfight, which lasted only a moment, would become the stuff of legend, a metaphor for the nobility of aviators of all nations and of the tragedy of war. But this legend crowded every other aspect of Roy Brown's remarkable life from the public eye. There is time today to mention only one of his accomplishments. Unlike virtually every other RAF flight commander, Brown never lost a pilot under his command. Indeed, his decisive combat with Richthofen took place because Brown was diving to the defense of another Canadian pilot. Brave, understated, and thoughtful, Roy Brown was the very model of a Canadian hero.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Sister Margaret Smith on her upcoming induction into the Order of Canada. Through her dedication, compassion, and superior skills, Sister Margaret forever changed and enhanced the delivery of health care and social services in Northern Ontario. Serving as a nurse, as an executive director, and a coordinator of hospitals, Sister Margaret led outstanding, innovative nursing programs, hospital programs, and health care organizations. One of her most outstanding accomplishments was the Special Medical Unit, later renamed the Sister Margaret Smith Centre. This centre for mental health and addiction soon became a model for both the province and the nation, and has helped a multitude of men and women overcome great challenges. On behalf of the people of Nipissing-Temiskaming, I would like to congratulate Sister Margaret Smith on her induction into the Order of Canada and to thank her for her outstanding work and contribution to healthcare in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we mark the anniversary of a pivotal event in Canadian history, the Battle of Vimy Ridge during the First World War. Today we remember a highly decorated hero from that war, Captain John McGregor of Powell River, British Columbia. Captain McGregor received the Commonwealth's highest honour for his bravery during the war, the Victoria Cross. From September 29th to October 3rd in 1918, near Cambrai, France, he proved his courage and tenacity, although wounded. Single-handed, he put the enemy crews out of action. His heroism will be recalled at a simple but poignant ceremony in Cranberry Cemetery in Powell River, where a new grave marker will be dedicated at his final resting place. Mr. Speaker, as we prepare to mark the 90th anniversary of the end of the First World War, let us pledge to never forget those who served their country when we needed them most, lest we be forever grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Argenté-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, last February 27th, the House passed Bill C-11, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and the Railway Safety Act. The aim of the bill was, among other things, to make it mandatory for airlines to provide a detailed account of their airfares when reservations were booked. Senate amendments, supported by the Conservatives and the Liberals, who caved under pressure by the airline industry lobby, repealed that obligation. The Bloc Québécois was opposed to the amendments, which were detrimental to the collective good. 1 year later, airlines continued to hide these charges from consumers. It's unacceptable. For the time being, there's no law or regulation that forces airlines to publicly state all of the costs related to the purchase of a ticket, unlike what is done by travel agencies and wholesalers in Quebec and Ontario. The Department of Transport must intervene immediately to force airlines to make public all costs related to ticket purchases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Mr. Speaker, no policies, no vision, no leadership. When future generations of Canadians look back and review the Liberal Party of Canada's new political manual, I wonder what they will think. The new manual is called Inactivism 101. It is available bound and flip-flopped back-to-back with another new manual, Smear 101. Some of its key features include points on speaking loudly and carrying an imaginary stick, bringing a bag of dirt to every party and spreading it around liberally, and of course the now popularized backing down and loving it. It begins with a preface that says, at all costs, hold on to your seat. From the environment to the economy to immigration, the manual goes on at great length about many topics without including to make those hard priorities. And it doesn't mean any of what it says. Mr. Speaker, like some other foolish book published in Canada recently, I don't think it will be long before this new political manual is remaindered.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, this Sunday, Canadians will come together in Toronto for the 5th day for Darfur, an event that seeks to shine a light on the humanitarian crisis facing the people of Sudan. It is impossible for us, as members of Parliament, to turn a blind eye to the horrors that have engulfed this region of the world. Women live in constant fear of rape and assault. Refugees lack basic security and human necessities. And civilians continue to be targeted and killed. Members of the Liberal Caucus will stand in solidarity with those who gather this Sunday, and we will continue to push this government to act in Darfur. Mr. Speaker, our country must be a strong and persistent voice for those who continue to suffer this tragedy. And we will keep faith with the legacy of former Prime Minister Lester Pearson for a safe and peaceful world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nepean Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, some wealthy elites are angry about a bill that Bill C-10 that this House passed unanimously. The bill respects freedom of expression and ensures that taxpayers are not forced to pay for purposeless, pornographic, or ultra-violent films. Such films will continue to be permitted under the law, just not paid for by the public purse. Today, Sarah Polley, who calls herself a socialist, indicates that she and others in her industry should have the right to spend taxpayers' money on whatever they want. Ms. Polley has the right to her socialist views. In fact, she has the right to make any kind of film that she wants. Working, tax-paying families only ask that she remember that they are the ones paying for her bills. After all, one person's freedom of expression does not entitle him to reach into the pocket of another. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, Wahiguru Jika Khalsa, Wahiguru Jika Fateh. Right across Canada today, celebrations are underway for Vaisakhi, the most important day in the Sikh faith. Marks the founding of Khalsa and the birth of Sikhism, which holds the values of cooperation, justice, equality, and freedom as central to human dignity. Today is also the 2nd anniversary of this House giving unanimous support to my motion formally recognizing the importance of Vaisakhi and the 5Ks of Sikhism. Through this motion, we acknowledge the contribution of the almost 500,000 Sikhs in this country and express our gratitude for the vibrancy that the Sikh faith brings to our multicultural mosaic. Mr. Speaker, the best way we can mark this special day is to stand up for an open and objective immigration system and to speak and vote against the Conservative plans for cherry-picking immigrants and limiting newcomers. To the Gurdwaras in my constituency, Sikh Society of Manitoba, Kalgadar and Singh Sabha, and to Canadian Sikhs everywhere, I say Happy Vaisakhi and Lak Lak Padai. Sat Sri Akal.
Honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker,
The seal hunt has been an important industry and part of the way of life for the people of the Arctic, Labrador, Newfoundland and the Gulf of St. Lawrence for centuries. It sustains Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal communities, both economically and culturally, and provides income at a critical time of year for fishing families. The seal hunt is a legal and sustainable use of a natural resource, no different from any other legal and sustainable hunt or fishery. There are those who use the seal hunt for political gain. That includes radical fringe groups who exploit the issue to raise the money they need to sustain their globe-trotting lifestyles. And sadly, that includes the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, who has played into the hands of the radicals by politicizing the hunt itself. He shows his supposed support for the seal hunt with press releases and media appearances instead of rallying broad political and interest-based support. I support the sealers in my riding and the sealing industry throughout Canada by joining members of my family in heading to the ice and participating.
The
Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, on April 8th at the meeting of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade, witnesses listed a number of Canadian businesses operating in Burma and who benefit the military junta. These companies are helped enormously by the Canada Pension Fund. Tens of millions of dollars are invested in these companies. The Bloc Québécois denounces these facts. Unfortunately, the government, while imposing sanctions to eliminate imports to and exports from Burma, is helping the military junta through these investments. Once again, the government says one thing but does another. Despite our many interventions on this subject, nothing changes. The Burmese junta is funded using Canadian money. The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe. We learned yesterday that Supreme Court Justice Michel Bastarache has decided to take a well-deserved retirement after a long and fruitful career. A law professor, Michel Bastarache, was appointed to the New Brunswick Court of Appeal in 1994. He was then named to the Supreme Court of Canada in 1997, where he earned a reputation for hard work and for which he wrote a number of decisions. A specialist in administrative, labor, and constitutional law, he will be remembered mostly for defending minority language rights. Among many of the decisions that Justice Bastarache wrote, we will remember the Bolac decision, which confirms the right of an accused to be tried before judge or jury in the language of his choice. When he retires, Canada will lose an excellent judge and a fervent defender of minority language rights. We wish him a happy retirement in Acadie, Michel Bastarache.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Liberals for their support of our immigration proposals. I know they said they were adamantly against the bill, but that was before they voted for the bill.
Oh.
This is consistent with their pattern over the past couple of years where they criticize our government, but when it comes time to vote on the important issues that matter most to Canadians, they continue to support our government. The Liberals have helped us pass 3 budgets, 2 extensions to the Afghan mission, our crime package, our environment plans, and just last night they supported our immigration reform. Mr. Speaker, the action, or rather inaction, by the Liberals make it clear that they have no leadership, no policy, and no vision for the future of our great country. And Canadians aren't fooled by their desperate attempt to smear the government with imaginary scandals. On behalf of my constituents, I'd like to thank the Liberal Party for sitting down so that we can stand up for Canada.
Order. À l'ordre. Oral questions. Question orale. L'honorable député de Etobicoke.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Now that the government has shown good sense and apparently adopted our party's position on RadarSat-2, they must turn their attention to the next issue, cleaning up the mess they've created at Canada's Space Agency. The previous CSA head lasted only a few months. The agency's now gone without a permanent president since the beginning of the year. When will the government appoint a full-time permanent representative, president of the CSA, so that Canada's space industry can recover from the government's neglect of our space program?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm amused to hear the Liberal Party's support for the actions the Minister of Industry has taken when the party opposite in 13 years never turned down a single foreign takeover in this country. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry is acting within his legal obligations. I do want to comment on this from Alouette 1 to the astronaut program to Canadarm. This country has had a record of excellence in this sector, and Mr. Speaker, no one should doubt the determination of this minister or this government to protect this country's interests.
The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the simple fact of blocking the sale of RadarSat 2 is not enough. The government has to commit to investing in the Canadian space industry. Engineers, workers in the sector are asking all together, what is the strategy of the government for leadership in space? Are they going to leave Canadian companies defend themselves? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I should note that the Liberal Party refused to defend a single takeover by foreign companies over their 13 years in power. Mr. Speaker, in that sector, we have a background of excellence. What we have done has been excellent, and we will certainly know that our Minister of Industry is going to respect his obligations and the duty of this government to respect and protect the economy and Canadian sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, jobs in this sector will not be preserved if there is no strategy, investment strategy in the Canadian space sector. The government has to put aside its ideology and provide the necessary investment.
And help protect our sovereignty with a strategy of increased investment in Canada's space industry.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
The lost confidence really is on the part of the country and the Liberals. It has nothing to do with the Canada Space Agency. There are remarkable things going on with Canadians in space, Mr. Speaker. Canadarm 1, Canadarm 2, Dexter, which was just launched on the Space Shuttle. Not only the RadarSat 1 and the RadarSat 2, also the James Webb Telescope. There's a weather station on Mars that has Canadian technology, or that will be put on Mars. Canadian technology and the Mars leader, Mr. Speaker. All of this going on along with remarkable Canadians like Julie Payette and Bob Thirst. I'd ask my honourable friend to get behind the Canada Space Agency and support what we're doing in this country.
The honourable order. The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, MDA said it was selling RadarSat 2 and its space division because the only way it could get U.S. space agency business was to become a U.S. firm. Will this government finally stand up to the Americans and fight to gain U.S. ITAR and security law exemptions for Canada's space and defence industry?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely remarkable that my friend is worried about the 30 days that we've been dealing with this issue, some 30 days. His central preoccupation, as the Prime Minister pointed out, should be the fact that he's associated with a party that in the course of 13 years in government never once stood up for Canadian interests and turned down a foreign investment application. Close to 1,500 applications over the duration of the Investment Canada Act, Mr. Speaker. That should be his worry.
Honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker,
That minister did not answer the question because that government has done nothing to stand up for Canadian interests against the Bush White House. Canada is a defense, security, and trade partner with the U.S. We are a large purchaser of American military equipment. The UK and Australian governments have successfully negotiated USI tire and security law exemptions for their companies. When will the Canadian government do the same and stand up for Canada's space industry, or will it continue to sit back and leave Canadian jobs and Canadian companies in jeopardy?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's a Canadian in any doubt today about who is standing up for Canadian interests in space. For sure, Mr. Speaker, it's not the Liberal Party when they stand in this House and they disparage what we've accomplished, whether it's with Canadarm, with Dexter, with RADARSAT-2, with the accomplishments of our astronauts in space and of going up on the next space shuttle, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the food crisis has become very apparent in South Asia and Africa. In view of the fact of the rise in cost, the price of cereal grains is continually increasing. There have been violent demonstrations, and it has led the British Prime Minister to ask for this issue to be put on the next meeting of the G8 agenda. Will the Prime Minister do something to increase his contribution to the UN Food Aid Program? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. There are several reasons, a variety of reasons for the increase in the price of foodstuffs throughout the world. As already Canada is the second largest country donating to the food agency. Canada will do everything it can to meet the needs. I know that the Minister of International Cooperation is in conversations with his counterparts throughout the world to try to settle this problem. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Yes, at the end of the 80s in Ethiopia, Canada played an important role, but this is a crisis of the same scope. It requires commitment. When will Canada finally contribute 0.7% of its GDP rather than the 0.3% it is contributing to this type of aid program? The Honourable the Minister of International Cooperation.
Prime Minister has indicated we are responding to the crisis, and in fact, as he said, we're the second largest donor. Last year we were the third largest donor. In fact, Mr. Speaker, regarding this crisis, I brought this issue to the table of the recent G8 in Tokyo, and there will be further discussion regarding Haiti specifically. I will be meeting with my counterpart, the Minister from Haiti, this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, recently we've seen the dangers to humanity that exist in the increase in the use of biocarbon fuels with respect to the food supply. This directly reflects poor choices with respect to economies and food. Is the government not aware of the fact that its approach, which is based on the oil sector, is negatively affecting the situation that we are witnessing now? The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
That affect this type of situation. Our subsidization of a beginning, I guess you would say, biofuels industry in Canada has had very little effect on the foodstuffs. Here, we do have the innovation and the market capacity to feed both the food and the fuel line, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely in the best interest of Canadian producers, and we will continue along those lines.
The Honourable Member for Laval, for La Pointe de l'Île. The government must act in this catastrophe. It must understand that this catastrophe means that there must be a correction in the direction of the government, that there should be a contribution of 0.7% GDP. to food aids. This is a catastrophe that is happening. We have to act together because it will have effects not only on the economy but also on the international community. Therefore, can the government commit to reaching the objective that has been set for it? The Honourable the Minister of International Cooperation.
Canada has always stepped up to the plate when there's a great need internationally regarding humanitarian. We've set, in fact, impressive targets. We've committed to doubling our aid. We've committed to doubling our aid to Africa. In fact, we'll be one of the first countries to meet that target this year. Mr. Speaker, we will always not only make promises, but fulfill those promises, fulfill commitments we've made. We are well on our way to doing that, and we will respond as expeditiously as we have in the past regarding this crisis.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Allow me first to congratulate the Prime Minister and the Minister of Industry for exercising the government's authority, as we and others have urged, to reject the takeover of RadarSat by an American firm.
Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, now the hard work starts because we've got to ensure that the highly paid and important jobs in this globally competitive industry are not only protected, but that we see serious development and investment. And the federal government is going to have to end the years of underfunding and underinvestment and lack of strategy that we've seen in our space sector. So to the Prime Minister, will he commit to funding the next generation of space radar technologies that can put us and keep us on the leading edge?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just assure the Leader of the NDP and, of course, all members of the House that in this and all related matters, the government will carefully follow the legal prescriptions and the requirements of the Investment Canada Act in pursuing this and other decisions. Mr. Speaker, I can certainly also assure the honourable member that this government we have had a very successful space sector in this country, and the government is committed to that sector being viable and successful in the future.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
I hope that they won't change their mind, Mr. Speaker. But we have to give the government credit. It listened to the NDP and to others, and they were able to prevent control of RadarSat by foreign interests. But I think we have to go further than that. We have to deal with the results of the laissez-faire of the previous government that was there for many years. So I ask, when will we have a real aerospace industry, a strategy to help Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Well, the Minister and the government are following their responsibilities, particularly with respect to the Investment Canada Act and with respect to the space sector. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are proud of the sector. This government is determined to do what is necessary to ensure the success of the space sector, which is so very important for the economy and sovereignty of Canada on the long term.
For Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when members of this House passed a motion that both changes and extends our mission in Afghanistan until 2011, Canadians benefited, especially the men and women serving in behalf of Canada and Afghanistan. But this government seems to think that it received a blank check. Well, it simply has not. Can the Minister of Defence tell this House exactly what changes are being made in our mission in Afghanistan to reflect not the will of this Conservative government, but the will of Parliament?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Sounds like the shifting sands under the feet of the Liberal member opposite again, Mr. Speaker. Clearly,
the mandate that was given from this Parliament speaks to the need to put focus on the rebuilding of Afghanistan, the humanitarian aid effort, all under the umbrella of security, Mr. Speaker. That's what's taking place in Afghanistan. I couldn't agree more with her assessment that there is great credit due to the men and women in uniform, as well as the diplomats, as well as the civilian workers who are there, Mr. Speaker, doing incredible work on behalf of our country. And I thank her for her support in this regard.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, fundamental in the motion that was passed by this House of Parliament was greater accountability and greater transparency to this House and to Canadians about our mission in Afghanistan.
That's right.
Now that the Minister has had a chance to talk to his NATO colleagues in Bucharest, can he tell us straight out what was discussed at those meetings? Can he tell us what changes are being made to refocus this mission on development and reconstruction? Explicitly, what will change in our mission after February 2009?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
One of the things that will happen, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the recommendations of the Manley Report, is that they will have more equipment. They will have greater ability to detect IEDs on the road so they can continue to build more roads, Mr. Speaker. But I do want to thank the honourable member and her party for her support. But I also want to quote from Senator Kenney, who said that in his third visit he saw a huge improvement at this time. We saw a great deal more cooperation in terms of all the Canadian effort. We saw people from CETA working together with people from Foreign Affairs and with the military. We saw women who were visiting, Canadian women, visiting prisons to assist them. We saw a whole range of services, including RCMP, providing assistance. We were impressed with the level of cooperation in the Canadian effort there, Mr. Speaker, more than we...
The honourable member for St. Paul.
Speaker, for days the Minister of Defence has evaded a simple question. Did he or did he not inform NATO of Parliament's decision that the nature of the Canadian mission in Afghanistan will change to one of development? I would appreciate if the Minister could honour this House in a one-word answer. Did you tell them yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, if the member followed the issue, she would know the answer to that question.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians cannot understand why you will not answer this question. Give the Minister one more chance. Can he tell this House and all Canadians whether he specifically informed NATO that in 2009 the mission in Afghanistan will change? We need a one-word answer from the Minister, yes or no.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
That's not how question period works. She doesn't get to tell me the answers that I give. But she would know, Mr. Speaker, even before we went to Bucharest, our NATO allies were aware.
L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the UN reporter Jean Ziegler for the Food Agency has said that the use of corn and cereal grains for biofuels is feeding the crisis, the food crisis in the world. Will this government commit in an approach of sustainable development to use biofuel development on the basis of other things like ethanol selenoxide, for example? The Minister of International Cooperation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Earlier that Canada will respond to the food crisis, and we will do it in an effective and focused manner. Mr. Speaker, there are many causes for the crisis and the impacts it's particularly having on developing countries. Not only is it the biofuel usage, but it's lower crops because of changes in drought, etc., extreme winters, etc. The weather is having an effect. The efforts we've been made in agriculture have not realized their full potential yet.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. A way of fighting against food insecurity is to reduce the dependency on gas and to use waste, agricultural waste and forestry waste to produce fuel. For example, the Quebec forestry waste. Will this government not understand that what they are doing is to the detriment of food, to the detriment of the environment, and to the detriment of Quebec? The Minister.
Des ressources naturelles.
Speaker, our commitment is very clear on this fact. In fact, with respect to biofuel, we committed $2 billion, but $500 million of that is to develop the next generation, the cellulosic development of ethanol for things like waste from the forest, things like the pine beetle wood that's out in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. We are investing heavily in this technology, and we are moving forward.
Excellent.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the media this morning have led us to believe that the Minister of Industry would prevent the active sale of MDA to the American company. In the same media, we read that this refusal did not coincide with the discussion that is still underway. Which version is the true one, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable, the Minister of Industry, Mr. Speaker, I took the decision of rejecting the transaction Tuesday. The proposed transaction, in my opinion, did not get to procure the net advantage requisite for Canada. That message was sent under paragraph 23.1. It was a preliminary notification. The Honourable Member for Shefford. We're very happy to see that the Minister is backing up. Can he say when he will put into writing this decision into writing, and what will he doing to ensure that this decision comes to fruition? The Minister of Industry.
Precisely what was required under the Investment Canada Act, which was to provide a notification to ATK. But, Mr. Speaker, looking beyond that, this government, as the Prime Minister has noted, is committed to our sovereignty, committed to a radar program, committed to what we have been able to achieve in this country in space, Mr. Speaker. And I would point out that whether you speak about the accomplishments of our country with respect to Canadarm, the recent launching of Dexter, the technology that Canadian technology incorporated in the Mars lander, or RadarSat-2, we have done remarkable things in space that this country can be very proud of.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, in the light of what's happening in the other place on C10, we understand that the Minister of the Index, the Minister of Censorship, only has allies, not just in the religious right. Any industry rejecting her plan for censorship in Canada. Now, I've heard from different sources that in the Minister of Censorship's office, there is some pressure that's being put on the industry, linking requests for support and funding in the Canada Television Program fund. Just why is this happening? The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Bourassa, has read what was written in the media yesterday and in La Presse. He has no imagination. After imagining words and meetings and threats that he purports would have been made by my office, he hasn't identified anything at all. This being said, Mr. Speaker, here is the draft discussion paper that was sent in 2001 by the former Liberal government for discussion purposes with the cultural industry. More than 30. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Order, please. I think this is an UFO I'm listening to.
From very serious sources. The question is simple. I want to know if the Minister of Censorship, through her office or department, is threatening the industry. Is the Minister's staff privately telling Art Group that she will withhold funding from the Canadian Television Fund if they don't support her backdoor attempt to give herself the power to decide what is art?
The Honourable Member for Bourassa knows well that it is not polite to refer to someone by another name.
And the honourable member said the Minister for Censorship. I've never heard of this title, and I don't see it on the list of the ministry which I have at my right hand. So the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage has the floor, but we hope refrain from such conduct. That's the second time this week we've had this problem.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your correction, because I would not dare, as Minister on this side of the House, give the Liberal critic a different name, for example. I would remind the member once again that I have a document that was sent to over 30 groups in 2001 on all of the provisions that are in Bill C-10. It uses the same wording that we find in our bill.
York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, given the Cadman family's words and the Prime Minister's words, how can all this be explained credibly and plausibly? It may be Mr. Cadman was in a bind. He had this big life insurance policy if he stayed on as an MP, but if there was an election and he didn't run, or ran and lost, it was gone and he had his family to think about. It may be the Prime Minister and his representatives came to persuade themselves the parliamentary insurance policy itself was the real inducement, that in their minds they were just fighting a wrong, to allow Mr. Cadman to vote any way he wanted. To the Prime Minister, is this what happened?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, if the Liberals believed their own accusations, they would be voting to defeat this government. But I have an email here I'd like to read. My name is Scott, and I live on Heritage Mountain in Port Moody. We have never met, but I wanted to contact you to let you know that this year my accountant tells me my wife and I are going to pay $1,890 less in taxes this year compared to last year due to pension splitting and some of the reforms that have been placed that come into effect in Ottawa from your government. We will put the money to good use this summer when we visit our grandkids back east. I'd like to thank the member from York Centre for helping my constituent with his financial considerations.
Honourable member. Order. The Honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister talked of conversations he and his representatives had with Mr. Cadman. It may be over time, in their minds, they decided they weren't really talking about an offer, even though that's not what Mr. Cadman told his family, but more an understanding, something they put on the table for Mr. Cadman, so no matter which way he voted, he'd have what was rightfully his. The problem is, no matter how generous the explanation you come up with, it still adds up to an inducement to vote in a way that would bring down a government. To the Prime Minister, just stand, just explain, why not?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I've said time and again, the accusations by the Liberals on this file are completely false. But if the member from York Centre really believes in his accusations, in about 15 or 20 minutes we'll have the opportunity to vote in this House, and the question will be, will the member from York Centre walk his talk and vote in this House and defeat this government, or will he do what he's come accustomed to, which is do what the Liberal coach has done, which is pull his goalie and sit him on the bench?
Order. The Honourable member for Cambridge. Order.
Mr. Speaker, to have the Liberals across the way complain about a file and an industry that they completely mismanaged is the epitome of hypocrisy.
Shame.
Today we have heard that based on the current information, the Minister of Industry has decided that the sale of MDA is not in the best interests of Canadians.
Yeah.
While the space cadets across the way worry only about getting back to power, the Minister of Industry is worried about the Canadian space industry. Can the Minister tell us what he has done and is about to do for the industry in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
I can't comment on the specifics of the Investment Canada application, but let me say, as is known to everyone in this House, Canada has always been a leader in space. from Alouette 1 in 1962, Anik 1 in 1972, from the accomplishments of our astronauts, Steve McLean, Julie Payette, Bob Thirst, Mr. Speaker. We've stood up in space and we've stood up in defense of Canadian sovereignty. And Mr. Speaker, let me say this, that we ran, this government, this Prime Minister ran on a platform to stand up for Canada, and that is what we will do in every decision, Mr. Speaker.
Order, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative so-called consumer protection law will legislate advertising loopholes and will open the door to a flood of direct-to-consumer drug advertising. The specific provisions preventing Big Pharma from advertising directly to consumers have been deleted and replaced with a single ineffective line handing the minister the power to allow drug costs and drug ads. Can the minister confirm that this legislation strips Parliament of the power to legislate drug ads and places the decision directly into the hands of Cabinet?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker, I honestly don't know what the honourable member is referring to. There is no policy in this government to start allowing advertising by drug companies, direct-to-consumer advertising. That's never been the policy of this government. The matter, I understand, is before the court, so I will end my comments at this point.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
First we see the concentration of power with respect to immigration, and now we see it with respect to prescription drugs. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 specific sections that have been deleted from this legislation that would have prevented drug ads, and in fact it opens the door to direct-to-consumer advertising. We know from the experience in the United States that this measure will further drive up medication costs for patients, employers and provincial drug plans. Instead of going in the wrong direction with direct-to-consumer advertising that forces drug costs up for working families, why won't this government bring in measures that will drive prices down?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government, as I said, has never been in favour of direct-to-consumer advertising. It is a myth that is being perpetuated today by the NDP. This is a typical modus operandi by them. It's their system to create an unfounded allegation to scare Canadians, to scare patients. If they spend as much time voting for our budgets that help the health and welfare of Canadians, this country would be better. But thank goodness that we are in power rather than them, because we are protecting the health and safety of Canadians.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, fairness demands that Aboriginal children are funded at the same level as all Canadian children when it comes to education. Statistics show Aboriginal children receive less funding per capita than non-Aboriginal children. This government has not taken any action. Mr. Speaker, are there 2 standards? Are there A's and B's here, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Speaker, of course, we are spending about $1.7 billion on Aboriginal education this year, another $300 million on post-secondary education. But, Mr. Speaker, the big question is, apparently there's been a sighting of the member from the Salimar. Apparently he came to the Hill to talk about Aboriginal issues, Mr. Speaker. However, the important thing is he could have been here to actually vote for Aboriginal issues, Mr. Speaker, because we continue to put more money into housing, into education, into fixing the water system, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, you actually have to be here to vote for that stuff.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, that kind of answer shows why there's going to be a day of action next month. The Minister removed capital funding from the Tumbling on Reserve system. He cancelled funding for the First Nations Technical Institute, and he has indefinitely deferred the building of new schools. Why again, Mr. Speaker, are there 2 standards? Again, why are there A's and why are there B's?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there may well be a day of action, but I doubt it's going to be from the Liberals on the other side of the House. Well, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, there's a famous road paved with press releases that, many of them came from the member from the Salimar's office. Now, did the Kelowna Accord deal with specific claims mess? No. Did it deal with economic development? No. Did it have hundreds of millions on both on and off reserve housings? No. Did it contain the Indian residential school settlement? No, Mr. Speaker. Did it do anything for a treaty conference? No. But, Mr. Speaker, as former Minister Bob Nault said, the Kelowna deal just didn't get it done for First Nations, and we are.
Order. The honourable member for Vaughan.
You like that, David?
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the immigration minister claimed that her government does not allow candidates to skirt testing requirements. How about Raminder Gill, the two-time Conservative candidate that this government allowed to circumvent the screening requirements in order to sit as a citizenship judge? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hate to remind the honourable member, but yesterday we were talking about the Immigration and Refugee Board. He needs to get his story straight. Oh, but he has a problem doing that. It's like yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when they were so adamantly against our immigration reforms, but that was before he stood up last night and voted for them. I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Immigration Minister claimed that her government does not allow candidates to skirt testing requirements. How about Raminder Gill, the two-time Conservative candidate that this government allowed to circumvent the screening requirements in order to sit as a citizenship? We want an answer.
Answer the question.
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, when we took over as government from the Liberals, we made the amazing discovery that 25% of the candidates that were put forward by the Liberals and appointed to the Immigration and Refugee Board hadn't passed the entry test. Mr. Speaker, that wasn't acceptable, so we overhauled the system. We brought independent judgment in. We set up a new system that is transparent, that's accountable, and that requires the candidates to pass the test.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, an analysis shows that Canada is one of the worst countries in the world with respect to sexual tourism and children. Only 546 people have been arrested, have been charged up to 2007. Mr. Baquet was the only person convicted since 1997 for his activities with young girls in Cambodia. Could the government indicate what will be done to put an end to this terrible activity?
Justice.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
To sex tourism, I can tell the honourable member there are laws in place and have been in place for this country for quite some time that apply to this. But quite apart from that, Mr. Speaker, we've taken a huge step forward with the Tackling Violent Crime Act. For the first time, we have protected 14 and 15-year-old Canadian boys and girls from adult sexual predators, some of whom come from outside this country. Mr. Speaker, we should all be thankful for that.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. That was not my question, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about sex tourism abroad. Can Canada depend on outside governments to collect the proper information as evidence? We need better coordination with outside agencies to put an end to sex tourism by Canadians. The Honourable Justice Minister.
Enforcement authorities in this country take this issue very seriously, but the honourable member wants more things done. Well, why didn't she do more to get Bill C-2 passed, the Tackling Violent Crime, that was going to protect 14 and 15-year-olds for the first time in 130 years in this country? Why didn't we get more help from the Bloc Québécois?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, the newspapers indicated that the Canadian Medical Association had found and indicated in their newsletter that hundreds of communities did not have safe drinking water and had to boil their water. The minister was the provincial minister when Walkerton took place. So how can we count on that minister to make sure that we will have access to clean drinking water for all Canadians?
Ministre de l'Environnement.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
A record of this government where we're taking major investments to help clean up our Great Lakes. We're banning phosphates and consumer cleaning products, Mr. Speaker. We're helping cleaning up Lake Simcoe, cleaning up Lake Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker. We're also doing something remarkable for the first time in Canadian history. We're banning the dumping of raw sewage into our lakes, rivers, and oceans, Mr. Speaker. And leading the charge against that is the Liberal MP who sits directly behind this member, Mr. Speaker. Leading the charge against this is the Liberal member for Juan de Fuca, Mr. Speaker. This government is taking aggressive action on clean water. We're going to continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, after more than 10 years as a Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, Justice Michel Bastarache announced yesterday that he will step down from the High Court. Throughout his career, Justice Bastarache distinguished himself as a skilled lawyer, legal educator, and appellate judge. Would the Minister of Justice comment on his plans to fill the vacancy created by the departure from the Supreme Court?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to personally thank Mr. Justice Bastarache for his contributions to the Supreme Court and to the service to Canada. The government will now begin the process of filling the vacancy on the Supreme Court. We will consult broadly, and the process will be open and transparent. The Supreme Court and Canadians deserve no less.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, family reunification is the most successful part of our immigration system. Immigrants who join family here integrate faster, are happier, and contribute more to society and the economy. Conservatives, with Liberal support, are downgrading family reunification to instead emphasize temporary foreign workers. Now the minister even wants the power to ignore legitimate applicants. Why are the Conservatives doing irreversible damage to the promise made to immigrants that they can reunite their families in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the whole objective of this exercise is to get more immigrants here, get them here sooner, whether that's getting families reunited faster or skilled workers that work sooner. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is trying to fix a very broken, messy system that the Liberals left by bringing in transparency, providing flexibility and authority for the minister and the government to manage the backlog. And Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to read you a brief quote. The opposition, Liberals, and the NDP's whisper campaigns are just that, smear tactics aimed at frightening new Canadians. They should be ashamed.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, decades of demands by new Canadians have been ignored. Canada invites foreign doctors, nurses, and teachers to come to Canada because of their skills. Right. And when new Canadians get here, they can't use their education for the benefit of Canada or their families. The result, Canada has some of the best educated taxi drivers in the world. Adding insult to injury, the Conservatives, with the support of the Liberals, want the power to prevent immigration applications. Why are the Conservatives doing irreversible damage to the promise made to immigrants that they can reunite with their families in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the real question here is why do the NDP think it's fair to let immigrants wait 10 years in line to get their applications looked at? That's not fair to them. It's not fair to the families they're trying to be reunited with, and it's not fair to the businesses that are trying to hire the skills and talents that these people have. Mr. Speaker, we're going to get the job done in spite of the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Brant.
Speaker, negotiations to end the Aboriginal occupation in Caledonia are in their second year. Protests have spilled over into Brantford with disruptive effects on residents and on business. Simply put, a developer obtains a building permit, begins construction, protesters come, and development stops. This government has to date adopted a hands-off policy and has stayed silent. Apart from hoping that other levels of government will resolve the issue, What exactly is this Conservative government proposing to do to deal with the matter?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
For his question, Mr. Speaker, of course, we've done quite a lot, and quite a bit more than the government or the party opposite ever did in 13 years. We've put forward, Mr. Speaker, so far 2 separate offers to the First Nations in the area. We've put a specific offer on the Welland Canal compensation, a $26 million offer that we've put forward, another offer on the larger claim, $125 million. Mr. Speaker, we're engaging with First Nations. We've had meetings there with our special representatives, with the local community leaders, with the mayor, Brantford and others, to talk about the situation, to discuss options. But, Mr. Speaker, he might want to talk to his friend, Mr. McGuinty, to talk about the law enforcement side.
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. For years, a former Liberal government wasted huge money on public opinion research with little or no oversight. Liberal-friendly firms conducted hundreds of unnecessary surveys and polls at the expense of the Canadian taxpayer. Recently, this government made a strong commitment to bring the free-spending Liberal ways of the past to an end and ensure that public opinion research is used in an effective way. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works please update this House as to what progress has been made up to this date and what Canadians can expect moving forward?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to answer this question from my good friend from Peace River, and I will answer this question very clearly and certainly, Mr. Speaker. We recently announced reforms in order to change the public opinion research regime that's in place by different departments, and I'm pleased to report to this House and to taxpayers that we have reduced public opinion research and polling by departments by 20% over last year, saving taxpayers millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue pushing in the right direction to ensure that Canadians can be certain that they have a government in place, a Conservative government, that knows that tax dollars are precious and should be spent appropriately, and we won't go back to the ways of the Liberals of spending money on polling that's not necessary for our public good. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Speaker. In Government Operations Committee today, the Minister of Public Works and his officials confirmed that only 4% of a $1.5 billion submarine maintenance contract will go through a competitive bid process. 96% of the contract will now be awarded as amendments with no further competitive tenders on the billion-dollar balance of work. Will the Minister now recall this tender and include 100% of the work in the tender and designate it as a major Crown project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
I'm afraid my colleague from Nova Scotia, in fact, has his facts entirely wrong on this issue. The Minister cleared this matter up and put it forward, and in fact, no contract has yet been awarded on this file. This is still a matter of litigation, and we've followed all the rules. We'll continue to do so to ensure that taxpayers get the best possible value for their dollars when it comes to these contracts.
As it is 3 o'clock, the House will now proceed with the record division on the second reading of Bill C-50. Call in the members.
Order. À l'ordre.
Order.
Some strange sounds. The question is on the previous question on the motion at second reading of Bill C-250. Mr. Jean, seconded by Mr. Tweed, moved that this question be now put.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Kamuzi. Mrs. Skelton. Ms. Oda. Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest. Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Tays. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Prentice. Monsieur Cannon Pontiac. Mr. Clement. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Solberg. Mr. Emerson. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Lunn. Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Cummins. Mr. Richardson. Mr. Chong. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal. Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast. Mr. Baird. Monsieur Bernier. Monsieur Blackburn. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Hill. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Finley. Mrs. Oblonsky. Monsieur Lauzon. Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Anderson. Mr. O'Bry. Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Harris. Mr. Mills. Mr. Thompson Wild Rose. Mr. Williams. Mr. Anders. Mr. Casson. Mr. Poliev. Mr. Carey. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Hahn. Monsieur Gould. Madame Boucher. Mr. Lukiski. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Reed. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Bernouge. Mrs. Yelich. Mr. Jean. Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Velicott. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Batters. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville. Mr. DeVolin. Mr. Jaffer. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Kahn. Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Preston. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Allen. Mr. Brown-Berry. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Fast. Mr. Lake. Mr. Manning. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Monsieur Petit. Mr. Epp. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kestern. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Clark. Monsieur Lebel. Monsieur Blany. Monsieur Galipeau. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Ignatieff. Mr. Bevilacqua. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Dryden. Ms. Hall-Finley. Mr. Goodale. Mr. McCauley. Ms. Guarnieri. Madame Malot. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Easter. Mr. Godfrey. Ms. Mina. Mr. Lee. Mr. Regan. Mr. Scott. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Chan. Mr. Kadad. Mr. Kotler. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Thibault Westnova. Madame Jennings. Mrs. Redmond. Monsieur Prou. Mr. Dosange. Ms. Brown Oakville. Mr. Malley. Mr. Maloney. Mr. St. Denis. Monsieur Patry. Ms. Neville. Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood. Mr. Wilford. Ms. Caratak Lindell. Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown. Mr. Pachetti. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Baines. Ms. Dalla. Mr. Holland. Mr. McGinty. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Savage. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Silva. Mr. Kuzner. Mr. St. Amand. Mr. Temelkowski. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Russell. Ms. Murray. Monsieur Arthur. Mr. Casey. Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Well done, Glenn.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Crête, Monsieur Paquette, Madame Lalonde, Monsieur Ménard-Hochelaga, Monsieur Bachand, Monsieur Laframboise, Monsieur Bigras, Monsieur Asselin, Madame Picard, Monsieur Guimont, Monsieur Plamondon, Madame Brunel, Madame Bourgeois, Madame Demers, Monsieur Lessard, Monsieur Cardin, Monsieur Ménard-Macorel-Fortin, Madame Faye, Monsieur Bouchard, Madame Lavallée, Monsieur Lemay, Monsieur Nadeau, Monsieur André, Madame Deschamps, Madame Freeman, Madame de Bellefeuille, Monsieur Blais, Monsieur Perron, Monsieur Laforêt, Monsieur Vincent, Madame Tillac, Monsieur Gravel, Monsieur Lucier, Monsieur Malo, Monsieur Lévesque, Monsieur Wallet, Mr. Layton, Ms. Davies, Ms. McDonough, Ms. Wacherly-Solis, Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre, Mr. Massey, Mr. Godin, Mr. Comartin, Ms. Black, Mr. Christopherson, Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie, Ms. Crowder, Ms. Charlton, Mr. Angus, Mr. Cullen, Skeena-Bulkley Valley, Mr. Julian, Mr. Sixay, Ms. Pretty, Mrs. Matheson, Madame Savoie, Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North, Mr. Bevington, Mr. Dewar, Mr. Marston, Ms. Nash, Mr. Adamanenko, Mr. Stauffer, Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Yeas pour 169, 169, nays contre 65, 65.
I declare the motion carried.
The motion is as follows. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Baird. Order, order, order. Order. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Baird, move that Bill C-50, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 26, 2008, and to enact provisions to preserve the fiscal plan set out in that budget, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Order. Order. Yes. But the House has to hear the question, and I'd remind honourable members of one of the standing orders, I've forgotten the number, that says when the Speaker's putting the question, no member shall make any noise or disturbance. I'll get the number if honourable members insist, but I'd ask them to kindly show some restraint when the question is being put. L'honourable whip du Bloc Québécois.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. On a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order to facilitate this process, I would like to ask if there's unanimous consent to apply the vote from the preceding vote.
Is there unanimous consent to apply the vote just taken? No? No. All right. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper, Mr. Kamuzi, Mrs. Skelton, Ms. Oda, Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest, Mr. O'Connor, Mr. Taze, Mr. Day, Mr. Nicholson, Mr. Prentice, Mr. Cannon-Pontiac, Mr. Clement, Mr. Strahl, Mr. Solberg, Mr. Emerson, Mr. Ritz, Mr. Hearn, Mr. Lunn, Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam, Mr. Fletcher, Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy
Mr.
Royal.
Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. O'Bry.
O'Bry.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Breitkreitz.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Ketty, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Ketty, South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Kahn.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Brownberry.
Brownberry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Delmastro.
Delmastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Putsy.
Mr. Putsy.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Blany.
Monsieur Galipeau. Mr. Scheer. Monsieur Arthur.
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ignatius.
Mr. Ignatius.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. McTeague.
Mr. McTeague.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Bell, North Vancouver.
Bell, North Vancouver.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Dallywall.
Mr. Dallywall.
Monsieur Doucette.
Monsieur Doucette.
Monsieur Craig.
Mr. Craig.
Monsieur Paquette.
Mr. Paquette.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Madame Rochelaga.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Laframboise.
Laframboise.
Monsieur Bigra.
Monsieur Bigra.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel. Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Lessard.
Lessard.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Ménard Macarel Fortin.
Ménard Marcorel Fortin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. Washley Solis.
Rosalie Chalice.
Mr. Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Martin, Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Black.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Collins, Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mrs. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Savoie.
Ms. Savoie.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island
Ms.
North.
Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey. Yes, pour 113,
113. Nays contre 76, 76.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, ce projet de...
Consequently, this bill will be referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
It being Thursday, I believe the opposition House Leader has a question.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the government House Leader could indicate his schedule, proposed schedule for the rest of this week and next week, which will take us into the late April adjournment. And at the same time, could I ask him again what his plans are with respect to Bill C-21? It was reported back to the House from the committee dealing with Aboriginal human rights on the 30th of January. There's been more than enough time to deal with that legislation, and I wonder when the Minister intends to call it.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to that the House of Commons has just now voted to approve Budget Implementation Bill at second reading. The bill will now proceed to the Standing Committee on Finance, where it will be studied by members of that committee. I know that the Liberal Party had originally said that they adamantly opposed the bill, so we welcome their change of heart yesterday with their help to defeat the NDP motion that would have effectively killed the bill, and their kind cooperation today to make sure it passed its second reading. As I'm sure the Liberal House Leader is aware, the passage of the bill is important to the stability of the Canadian economy during a time of global economic uncertainty and to reduce the immigration application backlog that's causing Canada to lose much-needed talent for potential immigrants. We hope that it will be dealt with quickly at committee so that we can have it back to the House for a third reading, where I'm sure we'll once again receive the same warm greeting.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to debate Bill C-23, which amends the Canada Marine Act, Bill C-33, which mandates 5% renewable content in gasoline by 2010 and 2% renewable in diesel and heating oil by 2012, and Bill C-5, dealing with nuclear liability, all as part of Protect the Health and Safety of Canadians Week.
Will be a stronger justice system week. Next week, we will start by debating at report stage and third reading Bill C-31, which amends the Judges Act to allow the application of additional resources to our judicial system. We will also consider Senate amendments to Bill C-13, which is our bill to amend the criminal code in relation to criminal procedure, language of the accused, and other matters. We will then continue by debating Bill S-3, our bill to reinstate modified versions of the anti-terrorism provisions, the investigative hearings, and the recognizance with conditions provisions in the criminal code. This important piece of legislation, which has already passed the Senate, will safeguard national security while at the same time protecting the rights and freedoms of all Canadians. I hope all members of this House will work with the government to ensure its quick and timely passage. We will debate
Bill C-26, which imposes mandatory prison sentences for producers and traffickers of illegal drugs, especially those who sell drugs to children. Finally, if time permits, we will start debate on Bill C-45 regarding our military justice system.
With regard to the bill dealing with Aboriginal human rights, we understand that, sadly, the opposition parties gutted the relevant provisions and protections in it. Therefore, I'm surprised by the enthusiasm of the opposition House Leader for it. Perhaps if they are, as they were on C-50, prepared to reverse their position and support the restoration of those meaningful principles, we'd be happy to bring it forward again.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader, a question?
Mr. Speaker, two further questions. First of all, with respect to Bill C-21, as the Minister will know, the amendments that happened in committee were indeed a reflection of the hopes and the aspirations of Aboriginal organizations in this country. So I hope the government would take a fresh look at that and be willing to respect the will of those Aboriginal organizations, because that will is reflected in the amendments that were made. Further, with respect to Bill C-50, I would remind the Government House Leader that the vote at second reading is not passage of the legislation. It is simply reference of the legislation to the appropriate standing committee. In the standing committee, the defects in the legislation can be debated and exposed, and of course Canadians, for the first time, will have the opportunity to speak in a parliamentary forum to tell parliamentarians what Canadians think about this legislation, which is extremely important. But I would ask the Government House Leader this question. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration has indicated, I believe, a willingness to see the immigration subject matter, not the bill itself, but the immigration subject matter of Bill C-50, in addition to what may happen in the Finance Committee, also referred to the House Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. And I wonder if the Minister would be willing to confirm the Government's willingness to see that subject matter referred to the Citizenship and Immigration Committee while the Finance Committee is dealing with Bill C-50.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's a rather novel interpretation by the Opposition House Leader. I think every grade 5 student in this country can tell you that second reading approval of a bill is approval in principle and is passage of the bill in principle. So for that reason, I make those observations. In terms of study, the bill will, of course, be studied at Finance Committee. As for the Immigration Committee, of course, any Immigration Committee, any committee of the House is free to study any subject matter within their jurisdiction.
Order. I
am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on Thursday, March 13, 2008 by the Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst, alleging that the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage, Status of Women and Official Languages misled the House with her response to an oral question the previous day. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for raising this matter and for his additional comments, as well as the Honourable Member for Gatineau, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier, the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage, Status of Women and Official Languages, and the Honourable Government House Leader for their interventions.
To remind honourable members of the events that led the member for Acadie Bathurst to raise his question of privilege. On February 14, 2008, the Standing Committee on Official Languages adopted a motion calling upon the Minister to appear immediately before the committee in relation to its study on the Action Plan for Official Languages. Subsequent to this, during oral questions on Wednesday, March 12, 2008, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier asked the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage, Status of Women and Official Languages a question concerning this invitation to appear before the committee, claiming that the Minister had declined the invitation to appear. In her response to the House, the Minister of Canadian Heritage, Status of Women and Official Languages stated that she had not refused to appear, noting that she had appeared before the committee on December the 6th, 2007. Furthermore, the Minister added that once work on the next phase of the Action Plan for Official Languages is completed, she would be pleased to appear before the committee again to discuss the matter. Intervenant à ce sujet.
In addressing this matter, the member for Acadie Bathurst alleged that the Minister had misled the House since her response in the House contradicted her letter of February 25, 2008 to the committee in which she declined the invitation to appear before the committee. However, on April 1st last, the Minister of Canadian Heritage, Status of Women and Official Languages responded to this allegation, describing it as an unfortunate misunderstanding and stating that she would be pleased to appear before the committee in due course.
That the Minister's letter of February 25, 2008, which lies at the centre of this dispute, has been tabled and is therefore available for review. In that letter, the Minister, on the one hand, clearly declines the committee's invitation to appear immediately, while, on the other hand, she clearly states that she would be pleased to appear before the committee to discuss the next phase of the action plan as soon as I have finished work on it. End of quote. At the very least, I find this to be an ambivalent response, with the result that a reader may choose to put the emphasis on the Minister having declined or the Minister offering to appear in due course, and so arrive at very different conclusions about the nature of the Minister's reply in the House on March the 12th.
The House is often seized with disputes of this kind. As Mr. Speaker Fraser aptly stated on December 4, 1986, at page 1792 of the debates, quote, differences of opinion with respect to facts and detail are not infrequent in the House and do not necessarily constitute a breach of privilege, unquote. This lends further support to the extract I cited previously on this matter from page 433 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, and I quote once again, "In most instances, when a point of order or a question of privilege has been raised in regard to a response to an oral question, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is a disagreement among members over the facts surrounding the issue," unquote.
The situation before us today is like many others the House has seen. There is obviously a disagreement between honourable members with respect to the completeness of the Minister's responses in this matter. The House has noted that part of the Minister's letter to the committee certainly declined the committee's invitation to appear immediately. However, honourable members will recognise, with the Chair, that the Minister's response to the March 12th question selectively focused on another part of the same letter, where she expressed willingness to appear before the committee at a future date. Similarly, in their subsequent interventions, both the Minister and the Government House Leader persisted in quoting selectively from the letter, rather than acknowledging the ambivalence in the letter that appears to lie at the heart of the complaints.
In summary, then, I do not doubt that members are vexed by the ambivalent letter and that they are disappointed by the evasiveness they encountered when they voiced their complaints. One might have wished that in her intervention of April 1st, 2008, the Minister had put the matter to rest by simply explaining her decisions more thoroughly. Nevertheless, I can only conclude that this remains a dispute as to facts, and I do not see here sufficient grounds for a prima facie finding of privilege. So I thank the Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst for bringing this matter to the attention of the House.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Of report stages of Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Marine Act, Canada Transportation Act, Pilotage Act, and other acts in consequence.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Before I call for that, I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes. Anyway, all right. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. No, not debate. Debate. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Just pass it up this side, doesn't matter. The question is as follows. Monsieur Cannon.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac, seconded by Mr. Taves, moves the following amendment, that C-23 at Clause 15 be amended as follows. All contributions under subsection 25(1).
Agreed? Adopted on division? I declare the motion carried. Okay, that's all. There's just the one amendment. Just one. Concurrence. We're going to do concurrence. They're just... Concurrence. Mr. Van Loan for Mr. Cannon, seconded by Mr. Blackburn, moves that Bill C-23, an act to amend the Canada Marine Act, the Canada Transportation Act, the Pilotage Act, and other acts in consequence, as amended, be concurred in at the report stage with a further amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? On division? I declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordered.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
3, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999.
Il y a deux motions d'amendement inscrites.
There are two amendments on the order paper regarding Bill C-33. Motion 1 will not be selected by the chair, as it could have been tabled in committee.
Examined, and the chair is satisfied that it meets the guidelines expressed in the note to Standing Order 7615 regarding the selection of motions and amendment at the report stage. Motion number 2 will be debated and voted upon. Je vais maintenant soumettre.
I will now call motion number 2 to the House.
Bevington, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves the following amendment, that Bill C-33 in Clause 2 be amended by replacing line 13 on page 3 with the following. Canada, including a review of the progress made in the preparation and implementation of the regulations referred to in subsection 141, should be undertaken by such committee. Debate. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak to this amendment, although it's not the complete amendments that we were looking for in this bill, and certainly not amendments that would lead us to an ability to understand how this bill is going to impact on Canada. The Bill C-33, as put forward by the Agricultural Minister and through the Agricultural Committee, is an enabling legislation that describes, gives the government power to make regulations that would open up the ability for biofuels to be used in the Canadian transportation industry across the country. And as such, really doesn't have any of the characteristics outlined that may be the most important in dealing with this issue in the future. Mr. Speaker, right across the world, concerns are mounting about the nature of the directions that countries have taken with the development of biofuels, with the promotion of ethanol from corn, from sugarcane, from soybean. These things have this movement in the world, albeit having had good intent throughout its process, has been shown and is showing a very detrimental impact on the food supply across the world, and in much scientific material showing not very much improvement in environmental characteristics regarding greenhouse gas emissions, use of agricultural land, the deforestation of land for the production of these crops has also added to the environmental concerns that people across the world are starting to recognize and to talk about. So with these amendments that I proposed, which have now been reduced to the one amendment, we felt that there was a need to have greater understanding of the direction that Canada was going to take with their biofuels policy from this House of Commons. Not simply leaving it in the hands of government to make regulations, but to have a fulsome and complete understanding in the House of Commons as to the nature of the kind of businesses that we're entering into with biofuels. So there's the nub of it, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the motions that we're putting forward here today. The motion that we're putting forward here today, we're down to the single motion, and I understand through the process of Parliament how this has happened, and I respect that, and I trust that other members will respect that we are trying very hard to understand how we can make this and ensure that this bill will work for Canadians. This bill also represents a promise of large expenditure by the government, $2 billion over a number of years towards subsidies to those that grow the product and develop the fuel that will be used in a 5% mix in gasoline across the country, as well with a significant percentage of biodiesel that will be produced. Now, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is coming in pretty strong that the greenhouse gas emissions from the development of the industry so far across the world have been less than satisfactory. If one includes the deforestation that's taken place in many countries outside of Canada that have bought into the biofuel idea, we find that actually the greenhouse gas emissions per unit of energy consumed in a person's vehicle in this biofuel mix actually turn out to be higher. And that's unfortunate. There are, as well, potentially other ways that we can go about this industry where we would see improvements in the greenhouse gas emissions. And certainly with the use of corn ethanol, we see about a 20% improvement in CO2 emissions over just conventional gas coming from farm production. But that enters into the other problem, the problem of taking up arable land right now in greater and greater quantities to produce corn for the use in ethanol production. Right now, the United States, through its programs, has ramped up its production to 16%. Of its corn production is now turned into ethanol. They're looking at that increasing to 30%. It's caused an increase in the price of corn across the world, and this is not a healthy situation, in fact, for mankind to be moving in this direction at a time when there still is considerable poverty and malnourishment that exists right across the whole world. In Canada, the move towards 5% ethanol content in our gasoline will not be accomplished on our own land, likely. Likely, much of the feedstock for these purposes, if that's the direction that the government takes with regulation, with investment of subsidies, we'll find that much of the corn production will come from other countries, specifically the United States. So we'll be competing with the United States, with its industry, for the same product, as well as competing with people across the world who relied on it for it as a food stock in many other ways. So this is a problem. This is a problem that we need to address in Parliament. We need to talk about, we need to understand, we need to include in the bill that's being put forward here. Simply allowing this to move to regulation without considering what are the desirable characteristics, what are the directions that the government will take when it does produce those regulations is not proper government. It doesn't represent careful choice. And we saw that in the Agricultural Committee when they reviewed the bill. My colleague, who is our agricultural critic, tried manfully to put forward amendments that would allow more careful consideration of this issue. There were many witnesses that spoke on the issues, and their testimony was basically in vain. So we've come to a situation where this bill is now forward in report stage. Most of the political parties in this Parliament, one time or the other, have supported the concept of biofuels. Yet, as we move along in the world, opinion is changing rapidly. Opinion is changing about the nature of what we're creating. I had the opportunity earlier this week to have lunch with the Minister of Energy from Great Britain. And that was a topic of discussion at the luncheon when he was asked about what the European group, European Union, his own country, what their thinking was about biofuels. He said, we need to change what we're doing. When it was said, can you do this through regulation? I said, we need to have some policy that outlines the direction that we need to take with biofuels. So there's an emerging consensus across the world that however well-intentioned the move to biofuels is, the end result is not practically looking to be the way that we wanted it to be. So, best laid plans of men and mice sometimes go astray. And in the case of biofuels, I think that's quite correct. That we need to be very careful here. Canada's at an advantage right now. We haven't passed any laws. We haven't entered into the large-scale production of biofuels with any particular process, so that we can make sensible and correct choices now that can lead this country in a direction that will work. Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that we deal with this issue in Parliament. It's imperative that we understand the direction we go. It's imperative that people of Canada understand what we're doing, how we're working towards the future of this country, how we're making correct choices about our energy future. It's not good enough simply to say, okay, here's a bill, here's an enabling legislation, let's just turn it over to this government. This government hasn't won that kind of respect yet. This government hasn't demonstrated that kind of commitment to climate change, hasn't demonstrated that kind of commitment to energy security. It hasn't demonstrated those commitments that would make that kind of choice about simply turning over enabling legislation in the fashion that we're prepared to do a correct choice. So we really are caught on the horns of dilemma, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for your motion. I wasn't too sure whether we had 10 or 20 minutes, but I will. I'll leave my comments there. Very happy to engage in this debate. I think it's a debate that needs the attention of Parliament, and thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Milpick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I think we do understand the member's concern, and that concern is out there, Mr. Speaker. I think there's no question that over the next maybe even decades, the linkage and the conflicts between food policy, energy policy, and environmental policy are going to be quite evident, and we have a responsibility globally, really, to ensure that our environment's protected, that there is a good food supply there for the public as well. But my question, and so I understand his concerns. I do, however, feel we're moving in the right direction with this bill. The question I really have relates, Mr. Speaker, to the amendment itself. As I understand the bill, we do have a review process in place that basically reviews the economic, environmental impact of developing production and the ethanol policy as we move ahead. The motion really refers to, I guess, expanding the review into, as it says here, preparation and implementation of the regulations referred to in subsection 141. I wonder, could the member explain to me what they specifically mean by that amendment? Does it go beyond ethanol? Does it go to other energy areas? Just could he give us an explanation on that amendment so we know specifically what the intent of the amendment really is?
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you refer to Section 141 and you refer to Section 141.3, I think this is the determining clause, the adverse effect from the fuel on the environment, on human life or health, on the combustion technology, or on emission control equipment. So what we have here is a process that would expand the review, would make sure that the review encompasses all the details within the bill, and would help out with that. Now this, of course, amendment is taken in absence of the other amendments that were declared out of order, and I certainly I recognize that. I will attempt in all ways to make sure that we're proceeding correctly here with the amendment, and you can take it that this amendment will, in fulsome detail, help with the review process that is outlined in the bill.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk a little bit about this piece of legislation and put a question forward to the honourable member and about his speech. There is different aspects of this legislation. It is very important that we recognize the diversity of this. The environment is something that we have to make sure that we take steps forward on, and that we settle down, Wayne. It's something that we have to make sure that we concentrate on. But this is also about agriculture, Mr. Speaker. This is also about making sure that we can increase the farm gate prices for our farmers by giving them more options. And one of the things that I'm really tired of seeing, Mr. Speaker, is the NDP consistently standing up for their cheap food policy in Canada. And, there was an amendment put forward. In committee, we worked with the NDP member of this committee in making sure that there was a review process put in place that the NDP were happy with, that everybody around the table could accommodate to. And then we come into this place today and see them try and put restrictions on it, seeing them trying to stand in the way of enhancing agriculture for our farmers once again. And this is something, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to know when the member is going to finally stand up and support our farmers and support putting good prices and rising commodity prices in place for them rather than cheap food policy.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the situation in the world speaks for itself with food prices right now. I think that's probably some of what we're having trouble with in this legislation, with the response to this legislation, is that the situation in the world is changing. And what may have been appropriate 2 years ago is changing rapidly. We want to make sure that we're making legislation here that is good for the future, not good for yesterday or even today, but that works as we move along in the future. That's the ultimate goal, I'm sure, of everyone in this House of Commons. I don't particularly think that this is a partisan issue to deal with the changing situation in the world as we speak. I think it's incumbent on all members to view very carefully what you're attempting to accomplish with this bill and put it into perspective that will work. And when we say that
I think we'll have to leave it at that. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to get up and talk about this biofuels policy, one that we promised in the last election and are delivering upon now. This was an issue that I think all parties can support. I think everybody believes that biofuels is not only good for our environment, it's good for our agriculture industry. And I know that at committee, and as the chair of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, we had a very good discussion and debate, reviewing the bill and calling in our witnesses, and covered all aspects of this issue, from the ones that are very pro-biofuel to those that are con. And I can tell you that at the end of the day, the members around our committee table from all parties agreed that this is a policy that needs to move forward. We made some minor changes and amendments to the bill, and the main purpose of that was to make sure that there was a review process in place so that we can make sure that as we move forward, as manufacturing comes online in this country and the production of biofuel, that we can look at all the downstream impacts and making sure that we are not only seeing a benefit to our farmers, but we're seeing a good benefit to the environment, and that the industry can supply the domestic market, especially as we see more and more vehicles on the road that are ethanol-based or flex fuel-based that can actually use both biodiesel and ethanol, and as well as the normal gasolines and diesels that are out there. So we brought in place the policy recommendations at committee that was agreed upon by all parties. And so I am disappointed that this motion would come forward as an amendment to the bill today, because essentially it's trying to obscure what we've already been able to accomplish. You got to remember that there's some parts of this bill, because we're talking about the entire Environmental Protection Act that regulates all aspects of fuel production. And by going ahead with this review, it actually is opening this up beyond biofuels. Right now, we're only reviewing biofuels under the Act C-33, and with the amendments that we brought forward. So in the proposal here, in clause, in section 140, paragraph 1, you're going to open this whole review process up to all fuels. And that's not the intent of C-33, Mr. Speaker. C-33 is about the biofuel policy, how it's being implemented and carried forward. Now, I know that one of the concerns that my friend down in the NDP has, and was brought forward by a number of people that are opposed to this policy, is they're concerned that grain prices are getting out of control, and that's affecting the price of food. And they're blaming biofuels in the world for creating this increase in price. We got to know why the price of grains are going up so fast. Is that we're at the lowest carryover stocks in recent history, in the last 50 years. That coarse grain stocks in the world are at all-time lows. And that's not because of biofuels. That's because we have a growing population. That's because we have countries like India and China that have a growing and blooming middle class that are buying up higher quality food products. And they are consuming our grains not only here in Canada, but our grains around the world. We also have had some very difficult growing conditions. In the prairie region last year, we only brought in a 78% crop. You know, there was some drought in certain areas and difficult harvesting conditions in others. The same is true in Australia, a major grain producing area that has had 3 successive droughts. And only last year brought in only less than 50% of their normal production. And we also know that when you look at the U.S. Midwest and Western Europe, that they also had extremely difficult situations and came in with less than a bumper crop. And as long as we have those major areas that produce the bulk of the food grain in the world, we're not going to have the carryover stocks that we need to feed a growing population, especially certain areas of the world that are now also find themselves in better wealth and ability to buy higher quality foodstuffs. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the whole gamut of the biofuel policy and how that is actually impacting upon the grain production across the world. Now, we got to remember that biofuel production in Canada is really at its infant stage. We're only starting to move forward now. We're only starting to see, there was some minor production that was happening historically, but we're only now starting to see, spades in the ground and new plants actually getting built. And we know that will start to produce the biofuels to hit our target of 5% in ethanol and all fuel content, that at least 5% be ethanol across the board, and 2% on biodiesel. So we know that if you look at the total acreage that we have in this country and the amount of grain that it takes to produce either ethanol or biodiesel, that it's only going to take about 2% of our land base. We also know that there's other opportunities out there. We already have a couple of biodiesel plants in this country that are making use of feedstocks from abattoirs and rendering plants and using excess what they call brown oils, and using those old greases from the cooking industry, those left over from the rendering industry, and making biodiesel out of that. And that is a waste product right now that it actually can be used for some good and produce a biodiesel product that is still very clean for the environment. We also know that there's a great deal of research that our government, as well as other governments around the world, have been supporting is in the cellulose ethanol industry. And that, again, can be used from products such as switchgrass, wood shavings and wood chips, byproducts left over from our forestry industry, and that is now starting to come into production as well. So when you look at the overall aspect, Mr. Speaker, you know that there's a number of different feedstocks that can be used to generate the biofuels that we want to see accomplished through Bill C-33. So it is unfortunate that this amendment is coming forward. It's just muddying the waters. It's not looking at what we've already accomplished at committee in consultation with the various players around the table. And I'm concerned that this here has greater implications than just the biofuels industry and could impact upon the entire fuel industry. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I know one of the concerns that are out there with Canadians is the rising prices of gasoline and diesel. And the one reason I'm really supportive of the biofuel policy is not just because it's good for the environment and it's good for farmers and it's going to create jobs and rural development in the rural towns that I represent, but because it provides another competitor on the marketplace. We're going to have players in the industry that are community-owned or owned by farmer groups or smaller businesses that are going to be able to go out there and sell ethanol and biodiesel against the other refineries out there that are right now controlled by the other major oil companies. So this is an opportunity to have true competition in the marketplace with some new products. And we know that right now, if you look at the price of ethanol in the North American marketplace, it's actually selling for less than gasoline. And it has the ability to keep gasoline prices below that which would be if it was 100% petroleum. So I think it's interesting and important that we bring this biofuel policy into play as quickly as we can so that we can actually have that increased competition, hopefully be able to bring down prices or at least have another source of product there that can not only increase supply but also undercut the other petroleum products that are being offered there as normal gasoline and diesel. And I think that overall it's a win-win-win. It's a win for consumers, it's a win for the environment, it's a win for our farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is it's actually quite unusual to be able to agree with the government on something. On this one, on this bill moving forward with the bringing in the regulations to make it possible to have the ethanol and biodiesel blends we believe is very important. I might ask the member, and we've had a number of discussions of this at committee, and I know the member has been to the U.S. and elsewhere. Where is the government intending to go in terms of research and development into other products? We are seeing, there's discussions in the United States that they'll move towards cellulosic production of ethanol in the not too distant future, 5 years or 6. So I'm wondering if the member can give us some estimation of what's going to happen in terms of research and development in this country. That's important as well. And if he might explain a little further what this is doing to the hopes and aspirations of the farm community in terms of grains and oilseeds. I think, it's the first time in quite a while that I've seen a sparkle in some of the grain and oilseeds producers' eye, and I think that's a good thing.
Honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Malpeque for his question and also for his great work on this policy. Something that both of us agree on, that we need to go forward with this. I'm going to start with this last question first, and there's no doubt that the grain and oilseed industry across this country has had some incredibly difficult times. It doesn't matter if they're dealing with drought or depressed world markets or increased subsidization from Europe and Japan and the United States. It always seemed that they were against the wall, and there was just no long-term outlook that proved to be favorable. Now the circumstances have suddenly changed. They have a biofuel industry that has essentially created a marketplace for them that's equal to the market of Japan, just right here in Canada. We also know that world prices are going very, very high, and that is good news for our farmers. It means that they can make some long-term plans on reinvesting in their operations, on making sure that they invest in the proper technology and continue to be at the leading edge of new production and new management techniques. The member asked me about the whole issue of other sources and research and development. And we do need to be doing a lot of work in this area. That's why we've invested dollars in research and development and through our community futures development groups to ensure that local organizations, as they move forward with developing their own plans for ethanol and biodiesel plants, have the resources for the business planning, the environmental planning, and are able to get their companies off the ground. We've also supported companies like Iogen who are doing a lot of great work in the whole issue of cellulose and making the sugars that are available in cellulose available for ethanol production. So we're going to continue to move ahead and work along with our partners around the world to ensure that we produce a better product, and a product that is going to be definitely good for the environment, and make use of more and more of these waste products that right now we're just throwing into landfills.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague. I think in some ways his speech and the questions that follow are making my point in saying that there's very much a need to set standards and understand where those standards are going to go before you pass enabling legislation for this particular industry. So what we have is an industry that we can influence, that we can put in the right direction, that we can give those types of qualifications to that will drive it towards being greenhouse gas compliant, that will drive it towards investors investing in land that will be used strictly for the production of biofuels. Those sorts of things are available to us right now. They should be considered. You've made the point, I think quite clearly, that you want these things. So why wouldn't we include these in a bill in a very careful fashion?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
When you start talking about standards and those types of guidelines, Mr. Speaker, this is something that you put into a regulation, not in the Act. And what the member from Western Arctic is trying to do is try to muddy the waters and tie the hands of not only government but of industry. And we want to make sure that we do provide the proper regulations so that there is quality standards as it comes to fuel. I know as a farmer, I don't think I'm really that interested in having somebody dictate that only a certain amount of your land base is going to be able to be used for biofuels when I got a biodiesel plant sitting across the road. I think that if that operation wants to make sure that they are getting the best for their operation, that they should be allowed to sell to whoever will give them the most money. And I don't think we should be regulating that. We know that we need to have a lot more research done, and this is, again, something that we don't need to do through regulation, but in new variety research, especially as we look in Western Canada. We want to do more in ethanol, and that's going to require a wheat-based ethanol industry, and new varieties that produce more and produce the type of ethanol we want. Those type of varieties need to be bred and registered. So we need to move forward on that as quickly as possible. The same can be said for canola, the same can be said for soybean, the same can be said for corn. But we want to make sure that farmers have the ability to make the decision that's right for their own operations so that they can get the most out of the marketplace.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to join this debate this afternoon on Bill C-33, which for Canadians who are watching or might read this transcript at some point in the future should know is really a technical amendment bill to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to simply allow a government, this government or any subsequent government, to regulate, for example, for the ethanol content in our fuels, to help, for example, in setting standards for the export of Canadian fuels that are blended, and so on and so forth. So, at first blush, it's a technical amendment type of act. I'd like to respond to the member for Western Arctic's proposed amendment here and pick up on some of the comments he made, Mr. Speaker, earlier in his own speech when he said that the testimony at committee was, in his own words, in vain, that many experts had come and testified in vain. I disagree. I disagree because the text of the bill already does embrace the need for a review in the language of the bill every 2 years, a comprehensive review of the environmental and economic aspects of biofuel production in Canada. That would be undertaken by either the Senate, the House, or a combination thereof. What he's now calling for is something entirely different. But it appears as if the review that's already going to be performed under this bill, under this act, once it becomes law, would embrace much of what he's seeking to get in, to a certain extent, through the back door today, that which was not presented at committee some time ago. So I would say it's a moot point. I would say that the amendment he's put forward today is not necessary because I believe the regulatory standards will be reviewed as a function of the comprehensive review of the environmental and economic aspects of biofuel production at some later date. That's my opening statement, if I could, Mr. Speaker, on the merits of this particular amendment put forward by the NDP and the member who is speaking on their behalf. I'd like to turn now to make a couple of more generalized remarks about the bill, if I might, which, as I mentioned, is about expanding the scope of the Minister of the Environment to regulate fuels in Canada, not the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of the Environment. I'd like to talk a little bit about the government's 5% ethanol standard. I'd like to talk a little bit about the government's excise tax exemption changes brought in on April 1st, which have a direct bearing on this question, and a little bit about how this does not quite fit into the government's climate change plan, a plan which is supported by no third party in Canada today. First, the official opposition leader has been calling for a 10% ethanol position since last January. In a speech to Saskatchewan farmers in Regina, he's asked for an increase to 10%, but it had already been put forward in our own election documentation, Mr. Speaker, of 2006, calling for a 5% ethanol content. So there's a significant difference here in 5 to 10. The government is proposing 5%. We are still supportive of 10%. Why is that? Well, first of all, in every car manual and every car on the road today, Mr. Speaker, car owners can use a 10% ethanol content in their engines as they run their cars. There is no need to retrofit the engine as it is presently built. We know that if we had a 10% mandate in Canada as opposed to the weaker 5% put forward by the government, it would double the amount required to some 4 billion litres a year. That's a figure that's already surpassed in terms of those plants that are presently operating under construction and those even being financed. So when the Minister of Agriculture and his parliamentary secretary or members of the government talk about supporting our farming community, one has to ask the question, why is the government pursuing such an unambitious target of 5%? So, in late June, in fact, the former Minister of the Agriculture labelled the official opposition leader's call for 10% as overly aggressive, which the Canadian report on fuel ethanol described as an excessive term in itself. Ontario, the largest gasoline provincial market in the country, is already moving from an existing annual average E5 to 10% starting in 2010. Why is the federal government lagging behind the province that consumes the largest amount of gasoline in the country? There is no explanation so far, a question I've raised before, Mr. Speaker. Speaking now quickly to some of the environmental implications and considerations that ought to be paramount with what we're trying to accomplish here. There are all kinds of important questions around the environmental impact, for that matter, even social justice questions, when it comes to the expanded use of ethanol in Canadian and worldwide markets. In this, I think the member from the NDP is quite correct. Those are precisely the questions that we envisage being dealt with in the Senate and or House of Commons committee that will review the performance of the country every 2 years, as the bill contemplates. But here's another angle, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to conclude on this, and that is the incoherence between the government's purported 5% ethanol content, the regulation, and what it's actually doing when it comes to the taxation policy for these very fuels. On April 1st, the government repealed the excise tax exemption for biodiesel and ethanol fuels. We know the effect of a repeal on low-level blends is small, maybe even minimal. But we know the additional taxes are substantial for higher blends, The price of what they call E50, for example, will increase by 2 cents a litre. For E85, it'll increase dramatically to 8.5 cents a litre, higher than it is, hardly making the fuel competitive. This at a time when we're trying to kickstart the fuel market, lend the added hand to our farming community if it's done in an environmental and responsible way. You know, we've only got 31 vehicle models today, only 31 on the road in the Canadian market, 31 different kinds of vehicles that can use E85 today as we speak. But there are only 2 E85 retail fuel stations in this country compared to 1,250 in the United States. So we have incoherence here between the government's purported claim to support our agricultural farming communities, a very important initiative, with its own fiscal and tax policies, which are leading to higher costs for this fuel, and thirdly, don't necessarily reflect, as we heard in the original speeches here in the House and in committee from the government members, don't really reflect the profound environmental considerations that are inherent in making a shift to wider use of a specific fuel, which is, again, as I go back to where I began, Mr. Speaker, why it's so important that we have built into the bill a 2-year review of the economic and environmental performance writ large across the country as to how we're doing as a country. We are not Brazil. We are not transforming vast amounts of tropical forests into, for example, eucalyptus plantations or sugarcane plantations, where it is obviously having profound environmental impacts on the ecological integrity of those regions, and of course on ultimately the lungs of the planet. We are not in that kind of situation. Our concerns are different, yet just as important. So as we go forward with this bill, I find it hard to understand why the NDP would, at the very last moment, seek to bring through, I guess, the back door of the House, that which it did not bring to the committee, Mr. Speaker. And I also cannot reconcile at all the amendment put forward by the member with the call already inherent in the bill to have this 2-year review on the economic and environmental implications. Not that his concerns are not important, not that they're not valid, not that they shouldn't be treated and dealt with, Mr. Speaker, but I think they will be dealt with precisely at that period of time, 24 months after this bill becomes law. 24 months later, we will have a much better idea of where we stand, and I think that allows us to take mid-course corrections as a country as we go forward and we deal with a particular fuel source. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member Cross for his comments, and I just want to touch back on this review. A review of policy is fine if you're dealing in in things that you can change easily. But what's going to happen here with the industry? The industry is going to move ahead in a certain fashion. They're going to make investments. Farmers are going to line up land. They're going to change the kinds of agricultural practices that take into account. There is going to be a lot of things that go ahead once we put this bill in place, once the regulations go in place, and once the subsidies go on. So a review 2 years from now may be at the start of an industry. It may be when industry has just made major investments. And it's not going to be a great time to decide that we've made the wrong decision here, we've made the wrong choices, we've moved in the wrong direction. The time to decide what the right direction is before you start. And so that's why, quite clearly, my colleague in the Agricultural Committee brought forward many recommendations. I spoke to this issue when it was in Parliament before. We're saying it again. This is not, and to my honourable member across the way, do you really think that a review 2 years from now is going to settle?
The honourable member for Western Arctic should ask questions of the honourable member, not of the speaker. Should be saying, does he think, rather than do you think? The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question to the member from the Western Arctic. When we talk about a review, I don't see any material difference between what we're contemplating here and, for example, the 5-year mandatory review that is built into the Canadian Environmental Protection Act as a whole, something that was just completed at committee, Mr. Speaker, which delivered up, I think, profound recommendations for change and improvements and enhancements to improve SEPA and how it is, for example, operationalized in a Canadian context. That's my first response. Secondly, it is true that choices will be made. Investment decisions will be made. I have every confidence in the free market in Canada. I have every confidence in farmers. I have every confidence in investors, in companies who are going to be following this market, this emerging market, very, very carefully. They know that investing in cellulosic ethanol, for example, and making a quantum leap into those kinds of feedstocks to generate the cellulosic ethanol is probably going to be a wiser and more intelligent investment than not. It may take some transition time in some parts of the country, but we know that cellulosic ethanol has a much less impact in terms of GHGs and on the atmosphere as a whole. So I do have confidence that people will begin. They will begin by beginning. They will start by starting, and they will invest and they will build this sector. And in 24 months, I think we'll be able to take a mid-course correction shot, we'll examine it, and we will make improvements.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member. I listened intently, and I have worked with him on the committee before, so I understand his passion for the environment, much like my own, much like this government. And indeed, I know he's happy that this government's moved forward with the estimated 5% renewable fuel standard in Canada, because it would obviously equal somewhere in the neighbourhood of a 4 megaton reduction in net GHG emissions, which is great news for Canadians, because that's actually equivalent to 1 million cars taken off the road. But the member mentioned that we're not aggressive enough on this side of the House, and I would argue with that point, and I would ask him specifically, since the fuel industry has indicated that indeed these are aggressive targets and they can be met by the dates that we've set, but there is an issue of capacity in the distribution of infrastructure for this upgraded capacity, how he sees that we would meet these additional requirements if indeed, as his leader has suggested, this additional target of an increased percentage in the fuels themselves, even though we don't have the distribution capacity at this stage to do so.
Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I don't agree that it's a distribution problem. I don't believe that it's strictly a distribution problem. I think that there are a few things that the government should keep in mind. First of all, why is it that Ontario, that represents 47% of the Canadian economy, has made the quantum leap to 10% by 2010? Why is it that Ontario can do it, but the federal government can't? If there was a coherent policy, if they brought in a coherent policy that didn't, on the one hand, remove the excise tax exemptions to actually help kickstart the sector, while bringing in an inferior standard of 5%, maybe if we actually had more coherence between fiscal, agricultural, and environmental policy. After all, it is the government that has, I'm told, some kind of cabinet committee that is trying to reconcile energy, environmental, and financial considerations. Clearly, I don't think that this policy has been put through that gauntlet, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that we've seen here this kind of baby given birth to really reflect the need to bring together, in the way that our Leader of the Opposition speaks about all the time, the need to really integrate environmental, social, and economic considerations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, Honourable Deputy de
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to this bill, or this amendment, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. The amendment was tabled by the NDP. Now, first of all, this is an amendment to Bill C-33. So C-33 seeks to provide powers necessary to regulate fuels. It amends the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999. I will take the time to read the amendment.
that Bill C-33 in Clause 2 be amended by replacing line 13 on page 3 with the following: Canada, including a review of the progress made in the preparation and implementation of the regulation referred to in subsection 141, should be undertaken by such commit. So this seeks to improve a clause added by the committee. The addition is that an examination of biofuels should include the implementation of regulations enacted by the Governor and Council, so it will take into account a more complete evaluation of biofuels and of the regulations that govern them. Today we had a good example in this House. The Leader of the Bloc Québécois opened question period with a question on the famine that is occurring worldwide, Mr. Speaker, because grain, basic foods, are less and less available among some peoples across the world. One has to make a link, Mr. Speaker, between production of corn and other grains worldwide, but are not used for food or human consumption. The land is being used, farming is being done to produce ethanol, a fuel. And one can rightly ask the government to increase foreign aid to 0.7% of GDP, but there's something illogical about the fact that this government is coming up with programs to transform grain production into ethanol, whereas worldwide there are people that are dying of hunger because they don't have enough grain. Now, of course, I listened to the Liberals earlier. There's a will to increase the production of ethanol. The advantage of this amendment is that other technologies will have to be examined, and there are some. There's cellulosite ethanol, which would use waste fiber, forest waste, and so forth to produce ethanol. The research has not evolved sufficiently to market this at this point, but it exists. So we have to come up with the means to solve the problems we're causing through the use of ethanol and grain crops. We have to find a way. I understand that because the Conservative government favors the production of oil from the tar sands, it's trying to ease its conscience by producing ethanol. But if we're creating world famine, that's no better. We have to stop having political objectives in the short term all the time, election objectives, and protect this planet and the people who live on it. And one of the ways to do that would be to have an amendment that would enable us to see to both the environmental and economic aspects of ethanol production and examine all the new technology and perhaps reorient this while there's still time. We're starting to have ethanol objectives now to stop being at the mercy of oil production, but we should choose the right type of ethanol, cellulosite ethanol that comes from farm and forest waste, rather than ethanol that comes from actual grain crops, as we've seen today, and as we can see in all the media worldwide. There's a cereal famine out there. These grains are often the basic foods that assure humanity's survival. So I'm not surprised that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this motion, and this is what the Bloc would like to defend before the committee. When any discussion takes place on ethanol production, we now must focus on cellulosite ethanol, increase research, increase R&D budgets, and more think about stopping using cultivated grain crops to produce ethanol. We should use arable land for farming and use agricultural and forestry waste fiber to produce ethanol in a new way so as not to harm grain production, which is often the basic food of humanity. So as you can understand, we will be in favor of this amendment. And in committee, we will defend the interests of Quebecers because we are the only party in this House that does defend the interests of Quebecers. But, of course, Quebecers care a great deal about the capacity of humanity to feed itself. We have to produce energy using residue rather than using farm crops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the bloc. I'd like to ask him one question, just the same. A very simple question. He says he's in favor of the motion by the member for Western Arctic, which talks about a review of the progress made in the preparation and implementation of the regulations referred to in subsection 141. I don't understand that reasoning, Mr. Speaker, because I don't understand the difference between what's being proposed here in the motion and what will already happen under the bill. And thereafter, every 2 years, the Senate or House committees or joint committees will designate will proceed to an in-depth examination or review of environmental aspects of biofuel production in Canada. So I don't understand how this motion will do something different than what is already provided for in the bill under Section 8, page 3. I think it's already very clear. There will be a review every 2 years to examine exactly what this amendment proposes to examine. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. He's answered it himself, really, because what the amendment seeks to do is that this be discussed immediately, not in 2 years. That's what I've been trying to explain. In our way of developing ethanol, we are participating in the creation of a world famine. So we mustn't wait 2 years before we call into question the economic and environmental impact of what we're doing now. We have to do it right away. It's quite simple. We will maintain that position, and as you will understand, the bloc in committee will immediately want to refocus ethanol production to cellulosite ethanol rather than cultivated ethanol, which takes grain away from world production in order to produce energy. We have to call this into question now, not wait 2 years.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Melpick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to speak on Bill C-33, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act and the amendment put forward from the NDP. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I don't see that the amendment is really necessary, because there is already a review in the Act, and I think the amendment is really redundant because a lot of the aspects of what they're trying to do through that amendment is already covered by the review process that is established in the bill. The bill really, Mr. Speaker, gives the authority to allow for the efficient regulation of fuels, and in so doing, it does open up opportunities for the biofuel industries in quite a number of areas, especially so for ethanol and biodiesel. With the bill in place, it should give some confidence to investors to put up the kind of capital that's required to build plant capacity for the refining of those fuels. Because we all know, unless that assurance is there in terms of industry being willing to invest, that there really won't be a market for the products that are coming from the farms, be it corn, for ethanol, or indeed in my neighbourhood, new varieties of canola for biodiesel. And Mr. Speaker, this is also a benefit to our environment by utilizing these fuels, therefore producing less greenhouse gases, and the evidence is certainly in that area. I realize that there is, though, some controversy. And as I said in an earlier question, I don't think there's any question about it. In the next few decade for sure, and probably beyond, there's going to be a constant debate between the linkages and the conflicts between food policy, energy policy, and environmental policy, and we need to be at the forefront of that debate. There's certainly we hear it. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that you hear it. There's the whole debate: should we be using what could be called a food product to fuel SUVs? So there has to be other policies in concert with this one, to try and limit. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, to try and limit that. To try and limit the wasteful use of fuels that is adding to greenhouse gases. There has to be a lot done in that area as well. And one such area I might mention while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, is that phone will not quit ringing, Mr. Speaker. While I'm on my feet, one of those areas is I'm trying to shut it off. One of those areas is the whole area of transportation policy. And that's an area I might point out. I raised a question with the Minister of Transportation the other day, and now he basically ignored my question. My question was really on the government doing a costing review following the Canadian Wheat Board and Canadian Federation of Agriculture study, which showed that the railways are gouging primary producers $175 million in this country. That can't be allowed. I'd suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the government needs to act in that area, because we know that rail transportation is a lot more efficient than is road transportation in terms of its use of energy. And what we're seeing taking place with the railways, beyond their excess profits, we're seeing them with a major thrust over the last several years in terms of tearing up branch lines. You know, Mr. Speaker, I know you remember, I certainly remember, that years ago, as long ago as 15 years ago, Canada had about the best rail infrastructure in the world in terms of branch lines moving out into communities. But the railways, in their wisdom, decided that they would go to two major lines and tear up those branch lines. And as a result, there's damage being done to rural communities, to the availability of farmers to ship on those lines. Now there's more trucking using more fuel down those highways, and it's really a transfer of the infrastructure cost back to the provinces and to producers. And so I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, although this is a debate on ethanol, I'm saying to the government, it all ties together, that we need to be reducing greenhouse gases, and the government of the day needs to be challenging the railways in terms of their excess profits and doing a costing review, and in terms of what they're doing by tearing up railways and reducing infrastructure for the use of communities and producers in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, so basically what I'm saying to the government is to go beyond this bill in terms of providing regulatory authority to allow biofuels and ethanol and go to other areas as well, show some concern about the environment by taking other means to reducing greenhouse gases, and one of those certainly is to challenge the railways in terms of their destruction of infrastructure in order to gain more profits for themselves and to heck with the rest of the country from their part. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill and the regulatory authority changes will open up some opportunities for the agricultural community, and there's no question that's direly needed. As the Minister himself has said, that there will be close to 3 billion litres of renewable fuels that will be needed annually to meet the requirements of these regulations. Mr. Speaker, with that kind of an expansion, it will represent an economic opportunity, we hope, for grains and oilseeds producers. It will be a new market for Canadian producers, and we in fact are seeing that in my province of Prince Edward Island, but mainly not so much in the ethanol area, but in the biodiesel area, where there's a coal-pressed canola operation now in place with quite a number of canola acres going in the spring. It actually helps the environment in a number of ways. It gives us an alternative crop of which to rotate other crops with. It moves us away from our dependence on the potato crop as the major economic generator, and therefore we have less erosion, less use of nitrogen fertilizers, less silting of rivers as a result of growing that alternative crop. And I think, Mr. Speaker, as you go down this road, although it's not all tied into this bill, I mentioned earlier in a question how important it is that the government also expend funds in terms of R&D, looking at cellulosic ethanol, looking at using wood byproducts and waste. It might even be able to use it out west in terms of the damage done by the pine beetles. There's many other areas where we can, where this whole idea of producing biofuels can take what is now seen as waste in many areas or excess production and use it in a positive way. So I see, Mr. Speaker, that I am nearing the end of my time, but I do want to conclude by saying that the amendment proposed by the NDP, I understand where they're trying to get to in that amendment, but I firmly believe that the review aspects that are already in the bill will cover that amendment, that desire there is off, and a review in terms of the economic aspects and the environmental impact will take place as already designed in the bill. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we need to do that. We need to understand what's happening here, and we also need to ensure that this bill does not just set up a situation where cheap ethanol is floated up the St. Lawrence River and into Canada, and also that the cheap corn from the United States doesn't come up into this country, undermine our pricing structure, and be produced through Canadian plants. We have to ensure that this remains an opportunity for Canadians, especially so for Canadian farmers, and a way to reduce greenhouse gases in Canada as a whole. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before I proceed to questions and comments, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Gatineau, official languages. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My learned colleague who has demonstrated his expertise in the area of agriculture and today gave us an indication of his insights into developing economic innovations. I wonder if I could get his comments, especially from an agricultural perspective, with respect to what's happening in the biofuel industry and the implications for both agriculture, international affairs, and indeed the automobile industry. I know my colleague is aware of the numbers that the government side tried to put forward, and that is that every time there's a 10% increase in the number of automobile owners in India and in China alone, that would mean that there would be an additional 200 million cars on the roads requiring some kind of fuel. Now, I know he's aware of those figures, and I know he's aware as well that the international demand for energy consumption is flowing into what we're talking about today, and that is the biofuel, biomass, and the demand on agricultural production worldwide. I know he's aware of the fact because he just talked about production of corn, cheap corn in the United States, and what is indeed happening not only in the United States but everywhere else. For example, the state of Nebraska is dedicating an additional 1 million acres for the production of corn dedicated to ethanol production. And they're already producing some 1 billion gallons of ethanol on an annual basis. There are 450 plants scheduled to go into production this year in the United States alone. Now, with those kinds of pressures, does he not believe that the prices on agricultural products, specifically food products, is going to continually escalate upward, and that farmers will be protected by the increased demand that's taking place not only here in North America, but worldwide, and has already hit critical and urgent proportions in Europe today? I ask him to think about that for a moment while he's reflecting on the fact that South Africa is already considered the Middle East of the biofuel industry, producing already dedicating over 1 billion acres of land to the production of biomass for biofuel production. And that Brazil, India, and Indonesia are dedicating literally tens of millions of acres of land that would normally go to feeding the world's hungry, and we're all going to be hungry, but there's greater demand in those parts of the world, a demand that reflects back on to our obligations for food aid and world commitments that we've already made. Now, I know that my colleague knows.
Sorry, I'm going to have to give the member for Melpeck some time to answer these.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I'll tell him this right off the top. We've had a cheap food policy in this country and in North America for much too long. It's one of the things that has led us here, so there certainly is some desire by the farm community, a huge desire to see these new markets open up. But I think the honourable member does make a very valid point in terms of some of the cautions that we have to be aware of. And I said in my opening remarks that there's 3 policies going to collide here. One is food policy, energy policy, and environmental policy. We have to be aware of those. We have to be conscious of them. It's one of the reasons for the review as well. Now, in the agricultural sector, I want to point out that because of the upward pressure in prices in grains and oilseeds, it's also causing tremendous problems in the agricultural community itself, especially when you have the rising dollar and other factors, and that is these very same products that are going into ethanol are the feed stream for hogs and beef and poultry and chicken and dairy and so on. And it's causing a cost-price squeeze for farmers that are producing those commodities. And as China and India do come on stream, beyond the energy use of increasing automobiles on the road, there's also going to be the increasing demand for meats and other protein foods. So that's the reality of the world that we're in.
Order. Yeah. One very brief comment and response. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, it'd be a very short question. I asked the member opposite, the member who comes from Prince Edward Island, where they don't grow a lot of wheat or barley or such things like that. But my question to him directly, and a kind of a yes or no response, is would he be advocating that wheat and barley straw, for purposes of the bill before us, that it be put under the Canadian Wheat Board? Just a yes or no to that question.
Yes. The honourable member.
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker.
the honourable member from Malpak, I know he's anxious to answer the question, but he can at least allow the chair to recognize him first. The honourable member for Malpak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that we grow the best potatoes in the country in Prince Edward Island. That's for sure. And let me tell you, I've always advocated a national grains board because what the wheat board does, it's even more important with this ethanol production now because the wheat board maximizes returns back to primary producers, and it's so sad that the government on that side is only interested in the profits of the multinationals rather than defending the rights of producers. Now, in terms of straw, what we'd like to see in terms of straw is use it as biomass production for ethanol, not just allow it go to waste. Yes, you need it sometimes for organic matter, but it could be used for the production of ethanol itself as well.
It pains me to put an end to this this dialogue, but resuming debate, the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much. I have to say at the outset that I did enjoy the speech by the member from Malpak. I think he made some valid points, certainly laid out in a fairly clear fashion the complications that exist in this bill and in this initiative as it goes forward. It's not a simple piece of public business, very complicated, and one that we really do need to pay close attention to and make sure that we put in place all those checks and balances that are necessary so that we are monitoring and assessing as we go forward so that we minimize the negative impact of this seemingly very positive initiative by the government and by industry out there. I want to say right off the bat that I'm certainly standing in support of I'm going to actually speak to the motion, the amendment put forward by my colleague from the Western Arctic. I was pleased earlier to hear the bloc also joining us in putting in place this further check and balance on this rather large and I would guess as it rolls out very impactful piece of business here that yes will take us into in a new direction and will open up some avenues and some opportunities, but will on the other hand create some real difficulties for some folks, and I don't think we really know what all those difficulties will be yet. I don't think we've been able to quantify the impact as the member from Malpak and the member from the Western Arctic who spoke earlier said, on our food policy, on security of food for all people and the cost of food and the sustainability of our farm and agricultural industries. I don't think we understand either the impact that it's going to have on both energy and the environment. I mean, when the whole concept and idea of biofuel were first put out there, everybody seemed to come gangbusters on board to support it, but I think we're seeing in some jurisdictions and particularly across the border that it in fact is not the elixir that everybody thought it was perhaps going to be. So I think it's really important. Yes, we do have in the bill, and my colleagues participated in the evaluation and the process of amendment and looking at this bill when it came before the committee after second reading, and they made a number of amendments that weren't accepted, and so I think it was only his duty, his rightful duty, the member from Western Arctic, to take this opportunity yet again and found to be in order this amendment, which will give us some earlier opportunity to see what's going on, and then if it's not in the best interest of the public out there, which is what we're about here, is protecting the interest of the public and putting forward good public policy that benefits the most people. If it's not in that interest, then we need to have opportunity to actually take a look at it. I mean, we who have been at this for quite a while, for a long time, I've served in public office for 18 years now, first at the provincial level and now at the federal level, and there are many people in this House who have been around for a long time, understand that oftentimes the devil's in the detail, and we're moving large pieces of legislation that have that have wide-spread impact out there, you really need to pay attention to the regulation. It's in the regulation that the real meat is in these kinds of bills and these kinds of initiatives. And when you just holus bolus turn the development of regulation over to the government, and a government, I have to say, that is lobbied and speaks regularly with the large corporations and multinationals out there, you have to be concerned. It runs up some red flags for a lot of people. Somebody has to be there to speak out and loudly and clearly on behalf of the usually smaller entities that can get caught in the crunch or be bulldozed over or rolled over in these instances. All we're asking for here, it's really not that big a deal, in fact, is that as the government rolls out its regulations, which will be the sort of the highway down which this new initiative will go, that it be brought back to us, to the committee, to be reviewed so that we can see, in fact, that it is turning out to be all that it was hoped to be in the first place. So I think that this is a good move. It's a smart move. It's in the public interest to do this. And I commend the member from the Western Arctic for doing the work necessary to bring it forward and have it accepted. I use for an example, I mean, it's, in the last number of years, particularly when I was in the provincial realm, we were looking at biofuels, but we were looking at products that could be grown on farmers' fields that wasn't in the food stream, or waste that could be gathered in forests and out there in various of the territory that exists across this country, and taken and used, turned into oil perhaps, turned into chips or different types of fuel sources, and used to provide energy that would heat our homes, for example, and wood chips are used, or wood pellets are used in some parts of Canada in a very progressive and environmentally friendly way to heat homes and to heat buildings. But in my area, there was a very important and good debate initiated by a local maker of particle board, who said, hang on here for a second, you're going to take now the raw material that I get and pay good money for to build a product that I sell that creates jobs in our area and contributes to the local economy. And you're going to take that now and start making energy out of it. Then what am I going to do? So you're sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul, so to speak here. That's the kind of impact sometimes that a good idea can have. When you don't look at all of the ramifications, and if you just simply allow this kind of public policy to roll out without an opportunity to look at it as it develops through regulation, you may end up at the end of the day missing somebody, or not hearing from somebody, or witnessing an outcome that you didn't expect to happen in the first place. All of this new venture that we're into now, where energy and fuel and new fuels and biofuels and the environment is concerned, is very interconnected and very, very complicated. And requires the close attention of all of us in this place who have been elected to give leadership and to be responsible for what will happen in those realms, particularly where energy is concerned and where food is concerned. I'm concerned that yes, this will drive up the price of food. We hear across the way from the Liberals particularly that they want to move away from a cheap food policy. Well, I don't know exactly where the line is there in terms of when is food and who you're talking to when you talk about cheap food. I'm often talk to people anybody who knows the work that I do around here knows that I've got a great passion on the poverty front, trying to make sure that all people who live in Canada and in fact around the world are able to feed themselves and their families and their children. So what we may see as cheap food and a cheap food policy may be quite different from what the people in, say, a neighborhood in downtown Toronto might consider cheap food or expensive food. And so, I'm not arguing for one or the other here. I'm just saying that we really need to be careful about how we do this, because it will have a huge, and is already having a huge impact on the whole food system and the food supply system and the impact that it will have. Matter of fact, we've heard across the way that the Americans are moving lock, stock, and barrel with great energy and investment and enthusiasm in this direction. Well, the facts actually tell a different story. Certainly in some sectors of the U.S., where it says here, this is a press release that came out on February the 28th, 2008, which isn't that long ago. It says here, the ethanol boom is running out of gas as corn prices spike. It says that Cargill announces its scrapping plans for a $200 million ethanol plant near Topeka, Kansas. A judge approved the bankruptcy sale of an unfinished ethanol plant in Canton, Illinois, and that was just Tuesday. Indeed, it goes on to say that plans for as many as 50 new ethanol plants have been shelved in recent months as Wall Street pulls back from the sector, says Paul Ho, a Credit Suisse investment banker specializing in alternative energy. Financing for new ethanol plants, Ho says, has been shut down. So is the government going to get into, in a big way, the financing of some of these things? And are we going to find out, if we don't have access to some of what's going on, that in 2 years, when we actually get to this review, that the government has spent a ton of money and is now in a place where some of these plants aren't economically viable anymore because of the impact they're having in other ways. And so, just to also share with you, here's another article in the Edmonton Journal, Green Gold or Fool's Gold. I think we really have to be careful about this. And we're not saying that we're not saying that we shouldn't move forward. Biofuel makes a lot of sense in many ways, but it's fraught with landmines here. And that's why I stand and support the amendment and the motion that my colleague from the Western Arctic has made, and in shoulder to shoulder with the Bloc in supporting him and inviting the Liberals particularly to join us in making sure that we put yet this other check and balance in place, so that we don't end up in the same place as some of these American firms have. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northumberland West.
Northumberland Quinte West. Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my friend speaking about some of the regulations, or some of the laws passed by this Parliament should be reviewed. At least that's what this amendment basically says. If we kept doing that, Mr. Speaker, we would never get anything done but revisit some of the things we've passed before, and that's why the ministers are given powers to pass regulation pursuant to certain acts, and that's basically this just lays down the parameters under which the regulations can be made. He made reference to the United States and some of the problems with regard to ethanol. Well, that's why they're going to cellulosic-based ethanol, and that's exactly what some of this government is investing in, is cellulosic ethanol. That's what's happening in Northern Ontario. He mentions particle strand board and using chips, and that somehow we may be diverting wood products from the forest industry, because that's what particle board's made out of. That's what oriented strand board is made out of. Well, we know that our forest industry is in trouble, and one of the things that cellulosic ethanol will do is have another value-added product to our forest industry. So instead of being a negative to the people who work in the forest industry, it's going to be a positive. He mentioned, I heard mention of Brazil. Well, I was reading an article recently with regard to Brazil's economic situation, and one of the things that's bringing it out of some economic hardship is the very reason that it's not relying on very expensive hydrocarbons, very expensive petroleum products, because there they were having a few years ago difficulty making enough vehicles to run on ethanol. So they've made an economic decision to move away from petroleum to ethanol, which is bringing its standard of living in that country up. So it's not a negative, it's a positive. Europe's moving to biodiesel. They're not concentrating necessarily on ethanol, and there's a good reason for it. They don't have the kind of agricultural base that we in North America have to be able to support it. But what they do is they buy a heck of a lot of canola oil from Canada. Canola, that's driving some of the economy in the West. So I just can't understand. There's everything positive about the bill. I suspect there's something sinister about the amendment that the NDP wants to bring in. They probably know they're never going to form government. So this is
order. Order. The members used up half the time for question and comments, so maybe we could give the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie some time on the spot.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'm told that cellulosic ethanol has not been proven to be economically viable yet, and it's probably another of these roads that the folks who are getting into ethanol in the first place, finding that it's fraught with difficulties, are now trying to chase, which speaks to the issue that is in front of us here today, that we really have to be careful and cautious. He spoke of Brazil, and I'm told as well that yes, Brazil's into ethanol fuel, at the expense of the rainforest. Is that what we want?
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, and yes, I would just want to comment on my colleague's speech, because he did touch on the issues that there's many uses for biomass product, and in fact, in a paper that was presented to the Agricultural Committee, they showed that if you wanted to actually get a better greenhouse gas reduction at a lower cost, it would be much more simple to make up straw pellets, wood pellets, and put them into existing thermal situations than it is to create either cellulosic ethanol or just corn ethanol. The return is so much greater. So there are a lot of unanswered questions even about the nature of biomass energy within this country. And I would refer to that, the honourable members, to take a look at the study that was done by a Canadian company. Samson was the primary researcher on it from Quebec, and it lays it out very clearly what the issues are around the use of the wood products or any other organic product in reducing CO2 emissions. So to my colleague, when you talk about the nature of the interaction between wood pellet development in Northern Ontario and the use of pulp in the industry, could you elaborate on that issue a bit more?
Order. Order. I asked the member for Western Arctic earlier not to direct questions directly to members, but to do it in the third person, and he's off doing it again. So, the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie, very briefly.
Yeah, well, no, I think he's absolutely correct, and that's why I think, and we're trying to do in our area is pull the various interests together to take a look at both the benefits and the opportunities of there, but also the impacts, and some of them are very negative. We're taking ourselves.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be engaged in this debate because we are beginning to give some scrutiny to an emerging industry. And I say emerging industry because it's developed over the course of the last decade in a fashion that seems to be changing the world literally overnight. And we've been dealing with legislation like this for quite some time. And I can tell you that in principle we'd have to support a bill like this, although I don't know where that we would be as supportive of the amendment. But in the debate today, we've seen that what people are doing is taking a look at what the dynamics are. And the dynamics, as my colleague from Alpaca said, they go through agriculture, they go through industry, they go through energy and the environment. Now, I know that my colleague from Alpaca can speak for himself as he always does, and he does so forcefully. But I know that what he means when he talks about cheap food prices, etc., he's talking about the prices paid at the farm gate. He's not talking about, at least the way that I interpret it, in terms of the amount of money that a consumer has to pay for product at the point of purchase. What he's looking at is a situation that sees equitable return on an investment made and contribution given. But in this area, where I know there are agricultural groups around the country that are calling for the government to get its hands off and to allow market forces to drive the new economy. And look, everybody in this place is favorable of rewarding initiative and rewarding enterprise. But there's one thing that we need to keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, and that's the impact of this kind of development on the structure around the world, the usual economic dynamics. For example, my colleague from Interlake, Selkirk Interlake, I think, said earlier on that this is only going to have an impact on 2% of the landmass in Canada. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's nice to throw out a figure like that, but 48% of the landmass in Canada is covered by forest, and about another 46% is covered by ice. And so when we're talking about the rest that's arable, if we're looking at a 2% mass, are we talking about the overall mass, in which case it would be an enormous amount of land dedicated to biomass and biofuel production, or are we talking only about 2% of the arable land already available in Canada? And this is, I think it's significant because we were talking about food policies and their impact worldwide. We're going to be talking about, and I will reflect for a moment, in a moment, on energy and biomass and biofuel. But if you think for a moment about what's been happening around the world, where, as I said in the previous question, that in South Africa, already being considered the Middle East of the biofuel production business, has in excess of 1 billion acres already dedicated towards the production of biomass for biofuel in a part of the world that is constantly looking for food aid. Now, you can just imagine what is happening to the food sources. In fact, in countries around the world where the agricultural production is dependent upon rainfall for its water sources, production costs and food costs have now gone up by 50% over last year, and that rise is escalating. And it's escalating at such a rate that UN agencies are already concerned not only about the quantum of demand for food aid, but also the cost. And over last year, costs have increased by 20%. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, the demand on all of the countries that are engaged in attempting to provide food aid to the most needy when land closest by is being dedicated to biomass and biofuel production. We're going in that same road. As I said, in North America, for example, Nebraska has decided that it will use as its economic strategy an increasing in the land utilized for corn for biomass and biofuel. They're dedicating an additional 1 million acres this year alone. They're already producing 1 billion gallons of ethanol per annum in order to feed the growing American demand. The American demand that, as I indicated earlier, has seen the production plants increase from 100 to 150 last year and expected to reach 450 in this coming year. There's going to be a huge demand, a constant demand, as we cross over into environmental concerns and greenhouse gas emissions, especially in North America, especially in Europe, where we see that 80% of personal energy consumption through vehicles takes place. Of 800 million vehicles on the road today, 70% of them are on the roads in Europe or in North America. 70% of them. And you know what's going to happen, as I said earlier on, when China and India begin to produce vehicles to meet a demand for an emerging middle class that will equal North America and Europe. Well, every time 10% of the population gets a car in India and in China, 200 million more vehicles will come on the road. Clearly, the demand on traditional energy sources, those greenhouse gas emitting sources is going to be huge. It is going to be equally impressive on those new technologies that are emerging in the ethanol production and other biomass product. I mentioned Brazil earlier on, and my colleague from the side opposite made reference to Brazil as well. 300 million acres dedicated in Brazil to the production of biomass for the purposes of ethanol production. In India, already 35 million acres for the same types of industry. Indonesia, 16 million acres. These are not places that we have traditionally associated with the production, with land utilization for the production of anything other than food. My colleague from the NDP said a moment ago, and look at what's happening. They're doing it at the expense of the rainforest and the consequent results on both the environment and on other issues associated with the depletion of rainforests, not only in Amazonia, but everywhere else around the world. Well, these are pressures that we must deal with. And they are closer to us today than we imagine. And it's great to talk about the competitiveness and the productivity of our own agricultural sector. We want our farmers to make money, to make more money, but we want them to do it in terms of producing for the demand that's there in the world. For what? Of course, the first goal should be to provide, with all due respect to my colleague from Malpec, cheap food or low-cost food. High quality, low cost, but not at the expense of the farmer. Who would be in business if you can't get your money? We want them to do that. We want as well, though, to be wary about the kinds of policies that are going to have implications for virtually everything else. I think this is one area that hasn't been explored sufficiently, Mr. Speaker, and that is the true cost of the production of ethanol. And some of these factors, which we used to rain upon all industrial enterprises not that long ago, to include all the true inputs in industrial production, I think have to be as well applied to any kind of alternative energy sources. But we must develop the new technology for those energy sources. We need to build a green economy. We need to invest in innovation. We need to invest in the technologies that are going to make us not only competitive, but environmentally friendly and conscious of the impact for greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, but never can we forget those who are less fortunate than us. I said earlier on that over 40 million Americans who live below the poverty line this year will experience a 40% increase in the cost of their food alone. And so in an environment where the economy is submitted to all the vagaries that we normally see in the cyclical economic environment, the last thing that people need are to see the vulnerable, not only in North America, but everywhere else around the world, submit to the high pressures of excessive food costs at the expense of, as we've said, environmental issues, technological issues, and international relations. I think we owe it to ourselves in this kind of debate to ensure that our governments keep their feet firmly to the ground and understand that the implications of amendments like this or a bill like this go well beyond the stated purpose of a debate in the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his comments. I do want to deal with some of the issues he's raising here because, he's talking about the need for food and countries that can't afford it. And when you look at the developing world, you realize that they are agrarian-based societies. And the best way to start generating wealth in an agrarian-based society is allow them to start getting paid for what they produce. And here's an opportunity with biofuels that they can actually see an opportunity for increased revenue through the biofuel industry, as well as they'll have the incentive to grow more. The problem that we have in today's world is that that the commodity prices have been so low up until this year that there wasn't an incentive to go out there, and especially manually in these developing countries, to go out and plant a crop. And so it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we provide them an incentive, and that incentive comes from the marketplace, I think, which we all can support, to go out there, plant more crop, and with that, generate more food for their own countries as well.
The honourable member for Eglinton, Lawrence.
I fully understand that concept. There's no reason why anybody would plant anything into the ground if they're not going to get a return on not only their investment but also their labor and their effort. And I fear that on occasion we tend to romanticize a career or a job decision that has long gone beyond the moment that we fixed it in time. And while this is absolutely true about family farms, many of those family farms are such in name only. But I don't think that any part of this debate is designed to ensure or to in any way undermine the viability of any agricultural enterprise. I don't think that anybody has got that in mind, and if they do, they're in the wrong place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
I was intrigued by the members' comments with regard to the impact that this will have on the food supply and food security, particularly when we look at the whole world. I mean, many of us who paid attention to what happened in some of the third world jurisdictions, particularly Central and South America, will understand when North America decided that it was going to respond to its craving for coffee. How whole tracts of land were taken over to grow a crop that was a cash crop, a product that came to North America, but really didn't provide the local folks themselves who used to have that land to grow their own food, vegetables and fruit and things like that, and the impact that has had on the world and some of our poorer countries. That could actually, in fact, happen here in Canada in our own backyard if we're not careful, and that's why we're asking for greater scrutiny on this initiative now that is brand new and is taking us places that we've never been before. Maybe the member might want to comment further on that.
The honourable member for Eglinton, Lawrence.
I thank him for his observation, and it's quite fine to think in terms of oversight and scrutiny. And my understanding of the bill and the bill that preceded this is that we already had the oversight capacity for this House. Whether we utilize that oversight capacity is another matter. And maybe the member is right to be concerned that people in governments don't always apply the same, don't implement the kinds of things that they say that they've already approved. But I think in general, it would be equally a mistake to think that people who actually consume an end product are culpable because the redistribution of the wealth that's generated as a result doesn't flow in its appropriate proportions to those who are at the origin of that production cycle. The honourable member mentions coffee. I mean, some of the wealth that's been created around coffee is just absolutely mind-boggling. I can cite an example because I happened to study this just a little while ago, but for example, in the country of Italy alone, where the consumption of 3 espressos per day, per person, they're consuming a retail value of about $180 million a day. Now, if some of that, a day every day of the year, and that's only for that particular product. And so that there is a production cycle that should be producing wealth for the original farmers of the cocoa beans and those who work the lands to generate that. I can't have an influence on the countries of origin. I can only have an impact on how we might view our responsibilities internationally. And if the honourable member from Sault Ste. Marie...
It's with regret that I must interrupt the honourable member. We are resuming debate, and the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if that applause is because the former member is sitting down, Mr. Speaker, or because I'm standing up. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the amendment that's been brought by my colleague to C-33. And in spite of the comments we did have from the last speaker, I think it's crucial that oversight by Parliament, by parliamentarians, be an integral part of this bill and of this process within the department. And Mr. Speaker, the prior speaker raised a number of the issues that I think emphasize the need for that oversight. And so the additional wording, the additional responsibility we will have as parliamentarians, should this bill go ahead, and we are supporting generally the bill, should it go ahead and become law of the land, will impose that additional responsibility on us as parliamentarians. I have to say my experience on these reviews has been less than positive from this perspective, that we don't follow the law and we don't fulfill our responsibility as regularly as we should. And Mr. Speaker, there's other ways of doing it. If the committee that's ultimately responsible for this review is not entirely capable of doing it, it can be assigned, the responsibility can be assigned to a subcommittee and members of Parliament who are particularly interested and knowledgeable in the area with regards to the use of ethanol and how is the progress coming in the use of that in our economy. Even a smaller committee can be put into place as a subcommittee of the standing committee. And Mr. Speaker, we need to do that. And we need to do that because of a number of the points that have been made, and let me just reiterate some of those. We know, Mr. Speaker, that just in the last year, there have been increasing riots, and I use that term advisedly. There have been increasing riots around the world with regards to the cost of food. And it's not just, as the former speaker suggested, it's not just in the undeveloped world. There were riots in Italy earlier this year over the cost of pasta, which of course comes from various grains. And it was the cost of the grains that had escalated so dramatically by more than 100% in some cases. And of course that ultimately is reflected in the end product. I can tell you my experience just in my local riding in the county of Essex. The cost of corn has more than doubled in a little over 12 months. Now, Mr. Speaker, we can say, well, that's been great for the producers of the corn, and that's true. The farmers in my community who are producing corn, by and large, are very happy with the increase in price because it has been, for all too many years, too low to cover their input costs and allow them to make a living from the farm. But this doubling of cost now is having some significant impact on other farmers in my community, our dairy farmers. We have several hog farms, a number of poultry farms. I have actually a significant number of poultry farms in the county of Essex. And they need corn, the same corn that's being now used for ethanol because of the plant that we have over in Chatham. That ethanol is taking the cost of their inputs up dramatically. They're having to compete with that other market, that new market that prizes, that values that corn much higher than they are able to meet. I have to say that quite bluntly. And so the cost of their input, of their feed grain, has gone up by more than 100% in less than a year. And if you're a small farmer, small farming operation, it is very difficult when you have that significant of an increase in that short a period of time on a key ingredient for your operation. But it's not just in those two areas, Mr. Speaker. There have been food riots in Asia and in Africa across both those continents. We see, in fact, that some of the NGOs are coming back to their funders and saying we need literally hundreds of millions of dollars more to meet the demand that we have in refugee camps and other areas where there's drought or famine. And that is a direct result of very, very dramatic escalating costs in grains. Mr. Speaker, in terms of Asia, for instance, there's a number of countries there that I'm hearing reported where, again, the cost of the grain, of rice in particular, has more than doubled in less than a year's time. And there doesn't seem to be any end. There's some countries where the estimate is that it's gone up by more than triple in that year and a half, in this past year and a half. A good deal of this is being driven by the demands that we're putting on the supply of grain for the use of ethanol. Mr. Speaker, I'll use another example of Brazil. Brazil, shortly after the Second World War, made the conscious decision not to run their vehicles on oil, on carbon-based products, but in fact on ethanol. And they have requirements that 50% of all the fuel that's used in their vehicles comes from ethanol, comes from sugar. And Mr. Speaker, last year Brazil, for the first time, was forced to curtail the amount of production of sugar that would go into the sugar market because of the demand that they had for ethanol. And again, there was very strong reaction, and I don't think, again, using the term riot is too strong a term. There was a number of large demonstrations over the fact that the population of Brazil could not access as much sugar as they had historically. And the reason for that was that it didn't use for the purpose of creating ethanol, producing ethanol. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, when you look at this amendment, although we have overall some reservations on the bill, we generally are supportive of the bill, but it begs the attention of this House on an ongoing basis and on a parliamentary committee to continue to review the use of food products, grains in particular. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the other points that we would want to make is that that review would also allow us the opportunity to continue to bring forward that there are alternatives in the use of ethanol from actually using the food product. We can use the stock, we can use waste, including garbage, in a number of ways. But there is a need to develop the technology. There's a company here, right here in Ottawa, that's done, Iogen, that's done some great work in this area, where they're using a product that is not food. It's not a food product. They're using straw. They're using other stocks from other grains, from corn, etc. There are other experiments and, in fact, plants operating around the globe that are using, for instance, the waste products from forestry and able to produce ethanol. I think the other thing that we have to be monitoring on an ongoing basis, Mr. Speaker, is the efficiency of this. And if we are using food products and not achieving an efficiency ratio that is comparable to carbon-based, that is substantially better than carbon-based, then we have to look for those alternatives and to develop those technologies. I see you're signaling my time is up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully while my friend was from the NDP was speaking. I can remember vividly, shortly after I was elected to this place, and shortly before, a meeting with some of my farming community, listening, particularly the grains and oilseeds part of the farming community, listening to them, some of them third and fourth generation farmers, at the brink of losing their farms, multi-generational farms. And now when we meet, they're beginning to have some pluses, some black ink on their ledgers. And I hear now from the NDP that food's too expensive and we have to shut down ethanol production because people can't afford their food. In other words, they want really cheap food. They want farmers to go out of business. That's what I'm hearing. You know, Mr. Speaker, I also had a chance to speak on the side to my friend from northern Canada, and he was talking about wood pellets heating their community. Well, I lived in northern Ontario. Shell Oil Company, BioShell, had 2 wood pellet plants when I moved there, and when I moved away, less than 4.5 years later, back to southern Ontario, those 2 plants were closed. And why were they closed, Mr. Speaker? They were closed because the price of oil, natural gas, and propane went down, and it no longer became economically viable for the wood pellet plants to keep in business. I suspect now that people in that industry, because oil and gas prices are going up, that some of those alternate fuel plants will come in. And so I'm at a loss here. I'm at a complete loss as to why we should wish our farmers don't get a reasonable price for their products, because now they have multi-markets and they have some value added. I can tell you, my farmers are very happy with the situation with regard to ethanol and food prices.
Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, I must admit, Mr. Speaker, I know it's the end of the day, and so I'm probably being a little facetious here, but I was going to suggest that the member from Northumberland have his ears checked, because I absolutely did not suggest. I grew up on a farm, Mr. Speaker. My sister and brother-in-law still run that farm. I have nephews who operate farms in the Essex County area. And I did not for 1 minute, nor did anybody from the NDP suggest for 1 minute of shutting down ethanol production. We're not talking that. What we are talking about is that we have a responsibility as parliamentarians to recognize the impact it can have. And it doesn't just mean positive things. My poultry producers in my riding are having serious trouble meeting their feed bills. And so I'm worried about them as well, as anybody should be, who's looking at this sensibly and with any degree of wisdom.
The honourable member from Malpeque might want to restrain his question to 1 minute, so we get a 1 minute answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because I just have to, in terms of questioning the member from Northumberland, Quinte West, went on quite an attack against the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, talking about that they were basically in favour, the NDP was in favour of a cheap food policy. I don't believe that. But I will tell you this, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Northumberland, Quinte West, is certainly supporting, by supporting his leader's position on the wheat board, is certainly supporting the disempowerment of farmers in Western Canada who are challenged by the corporate sector. And I would ask the member opposite, yes, there's concerns about food supply, but isn't the biggest problem we have in food supply in the world some of the trade agreements and the dominant position that the multinational grain trade others are in not only exploiting farmers, but exploiting people around the world? And that government over there seems to support that multinational sector against farmers in this country.
Member for Windsor-Tecumseh, 1 minute to respond.
I agree with the analysis that we have from the member from Malpeque, Mr. Speaker. And I see it in my riding. I see it in that plant in Chatham. Most of the corn is coming from large farms, they're corporate farms, they're agribusiness that are supplying the market on our side, and there's no regulation of it. There's no. I'm not suggesting protectionism here in an extreme, but there's no level playing field here. And the member from Malpeque is absolutely right that the problem we're confronting here is one of a Conservative government that has blinkers on when it comes to protecting our farmers.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South has the floor, and he'll want to compress his wisdom into 3 minutes.
Well, the members are suggesting maybe I don't even have that much, but I'm going to try, Mr. Speaker, because I spent 5 years of my career prior to becoming a member of Parliament with an organization called United Cooperatives of Ontario. That over 100 retail outlets across the province of Ontario, and ethanol was one of our big new areas of endeavour, which, Mr. Speaker, I think now most Canadians will recognize that ethanol as a biofuel is very, very popular and very highly used in some countries, but not in Canada yet because of the production and because of the distribution. In fact, I have a constituent who bought a very expensive vehicle, that the E85, to operate on the ethanol, and the only place that the nearest place he has to get ethanol gas for his vehicle is in Guelph or in Ottawa. And Mr. Speaker, it gives you a sense of where we are on this. On top of that, as the members have noted I know we're talking about the amendment, but generally with respect to the bill, Mr. Speaker, that we also have some changing circumstances with regard to the supply of crops which provide what's necessary to produce ethanol. All of a sudden, the demand around the world for crops, for wheat and for corn, etc., are becoming a greater demand in terms of the supply. And so there is a strategy that's going on with regard to food and biofuel uses and demands and priorities. So, Mr. Speaker, I intend to continue my speech when we do resume debate. I want to address specifically the amendment. I know that the member for Eglinton Lawrence had a few words, and I think that this is quite an important bill. And from time to time, Mr. Speaker, although we don't realize it, there are people in this place, who bring to this to Parliament some expertise and some insights into some of the realities that face the agricultural community, particularly farmers, regardless of whether it be in the feed and crops area or in the dairy side as well. It is a very important sector, Mr. Speaker. 70% of the people involved in agriculture, in fact, are employed outside of the farm. It's referred to off-farm gate. Mr. Speaker, it's a very important sector. It requires the attention of Parliament, and I hope we'll continue this debate at the next sitting of the House.
It being 5:39, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. When we return to the study of Bill C-33, there will be 7 minutes left to the honourable member for Mississauga South. Il semble qu'une erreur administrative s'est glissée dans la rédaction du...
There's an error in the draft of Bill C-531. So the Speaker asked that the bill be reprinted and that the new version be distributed on the Parliament website.
Members, a copy of the letter received by the Speaker from the law clerk outlining the required changes. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. The second reading of Bill C-505 on Canadian multiculturalism and its non-application in Quebec. Mr. Paquette, seconded by Mr. Gravel, moves that Bill C-505, a bill to amend an act on Canadian multiculturalism, be now read for a second time and sent to the Standing Committee for Canadian Heritage. First, the Honourable Member from Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to table Bill C-505 today, amending the Canadian Multiculturalism Act and its non-application in Quebec. And let me read the preamble to this bill that, of course, you can find in the presentation of Bill C-505. And we can read there that Quebecers are a nation, and because of that, they need to have all the necessary tools to identify their identity and to protect their common values, especially the French language, the separation of church and state, and the equality of genders. So this is a preamble, Mr. Speaker, that will help us interpret the amendment. Section 3 of the same legislation is amended. The multiculturalism federal policy does not apply on Quebec territory. Thus, this is the motion made by the Bloc in this House. And as I mentioned several times, this bill is a part of a series of proposals made by the Bloc. Last Tuesday, we announced a position inviting the government to go to concrete measures regarding the Quebec nation. And there's also Bill 582, tabled by one of my colleagues, whereby French would be a working language for federal jurisdiction employees. And another bill is being prepared in our caucus. And as the MP of Jean-Pierre said that we should try to put some flesh on the bones of the principles of recognizing Quebec as a nation. And thus we'd like to exempt Quebec from Canada's multicultural legislation. And now it's time to pass to concrete measures, because we theoretically recognize Quebec as a nation, and therefore we should also concretely act in consequence. And Bill C-505 is an attempt to allow Quebec to apply on its own territory its own model for integrating new arrivals, which is different from Canadian multiculturalism, which also resembles United States multiculturalism. The Quebec nation has been recognized as such in Quebec, both by federalists and Quebec sovereignists, and this is a consensus that we have, and we didn't have to wait for this House of Commons to recognize the reality of this fact, which is a living reality in Quebec. On October 2003, the Quebec National Assembly unanimously adopted the following motion: that the National Assembly reaffirm the fact that the Quebec population is a nation, and if Canada remains what it is, we're not going to be subject to Canadian constitutional models in building our Quebec Constitution. And if Quebec is a nation, this motion says simply that forms a nation. It doesn't say anything about sovereignty. It simply says Quebec is a nation. And the motion adopted by this House should instill the right attitude in the parliamentarians in this House. And it's for a good reason that the National Assembly specified that it reaffirms the existence of Quebec as a nation, because for at least 40 or 50 years, Quebec premiers of whatever party they were stated this reality over and over again, that Quebec is a nation. Let me quote Jean Lesage in November 1963, who said that Quebec does not defend the principle of provincial autonomy as an abstract principle, but especially because autonomy is a concrete condition for its survival and its affirmation as a people and a nation. And this was in 1963. And I could also mention Daniel Johnson Sr., who several times indicated that if Quebec could not find a place as a nation within Canada on an equal footing, could choose national independence. In Rudevec said in 1976, Canada is made up of two nations, and they each have their own distinct national identity, and they have the rights to self-determination, which is the most basic right of any community. And this was in June 1981. And then I could mention Jacques Parizeau, Robert Bourassa. And I'll conclude with a final quote, Lucien Bouchard in October 1999, who sat in this House. The Quebecs have a democratic conception of a francophone nation with a pluri-ethnic culture and with immigration. So we undeniably recognize Quebec as a nation, but this consensus has existed in Quebec for a very long time. And as in my last quote from Lucien Bouchard, while he was premier in Quebec, Quebec is a nation that's open to international immigration, but it is not open to the immigration methods proposed by Canadian federal authorities, namely multiculturalism. And there are quite a few who denounce the multiculturalism model, which is the federal model, and we already have a Quebec model. Despite the confusion created by the other model of integration, which is multiculturalism, that is being imposed. And the Quebec government has already announced more investments in that sense for immigration. And Quebec has an intercultural model for inserting new immigrants. And they expect everyone, all the new arrivals, they expect all new arrivals to respect the common values of Quebec society as a whole. For example, the lay nature of, or secular nature of public institutions, and the citizens also should know French as a common language in the public space, which is very important, because we cannot have a common language in our public space, then we cannot carry on democratic debate. Our society cannot progress, and it turns to a cacophony. And we respect the English language minority in Quebec, whose institutions have been protected for a very long time. So there are two official languages in Canada, but in Quebec there's only one, which is French. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we know that there is no language that is really in this public space in Canada apart from English, and this is impoverishing the progress of French in Quebec. And we'd like to see everyone respect our common values emanating from French as a common language to debate in public. And there's a cultural risk. People who come from all over, and they add wealth to our culture, and they bring inspiration from other countries. But multiculturalism is exactly the opposite. The notion of multiculturalism promotes a society in a multitude of solitudes, where each new arrival conserves his or her language and culture, and this is protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And let me repeat that in Quebec we also have a Charter of Human Rights in Quebec, and the Quebec model wants a common culture and language and a certain number of common values. We favor the existence of many cultures, and the multiculturalism notion has been rejected in Quebec, but I'll come back to that. And to show that, in fact, multiculturalism is what I just said it is, let me quote in this document from Citizenship Immigration Canada, where Canada has a reference on the use of for new arrivals, and Canada is populated by people from all over the world, and by its multiculturalism legislation, the government encourages Canadians to be proud of their cultural heritage and language, and to keep the cultures and traditions so long as they don't go against Canadian law. And this is the part of multiculturalism that is rejected in Quebec. There's a certain malaise as well in Canada regarding multiculturalism. For instance, on page A11, his 16-year-old son in a high school in Toronto, and they don't say where he came from, but each time they said he's a Canadian, he was told this does not exist. He either had to say that he was Scottish or English. So even Canadians have a problem of identity and of integrating new arrivals. And in Quebec, this multicultural model has been rejected, especially as it downgrades Quebec as a part of Canada, because we'd just be a part of the ethnic mix in Canada according to the definitions imposed by the federal more than anyone else. And the French speaking people would only be another ethnic group among so many others. So that's why Quebec rejects multiculturalism as an integration model. In 1971, Robert Bourassa, Liberal Premier, said that this multicultural notion seems to be incompatible with Quebec. To the contrary, Quebec, with its intercultural model, breaks through the walls of isolation and loneliness known by immigrants and new arrivals, whereas multiculturalism isolates new arrivals within their own culture. And Mr. Speaker, sovereignty seems to be the only way to clarify this confusion. And this is why we table Bill C-505, and we concretely recognize Quebec as a nation with its capacity to run its own legislation and its own models for the insertion of new arrivals and immigrants. And there's a confrontation between multiculturalism and interculturalism between Quebec and the federal, and I'd like to quote an excerpt from a brief from the Conseil des Relations Interculturelles du Québec, which very clearly states that both integration models create confusion among new arrivals and makes the message of the Quebec nation very difficult to understand. Interculturalism in Quebec favors French as a common language for communication, and we already have tools in Quebec to protect and promote French on its territory. There's still a lot of work to do, and at least interculturalism in Quebec allowed French to make some progress, and multiculturalism is a model that is a constant obstacle. And with all due respect towards the minorities in Quebec, with full sovereignty, Quebec can promote and protect the French language, and Bill 505 will help us to resolve the problem of multiculturalism and its perverse effect in Quebec, which confuse many of our new arrivals in Quebec. And let me conclude now. Let me take some concrete measures now. And this bill that I am tabling today, and if it's adopted by this chamber, it will be another step forward.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I find the Honourable Member's statements really insulting. When he says that in Canada the only real language is English, what does he say about all the other francophones everywhere in Canada who are fighting day and night for their own language? We're talking about multiculturalism. That's very good, but the Bloc does not even recognize its own language outside Quebec. The Honourable Member from Joliette. What we just heard is an illustration of the confusion created by multiculturalism. I never said that French was not important in the rest of Canada or elsewhere in the world. But I said that the real official language in Canada is English, and the francophones are a minority. And the Official Languages Act in Quebec was constantly being respected, but that was not the case with the conservative or liberal governments. So in Quebec we must have the means to make sure that French would be in fact the common public language, and multiculturalism will never allow that. We've proven this long ago. Even the conservatives prove this. Ask Quebec conservatives or Quebec liberals what they think of multiculturalism. And the National Assembly stated it over and over again. Multiculturalism is an obstacle to integrating new arrivals in Quebec society, and the acculturation of new immigrants in French. And this confusion is constantly being entertained by multiculturalism. The Honourable Member from Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague for his most eloquent speech. But here's my question. Concretely speaking, what does he mean by multiculturalism? Is this an undefinable concept? Are there federal programs or provincial programs in Quebec? Any concrete programs? In reality, that pose obstacles to the insertion of new arrivals. What evidence do you have that multiculturalism is an obstacle to the integration of new arrivals in Quebec and elsewhere? The Honourable Member from Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just quote an excerpt from the Conseil des Relations Multiculturelles de Québec. And of course, today the practices do not encourage the separate development based on monoethnic recruiting, which was the case for Pierre-Éliott Trudeau, but we know very well. But in Canada, we begin to realize that we have to be able to find a common principle to have the social consistency that every society needs. But this ideology of the 1960s that presented our society as a mosaic of culture has fed certain perceptions among certain groups that run counter to the Quebec model. And the Quebec model is working, but the federal government, with its multiculturalism, poses obstacles to the integration of new arrivals, and we must stop this confusion, and I propose that we do so by adopting Bill C-505.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga can ask a very brief question. As usual, Mr. Speaker, could our colleague remind the House the various aspects of interculturalism, that is, participating in democratic institutions, having a common language, French, and the fact that people should believe in the equality of men and women? Can the member clarify what is meant by interculturalism? We're wondering why there's still a Secretary of Multiculturalism if, in fact, multiculturalism is already in place. The member, 20 seconds for the member for Joliette. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I think that the member for Hochelaga summarized what's meant by this common language, common culture, with the contribution made by newcomers. That's what we want in Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here to discuss the bill presented by the member for Drummond. This bill pertains to the Canadian Multiculturalism Act. The concerns of Quebec with respect to immigration and the integration of newcomers are shared by all of Canada. Data from the 2006 census, published very recently by StatsCan, indicates that there are now more than 250 different ethnic origins in the country, and 11 include more than 1 million people. Hence, the ethnocultural portrait of Canada has never been so diversified, and it's clear that there are new challenges that will surface, and we will be able together to deal with these challenges. Immigration plays and will continue to play a decisive role in the evolution of Canada of today and tomorrow. Canadian multiculturalism policies must constantly adapt to the evolution of social realities. Canada is recognized throughout the world for its principles of multiculturalism and human rights. Our approach enables us to build an inclusive society that showcases differences but promotes a feeling of belonging. But according to the member for Joliette, the Canadian model of multiculturalism creates confusion amongst newcomers and contradicts the Quebec model based on interculturalism. And yet, when you look at the two systems, it's the similarities that we notice much more so than the differences. The main duties of the Quebec Ministry of Immigration and Cultural Communities is to support cultural communities by promoting their full participation in Quebec society, by encouraging openness to pluralism, and by facilitating intercultural connections between Quebecers. These duties, you will agree, are completely in line with the priorities of our government's multiculturalism program, which is designed to support economic, social, and cultural integration of new Canadians and ethnocultural communities in order to facilitate the implementation of programs designed for young children, young people at risk in their ethnocultural communities, and to promote intercultural comprehension as well as an understanding of Canadian values. The Civic and Intercultural Support Program, HoC, of the Government of Quebec is designed to develop amongst immigrants and members of cultural communities knowledge and comprehension of Quebec society. This includes history, values, and democratic institutions. We must admit that this objective closely resembles that of our multiculturalism program, which is designed to promote the intercultural comprehension and Canadian values, to wit, democracy, liberty, human rights, and rule of law. The irreconcilable character of the two models, as put forward by my colleague from the bloc, has been contradicted in the advisory or consultation document prepared by the Bouchard-Taylor Commission, which says, and I quote, "In time, we can say that they have evolved convergently, and their differences are therefore mitigated." We can see this convergence in the priority given to the fight against racism, which is something that both programs advocate. HoC talks about preventing and fighting prejudice, discrimination, intolerance, racism, and exclusion, whereas the multiculturalism program talks about facilitating the participation of communities and the general public in an enlightened dialogue and adopting measures to fight against racism. The words may be different, but the message is the same. A proud Canada, respectful of its cultural diversity. In the light of these many similarities, no one should be surprised to note that many initiatives funded by the Government of Canada through the Multiculturalism Program are supported by the Government of Quebec. The Anti-Racism Week, which was supported by both levels of government, is one of the most important initiatives to fight racism and achieve intercultural connections in Quebec. And there is the traveling exhibit, Intercultural Quebec, over the past 400 years, which shows the contribution made by Canadians of various origins to the development of Quebec City. Projects that were developed in Quebec and supported by the governments of Quebec and Canada have become models that are followed elsewhere in the world. Take the example of Equita, which makes young people aware of human rights and intercultural relations in day camps. This initiative, which first started in Montreal, has now spread to Vancouver, Toronto, Winnipeg, Moncton, Dieppe, and Fredericton. While our priorities and objectives may be somewhat different, does that mean that such collaborations are not possible? Obviously, they are possible. When 82% of all Canadians agree that the multicultural composition of Canada is one of the best things about this country, well, we must understand that the Canadian model has yielded positive results, and this success can be seen both in Quebec, where 3/4 of all newcomers have chosen French as their main language. In reading the recent report published by the Quebec Office of the French Language, we can see that the When it comes to cultural products, there we have seen noticeable progress of French. Indeed, the percentage of allophones who go to French shows went from 27% to 54.5%, and the proportion of those who read French newspapers exclusively is now sitting at 51.8%. It is therefore obvious to me that the multiculturalism and interculturalism models in Quebec and in Canada are all striving to achieve the same thing, that is, to promote the full participation of Canadians in society. Given the situation, it seems obvious that Canada has everything to win by remaining in Canada. And we all want to welcome immigrants who choose Canada as the place where they want to settle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montreal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to participate in this debate on Bill C-505, and I'm against this bill, and the official opposition critic, the member for Brampton, is against this bill as well. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for the work done by the Bloc members in the area of human rights, but we have to keep Canada's multiculturalism policy because it's one that protects human rights, specifically the rights to equality and the fight against discrimination. This is a policy that advocates and protects diversity and at the same time the specificity of Quebec. And this is enshrined in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Charter has enabled us to become a constitutional parliament, which enables groups, even those in Quebec, have access to a full range of rights which beforehand were inaccessible. This is not limited to various provisions with respect to equality before the law. This provision, the chart also maintains rights with respect to national heritage and states that all interpretation has to agree with the advocating of multicultural heritage of all Canadians, and this includes Quebecers as well. It's not only that this bill is divisible, but we must advocate diversity coming under this generic charter, which makes me ask the following question. How is it that in Quebec we cannot, and I do it myself as a Quebecer, invoke the Charter in order to protect rights to equality, but at the same time state that we are going to invalidate the meaning and the application of the very principles of multiculturalism in the province of Quebec, which in fact protects the values of Quebec as well. In all truth, Mr. Speaker, that leads me to ask myself a few questions with respect to this Bloc bill. Why would the Bloc want to invalidate the application of a policy designed to promote the full participation and full and equitable participation of communities of all origins and help them to eliminate any obstacle which prevents them from being able to become full members of society? Everyone is protected by this charter. Does that not part and parcel of Quebec values? Why does the Bloc want to invalidate the application of such a policy which is designed, and I quote, to promote the comprehension between individuals and communities and to advocate the creation of exchanges between these groups? Is that not part and parcel of Quebec values? Why does the Bloc want to invalidate the application in Quebec of a policy that is fundamental and which recognizes the existence of communities of people from common origins and which promotes their development? Is that not part of Quebec values? Why does the Bloc want to invalidate the application of a policy that's designed to affirm the status of official languages and the spread of their use? Does the Bloc want to really eliminate the application of a law designed to maintain and showcase official languages, including French? The Bloc bill does not take into account the fact that multiculturalism is an integral part of the Charter in general, and that it is also an integral part of protecting the rights pertaining to individuals, and that this is part and parcel of fundamental values of Quebec. And Mr. Speaker, in 1993, when the Bloc was the official opposition, the Bloc members did not oppose amendments to the Multiculturalism Act when the Act was being amended to recognize the addition of Nunavut. Why did the Bloc vote in favor of broadening the application of this law, but today they feel that this act should not apply to Quebec? It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that the real reason is that the Bloc is against multiculturalism policies that pertain to equality, because the Bloc is against federalism. So the Bloc will not support this nation, this theory, this concept of a Quebec nation, as I do in Quebec, because it is a Quebec nation in Canada. To conclude, equality, diversity, and specificity of a society that is Quebecois can coexist in harmony. We have to understand why the Bloc proposed this bill today, because although the House has adopted a motion stating that Quebec forms a nation, the Bloc does not like the words in the sentence. There are 4 words. There are 4 oceans in Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable, the Chief Opposition Whip is rising in a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Discussions have taken place between all parties, and I believe that you would find consent for the following motion. That during the debate scheduled for later this day on the motion to concur in the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, no dilatory motions, quorum calls, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and at the conclusion of this debate, the motion to concur in the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics shall be deemed carried without amendment on division.
The honourable member, does the honourable member have the unanimous consent for the motion?
The motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Harry. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to the Bloc member for Joliet's motion, which proposes in part that the Canadian Multiculturalism Act does not apply in Quebec. And before I speak directly to the motion, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out to the members of this House that the NDP has already worked in the interest of Quebecers in a number of areas. We did so when we showed support for the recognition of Quebec as a nation. We in the NDP have supported better protection for Francophone workers. We have proposed bills that included a symmetry on childcare and education. In addition to our initiatives, our own initiatives, the NDP has supported bills by the Bloc in the past. But we believe C-505 proposes to make changes that have broad implications for Quebec that Quebecers themselves would question. On this one, Mr. Speaker, we think the Bloc's proposition goes too far, and as a result, our members will not be supporting this motion. Mr. Speaker, often in this House, the Bloc members suggest that they alone can represent the interests and aspiration of Quebecers. But we don't think that is true. For instance, the NDP believes that in order to build on the distinctiveness of Quebec, we do not need to tear down the positive effects of the Multiculturalism Act. Mr. Speaker, you will know that Canada was the first country in the world to pass a national multiculturalism law. And I would submit to you that the province of Quebec and many of its communities have benefited in a significant way from the Multiculturalism Act of 1988.
The Act acknowledges multiculturalism as a fundamental characteristic of Canadian society with an integral role in the decision-making process of the federal government. It was directed towards the preservation and enhancement of multiculturalism in Canada. The Multiculturalism Act sought to assist in the preservation of culture and language, which would include the French language and the French culture. The Act also sought to reduce discrimination, to enhance cultural awareness and understanding, and to promote culturally sensitive institutions and that kind of institutional change at the federal level that was required at the time and continues to be. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the very nature of the Act works in the interests of all Quebecers and all Canadians. The Act states that it will work to encourage and assist the business community, labour organizations, voluntary and other private organizations, as well as public institutions in ensuring full participation in Canadian society, including the social and economic aspects of individuals of all origins and their communities, and in promoting respect and appreciation for the multicultural reality of Canada, and provide support to individuals and groups and organizations for the purpose of preserving, enhancing, and promoting multiculturalism in Canada, and undertake such other projects or programs in respect of multiculturalism, not by law assigned to any other federal institution, as are designed to promote the multiculturalism policy of Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I alluded to earlier, many multicultural groups and municipalities in Quebec, including the City of Montreal, receive funding for certain cultural events and programs which is provided by Canadian Heritage under their Multiculturalism program. By passing the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, Canada became the first country in the world to pass a national multiculturalism law, clearly reaffirming multiculturalism as a fundamental value of Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, today, if you ask Canadians to describe Canada, 85% describe Canada as being a multicultural society. For many Canadians, multiculturalism refers to the presence and persistence of diverse racial and ethnic minorities who define themselves as different and who wish to remain so, their own nation, so to speak. Ideologically, multiculturalism consists of a relatively coherent set of ideas and ideals pertaining to the celebration of Canada's cultural diversity. Multiculturalism at the policy level is structured around the management of diversity through formal initiatives in the federal, provincial, and municipal domains. Finally, multiculturalism is the process by which racial and ethnic minorities compete to obtain support from central authorities for the achievement of certain goals and aspirations. Canada's cultural diversity is manifest at the level of ethnic and immigrant composition. At this point, I would reiterate that the new multiculturalism policy, which came into effect in 1988, offered a clearer sense of purpose and direction. The Act acknowledged multiculturalism as a fundamental characteristic of Canadian society with an integral role in the decision-making process of the federal government. In seeking a balance between cultural distinctiveness and equality, the Act specified the right of all to identify with the cultural heritage of their choice, yet retain full and equitable participation in all aspects of Canadian society. In effect, the Act sought to preserve, enhance, and incorporate cultural differences into the functioning of Canadian society while ensuring equal access and full participation for all Canadians in the social, political, and economic spheres. A crucially important focus of the Act was on the eradication of racism and removal of discriminatory barriers as being incompatible with Canada's commitment to human rights. I would suggest that multiculturalism serves as a positive instrument for change. I understand that some Quebecers have expressed unease about the federal multiculturalism policy since its inception, but I would say that the efforts of Quebec to protect and promote its language and culture are not contradictory with multiculturalism. We in the NDP do not see the relationship between Quebec and Canada being win-lose situations all the time like the Bloc seems to. We like to think in terms of creating win-win situations. We salute Quebec's effort in many regards, but that doesn't mean we have to throw out the law of multiculturalism. Mr. Speaker, it is important for those involved in this debate, no matter which side they come from, to realize that there is still a special contract between the two founding nations of Canada. That contract is intact, but challenged from time to time in this rapidly changing world. Some critics hold the opinion that the multiculturalism policy has promoted too much diversity in recent years because it emphasizes the difference of Canadians rather than the values of Quebecers and Canadians. On the other hand, defenders of Canada's multiculturalism argue that it encourages integration by telling immigrants they do not have to choose between preserving their cultural heritage and participating in Canadian society. Rather, they can do both. Also, many have come to the conclusion that ultimately our multiculturalism policy has actually helped integration. Mr. Speaker, there is so much more that can be said in defense of the value of the Multiculturalism Act, but I am sure other points will rise in the course of this debate. I will close by saying when it comes to preserving their language and their culture, the NDP supports the aspiration of Quebecers. We in the NDP view the Multiculturalism Act as an important tool that is not in contradiction with those aspirations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Verchères les Patriotes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this afternoon to discuss the bill tabled by my colleague, the member for Joliette, Bill C-505, which seeks to exclude Quebec from the Canadian Multiculturalism Act. Mr. Speaker, first of all, allow me to congratulate my colleague for Joliette for having tabled a bill that is as interesting as this one, both for the Quebec nation but also for both Quebec and Canada, because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, when the House of Commons adopted a motion in November 2006 to recognize the Quebec nation, everyone wondered what that recognition would mean in fact. What would it mean? What does it mean? We were, of course, in favor of the recognition of the nation by Canada because, as you know, for a long time now, Quebecers know that they form a nation. But seeing it recognized by the House of Commons is something very good. However, from that point on, we asked the government how it intended to put forward a number of concrete initiatives that would include government action in the notion of a Quebec nation. Well, we didn't wait for the government to take action. Bloc members decided to put forth a series of suggestions to all parliamentarians so that this notion of Quebec nation have some concrete and effective significance. Of course, at the national and domestic level, we decided to put forth a number of ideas, and of course, Mr. Speaker, for the National Assembly to have the tools and means necessary to make choices for the nation, first and foremost, what we mean by fiscal imbalance has to be solved. That's one of the solutions that the Bloc Québécois proposed to the government. Have it solve this in an actual, real way. Of course, there's the whole issue of culture as well. As a member of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, it's quite clear that when I sit on that committee, I would like to hear from my colleagues of all political stripes, including the government, that the Quebec nation can express itself differently when it comes to culture and can also have all tools at its disposal to put forth its own culture. And up till now, Mr. Speaker, I must recognize that the Minister of Canadian Heritage does not want that notion of Quebecois culture be avowed. She still refuses to admit that there's such a thing as Quebec cinema. In addition, there's the whole issue of Quebec in the world. How should the Quebecois nation, as recognized by this House, express itself with its own voice on the international scene? We know what the current government proposed for Quebec, that is a seat at UNESCO only if Quebec agreed with Canada. That's meaningless. One would expect that if we're recognized as a nation, that there would be a number of broader powers when it comes to Quebec's representation on the international level. A little earlier, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek say that the Bloc Québécois is going too far with this bill. Well, I wonder why, because essentially what we're doing is identifying in a clear, precise way how the Quebecois nation can express itself. Precisely by stating that Quebec favors interculturalism, and that is the way to live, contrary to what the Canadian nation wants to do, which is multiculturalism. And the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek was saying that he would expect that we have a win-win situation here. Well, in my opinion, if the Canadian nation wants to continue with multiculturalism and Quebec can clearly explore interculturalism, to me, that's a win-win situation. Because right now, as he himself mentioned, Quebecers do not recognize themselves in the notion of multiculturalism. And I think the series of proposals made by the Bloc Québécois to put forth a number of elements so that the Quebecois nation can have a status other than simply empty words, well, those are things that would favor a win-win situation between the Canadian nation and the Quebecois nation. Earlier, the member for Beauport-Limoilou seemed to be saying that there wasn't really any confusion that could exist among immigrants who settle in Quebec. Well, allow me to say that I have a different opinion than my colleague, because in a document published by the Canadian Secretary of State entitled How to Become a Canadian Citizen, it says that in Canada there is no official culture. For an ardent defender of Quebecois culture, as I am, reading something like that scares me a great deal, because everyone knows that in Quebec there is a culture, a strong culture. It is expressed through our artists, our artisans, our cinema, our dance troupes, our television, our way of painting, anything. This all describes Quebecois culture, whereas when an immigrant who arrives in Quebec reads in an official document published by the Government of Canada that there is no official culture, perhaps he might be surprised to see us ardently defend the existence of a Quebecois culture, since for the immigrant there is no difference between Quebec and Canada, perhaps. And earlier my colleague from Joliette was pointing this out with great eloquence. In Quebec and in Canada, the language policy is completely different. In Canada, it's official bilingualism. That is a policy that prevails, whereas in Quebec it is French. The person who settles in Quebec has to know at the outset that in Quebec there is one common language. It's not English, it's French. And in that regard, we in the Bloc made another proposal through our colleague from Drummond. That is to put French as the common language of work in Quebec. And that's another proposal that is part and parcel of our desire to ensure that the notion adopted by the House of Commons, that is the recognition of a nation for Quebecers. So, Mr. Speaker, this is why the bill tabled by my colleague from Joliette is very relevant and, to my mind, should be adopted by all parliamentarians, since it would allow the Canadian and Quebecois nations to find common ground, to flourish in their own way, as they see fit, in the best interests of the citizens that live on their respective territories. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Official Languages. He has 10 minutes, but only 6 minutes tonight. He will have 4 minutes next time this is discussed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today before the House of Commons to deal with Bill C-505. This is a very important debate. If this bill were to be adopted, the Multiculturalism Act would not apply in the province of Quebec. This would be deplorable because everyone benefits from a commitment to multiculturalism, including the citizens of Quebec. The Canadian Multiculturalism Act is a central pillar of Canada's legislative framework to promote diversity. Other than the Canadian Declaration of Rights, the Immigration Act and the Canadian Charter of Rights, the Canadian Multiculturalism Act helps to strengthen our pluralistic society. Many advantages result from the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, and this governs the lives of all Canadians, including the people of Quebec. For example, the Canadian Multiculturalism Act reaffirms multiculturalism as a fundamental value of Canadian society. Moreover, it encourages federal institutions to adhere to values such as respect, equity, and equality when it comes to members of various groups. In addition, we expect that these institutions, of course, including those that serve Quebecers, that they will meet the needs of Canadians of all origins through their programs, policies, and services. Lastly, I must mention that the Canadian Multiculturalism Act helps protect the rights of all Canadians. It encourages full participation by all members of society. This legislation also celebrates Canada's diverse heritage and recognizes the contributions of all Canadians, regardless of their ethnic origin, their cultural background, their race, religion, or language. And given the positive impact of this legislation, it's not surprising that so many Canadians from all over the country are profoundly committed to the principle of multiculturalism. Surveys have demonstrated that 68% of Canadians agree with the fact that our multicultural society will mean that extremist ideas will not pose grave problem. 75% believe that it's better for Canada to have a variety of people who practice different religions. And what's most impressive is that 42% of Canadians feel that the multicultural makeup of Canada is one of our best assets. Of course, even if a large number of Canadians appreciate the multicultural nature of our country, there are still a number of challenges that we have to confront. For example, the socioeconomic integration of new Canadians is not what it should be. There is a 15% gap in wages between visible minorities and other Canadians. 37% of visible minorities have low incomes compared to 16% of the general population. That is unacceptable. We have to work even harder to ensure that immigrants and their children can fully achieve the Canadian dream. We also have to make sure that we build communities that reflect the diversity of our country and avoid the preponderance of ethnic enclaves. We have to favor greater civic participation through citizenship education and in-depth knowledge on Canada for all Canadians. We have to strike a balance between protecting public safety and individual freedoms. We have to make sure that immigrants do not import into Canada conflicts that were born in foreign countries, and we must prevent the radicalization of vulnerable elements within new ethnocultural communities. At the same time, we have to strike a balance between respecting the customs of a new community and the recognition of established Canadian values. Confronting these challenges and having more inclusive citizenship, the multiculturalism program has achieved a number of things. First of all, the program supports the economic, social, and cultural integration of new Canadians and ethnocultural communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will continue next time.
La période prévue pour l'étude.
The period for private members' business is now expired, and this is dropped to the bottom of the order paper. When we consider this bill again, there will be 4 minutes left for the parliamentary secretary.
Ordre du jour, adoption de rapport de comité numéro 12.
Committee reports number 12.
Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert, Mr. Speaker. There are two magnificent communities side by side to the south of Montreal. And I take this opportunity to greet the people in my riding. Now, as I said before, I'd like to come back in time, not to start things over again, but I'd like to go back in time. I have about 10 minutes to follow up on a speech I began on March 15th, and this is April 10th, so it has been almost a month. So I'd like to put things back in their perspective. We're talking about the Mulroney-Schreiber affair, and I began to see the principal lines of opinion coming from the Bloc Québécois as inserted in the Standing Committee on the Protection of Private Information, etc. And, of course, we agree with the report, and we added an opinion. And in that opinion, there are 2 or 3 points that I abundantly covered last time, but I'd like to come back to these 2-3 points again, so that our listeners, our viewers, could understand what we're driving at. First, I'd like to ask why Brian Mulroney made this mistake of receiving the money. Was it because of lack of money? No. Was it out of greed? We'll have to ask him. Of course, Mr. Mulroney tried to demonstrate that he did nothing illegal instead of correcting the negative perception of what he did. And one of the main reasons why the Bloc wants the public inquiry on this, as wide as possible, an inquiry, because the transaction that was discovered at the last minute, 15 years later on, after the fact, is really very doubtful and suspicious. And while he was still Prime Minister MP in the House of Commons, $1,000 notes without any written contract received by someone in a hotel room without a receipt, without any kind of accountability or report. And he spends that money, instead of putting it in a bank, as would be the normal procedure in a normal transaction, he takes that money and he puts it away in a strong box. Did he do that once? No. He did that twice and then 3 times. And Mr. Schreiber gives him that money, and he's mandating him, so to say. That is incomprehensible, because regarding this mandate, per se, neither Mr. Mulroney's version, neither Mr. Schreiber's version, nor Mr. Schreiber's version is credible. None of the versions makes any sense, and none of them have been supported by any other testimony, saying formally that, yes, I saw him promoting Thyssen's armored vehicles, etc. No one said that. And no one can come and bear witness to this mandate, so-called mandate of Mr. Mulroney, nor did we find any witness to corroborate Mr. Schreiber that he was there as a lobbyist in Canada, in Quebec, to open a plant either in Nova Scotia or in Quebec. So you can understand, Mr. Speaker, when citizens learn that a Prime Minister who was the top politician for 8 years receives $100,000 or $200,000, who knows how much, from a businessman who's obtained at least $2 billion in contracts from the government of that Prime Minister. And we should not be surprised to see citizens think that this money was given to him as a reward and a consideration for services rendered. Of course, I talked a bit about this mysterious contract, but regarding the mandate, there is no credible version of it. So is this a bribe? And neither Mulroney nor Schreiber would have done differently. We must shed some light on this. We have to clear the air. We have to be sure that there's nothing left. For years, things have been published in books and newspapers. At least 4 books have been written about this. 4 books in English Canada, which were never translated into French. And that's why Quebecers are less aware of these goings-on. But all these books written in Canada, published, distributed, and abundantly commented, and never did anyone shed any light on this. So once and for all, let's shed some light on this. Let's take this whole story from A to Z with a commission of inquiry that will call up witnesses and shed light on this once and for all. Since March 15th, we saw the Special Advisor's report, the Conservative Prime Minister's Special Advisor, as if he was not able to make his own decisions. So the Special Advisor suggests that a limited mandate, whereas the majority of the Ethics Committee recommends a full mandate. And it's very surprising, because the Prime Minister said we must always listen to the democratic decisions of this House. And that was what he said while he was in the opposition. That between the opinion of his self-appointed special advisor, and between that and the House, or this Chamber's opinion, he chooses his special advisor. And I think that he should be more ready to listen to the Ethics Committee. And Mr. David Johnson recommends interviews, but this is not what the people want. If we want to clear this once and for all, let's not do anything in hiding. Let's be transparent. Of course, this Conservative government pretended at the outset of its mandate to be transparent, and now we're discovering more and more darkness and shadows. And it should be very sensitive to recommendations as a parliamentary committee of this House, and have a wide mandate as possible for this inquiry commission. And it should be entirely public without any confidential interviews. So the special advisor of the Prime Minister, I think this is obvious, so I'll skip over this. Just 2 minutes left, so I'll try to conclude. The Prime Minister said on January 11th, and this is an important point, Mr. Speaker, January 11th this very year, not last year, this very same Prime Minister spoke, and as I saw on an internet set of the statements of the Prime Minister, as soon as the Ethics Committee will have finished its hearings, it said its hearings, and the Conservative members came to this House to mislead the people who are listening to us by saying that he has finished his work. This is false. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said when we're finished with the hearings, so the hearings are over. They were over on February 25th with Elmer McKay's last testimony, and the report was tabled in this House on April 2nd, and the Commissioner was to strike his commission on the 25th of February. We finished on the 26th. We finished on April 10th, and we tabled a report 8 days ago on April 2nd. And this has had no reaction to it at all. So this government boasts too often of having fulfilled its promises. But let me tell you that the Public Inquiry Commission is another example of this government and this Prime Minister not respecting their commitments and meeting their engagements. I regret to interrupt you, but we advised you. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague from the bloc, who I spend many hours sitting through the ethics committee meetings on the, as the report calls it, let me look here, the Mulroney-Schreiber affair, a case for public inquiry. I have to take, Mr. Speaker, some exception to the bloc members' view of how things are going. I think, out of respect for Mr. Johnson, that he was asked to do a job in terms of coming up with some preliminary concepts. He did that. Then he was asked to come up with a set of recommendations in terms of what the inquiry scope would be. He's a fully qualified, independent commentator on this issue. If the Prime Minister had done it without a independent individual, who I heard from no side of the House, from no party, that said that Mr. Johnson was not qualified, they would have said, "Oh, well, this is look at the bias. Look at the bias. It's the Prime Minister is trying to hide something," because that's the kind of approach they like to take. But the integrity of the Prime Minister is to say, first of all, there was a call for inquiry from all the parties, and that is what he committed to. And to be clear and to be fair to not only everybody in this House, but to all Canadians, he asked an independent advisor to work on the terms of reference. That's exactly what he did. The Bloc's approach tonight is an attempt to try to bring some sort of cloak and dagger attitude towards the issue. That is totally opposite. It's completely transparent. You may not like what the special advisor had submitted, but that is what happened. My question to the speaker was this: at committee, the bloc member was very keen on getting a report to the House so that Mr. Johnson could get started on his activity and get back to the Prime Minister and we get started on it. That is what happened. Then I heard tonight she was complaining that we didn't have enough time to finish our recommendations, not included in what he looked at. He had it out the next day. So, is she not satisfied that the inquiry is going to begin and that there is a set of recommendations from an independent advisor that this Parliament and the Canadians can have trust in?
The Honourable Member from Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I didn't clearly understand the question that my Conservative colleague just put to me. But I must say that the way things are moving, it's obvious to me that this Conservative government is constantly, at every time, trying to put an obstacle to this commission when he appointed a special commissioner and gave him 2 months to present recommendations. This was a pretext for doing nothing. And when on January 11th he said, I'm going to appoint a commission of inquiry, and when the Ethics Committee will have finished its work, that was just another pretext. And when he saw that we'd finished too quickly to his liking, he said, no, I didn't say the hearings, I said the work. And when he saw that it was going too fast for him, he gave his special advisor a second mandate, and I do not understand why this second mandate, if not to try to push back the striking of a commission of inquiry. And he gives a mandate to someone else to draw things out in time. And now there's no further reason not to appoint right now a commissioner who would strike a public inquiry right now. I've been waiting for 10 days. It's very clear. It's not complicated. It's simple. So will the Prime Minister tell us as soon as possible who his commissioner is and that this commission be formed? Journalists in Quebec are suggesting various solutions. In La Presse this morning, there's an interesting suggestion to appoint Louise Arbour as commissioner. So I am anxious to hear this Prime Minister's decision, and I hope that he will not find another pretext. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Moncton Riverview. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate the speech made by the Honourable Member and her work done in the Ethics Committee. And this issue has to do with the lawsuit launched by Mr. Mulroney against the Canadian government. It had been settled with the information that the government got at the time. And with this information, it is clear that Mr. Mulroney denied any supposed connections with Mr. Schreiber, but now we know. We know today, Mr. Speaker, that during the testimony or the preliminary inquiry in Montreal, Mr. Mulroney did not answer the whole truth to the questions put to him by government lawyers. He denied any kind of connection, any link, any meeting with Mr. Schreiber, and this has been proved false. And this was at the basis of their settlement. And according to the testimony, it is clear that if he was aware of this matter, there was no settlement of $2.1 million of Canadian money. Very simply, I'd like to know whether the honourable member agrees with Mr. Johnson's report that concluded very clearly that it is not in the public interest to launch a public inquiry into this matter. The settlement of Mr. Mulroney's lawsuit. But this is frightening to see this report. And I'd like to hear what the honourable members in the bloc also think of this issue. The honourable member from Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and dear colleague, for your very interesting question, because I had not touched upon this aspect in my speech. In fact, Mr. Mulroney sued the Canadian government, saying that he had been wrongfully accused. But during his statements and when he was questioned by the lawyers, he did not tell the whole story. And the decision to give him $2.1 million damages was based on incomplete testimony. And the questions regarding his business relations with Mr. Schreiber, he denied everything. He never told about the $300,000. He never told anything about his business relations with Mr. Schreiber. And so much so that the former Justice Minister, Alan Rock, gave him in good faith damages, awarded damages, as he was Minister of Justice, and told us in the committee and said publicly later that had he known these things, the negotiation would have been different. But we can presume, with the common sense of our population, of our voters and taxpayers, plain common sense, that if everyone had known in 1997 or in 2000 when this lawsuit was awarded, if everyone had known about his relations with Karl-Heinz Schreiber, he might not have been awarded any damages. And the Commissioner has to delve into this unavoidably, Mr. Speaker, and I think that he'll thereby reach the conclusion that this will have to be reviewed.
Burlington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my honor to speak to this item this evening, this concurrence motion. And if you could do me a favor, Mr. Speaker, make sure I know there's about 3 minutes left. That I'd appreciate that. If I'll see how long I last. My opportunity tonight, I think, is to talk about the report that has been generated by the committee that myself and my Conservative colleagues, we sat through every single meeting on that. The same group of us made sure that we were well prepared. There was a tremendous amount of reading and materials provided to us as members of the committee to prepare for each and every witness. And tonight, Mr. Speaker, I want to put on the record what our perspective was regarding this study that we did into the, as the report would call it, the Mulroney-Schreiber affair. A case for a full public inquiry is what it's called. The motion that got us there was this: that in order to examine whether there were violations of ethical or code of conduct standards by any office holder, the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics review matters relating to the Mulroney-Airbus settlement, including any and all evidence, testimony, and information not available at the time of the settlement, and including allegations regarding the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney made by Karl-Heinz Schreiber, and in particular the handling of allegations at the present government, including the circulation of relevant correspondence in the Privy Council office, the Prime Minister's office, that Karl-Heinz Schreiber be called as to be a witness before the committee without delay, and that the committee report to the House its findings, conclusions, and recommendations. So that, Mr. Speaker, is the actual motion that got the committee started on this program. Now, as a committee member, we went through all those hearings. They were virtually all on television. Many Canadians tuned in, and by the end of it, many Canadians tuned out because they realized what it was about. I am not here tonight, Mr. Speaker, to support one side or the other. I think the motion was to look at what happened around the Airbus settlement, and that was part of the work that was done. And let's be frank, based on the witnesses we called, from chefs at 24 Sussex to a number of former lobbyists here in Ottawa, the actual hearings or the study went a lot further than what the actual motion said. But that's fair. That's what people on each committee had the opportunity to call witnesses, and they did, and we heard them all and asked them all very good questions from all sides of the House. The report that we have in front of us, Mr. Speaker, basically has, at the end of the day, one recommendation. And as we were going through it on the committee, on the Conservative side, it's titled What We Heard, and it is a review of what witnesses told us and quotes from them and the direction they were taking. And for 99.9% of it, our committee supported that because it is what we heard. The staff did an absolutely fabulous job from the Library of Parliament of putting together a synopsis of the issues that we had talked about, what the witnesses came to tell us, and the responses. And in the end, there was one recommendation, and I think that should be clear to everybody, that there was only one recommendation from what we found, and that was that the government appoint a commissioner of inquiry pursuant to Part 1 of the Inquiries Act at the earliest possible date, and that the commissioner be granted broad mandate to inquire into the Mulroney-Schreiber affair. So this report was sent to Dr. Johnson to look at when he was evaluating what the terms of reference should be for an inquiry. And he took that under consideration, and he has, as has been mentioned before, sent his second report for the independent advisor on what he thinks based on the testimony he heard and other analysis that he has done on where the inquiry will go. At no time did we, as a Conservative members of the committee, advocate that there should be no inquiry, that we heard that people, the Prime Minister had committed to one, the evidence indicated that there were some questions. And I think it became obvious that dealing with this kind of item at a parliamentary committee might not be the wisest way to go. But we did the work that we were required to do and made sure we did the best job we could in terms of asking appropriate questions. So attached to this report, as all parties are entitled to, there's a supplementary report, or some people call it a minority report, but it's supplementary. Each party's position that might not be exactly what's in the report, in the first part, in the body of the report, but it's support that we all supported the body, and then we had our opportunity to say what we wanted to do. And one of the things that we were very diligent about, based on what the motion was that brought us there, was that we wanted our work to be done in a nonpartisan manner, which is very difficult at a committee level, let's be frank with you, Mr. Speaker. But we did our best, and we asked basically the same set of questions to get the same sort of response from all witnesses, to be consistent. We wanted a consistent approach to our testimony that we were getting, or at least the responses to the the questions we were asking. So we've heard 10 full hours of personal testimonies, hundreds of pages of documents for Mr. Schreiber, and additionally hearing testimony from Mr. Mulroney and a number of other witnesses. We asked the question over again, and everyone answered the same way. There was no evidence of any wrongdoing on the part of Mr. Mulroney was ever produced. And now, I don't think anybody can really, and I think the member that spoke previously, I think she said the exact same thing in her speech. There was no real evidence of any wrongdoing on Mr. Mulroney's part. The real issue that we were there for was the Airbus libel case, in which, from my understanding, at the time with the Liberal government, they had sent a letter to Switzerland that not only accused the Right Honourable Mr. Mulroney of wrongdoing, but had already had him found guilty. And he found that offensive and sued, and my understanding is the Liberal government settled that. And we did have the Honourable Mr. Rock come and see us, who was I believe the Minister of Justice at the time, who made that decision. And in his testimony, he speculated, and we got to be clear that if he had known the information, it may have changed his position that he recommended to the then Liberal government in their settlement. But he admitted to me and to all committee members that it was speculation. And from the committee's perspective, we could not clearly say that yes or no, that would have made a change. We're not sure, and I'm not a lawyer, and I know many of my colleagues are, and a number of them were on the committee that were. But I don't know if we could legitimately say that we know for sure that it had a material difference, what the material difference would be in a lawsuit process on whether he had dealings or hadn't had dealings, or information had been missing or had not been missing, whether it came to the actual wording that was in the letter in this lawsuit. So from the Airbus perspective, from the reason why this committee was charged with this study, we could not find any evidence that was conclusive that would have made a difference in the Airbus settlement that was there. And this we have in our conclusions. I'll get to our recommendations in a few minutes, but in our conclusions, we have it clearly outlined that the language that was used was the essential harm here, and that was the reason we apologized and pay the cost. That's what, and we're quoting what Mr. Rock had told us. So we were just following what he had said to us, and there had been a decade-long RCMP investigation into the Airbus purchase, and Mr. Speaker, we just could not find, from our perspective, anything that we could conclude that would make a difference from the Airbus settlement. Now, maybe with the public inquiry, which all were calling for and the Prime Minister committed to, Mr. Johnson in a second report indicates that that's been looked after. There's other issues that we may need to look at, and those are possibilities that the inquiry can follow up on and review. But the facts of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that the Airbus issue was what drove us to this committee, what drove this study into being, and we could not find a single witness to tell us that there was some sort of connection there. And then, of course, Mr. Schreiber's testimony, his first day he said absolutely not. The next day he's not sure. He's going to provide us more information. He sends me 2 binders full of news articles he's photocopied out of newspaper articles and so on. And his testimony in front of us was, let me just say, less than credible, confusing, and often contradictory over the number of times that we saw him. And maybe, well, let's hope so, that the system of a public inquiry with a lawyer system and a research team behind that lawyer program will be able to find out the truth, if that's possible, from Mr. Schreiber. But we couldn't find any evidence of wrongdoing from anybody in terms of testimony. There was speculation from some about other issues, and we got into other issues, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt about it. It wasn't just about Airbus. It got onto other projects that Mr. Schreiber was trying to bring to Canada. It got into the issues of a private deal between Mr. Schreiber and Mr. Maroney, and I don't want to. There was no facts. It was he said. So who knows what the actual truth was? And we certainly weren't equipped to be able to do that. The PM's the correspondence branch and how it handled Mr. Schreiber's correspondence. Once you saw Mr. Schreiber's correspondence, there was really no witnesses to the issue, and it didn't become the issue that some people thought it might. There was the discussion of the transfer of cash and whether it's appropriate or not, appropriate code of conduct for a member of parliament, former prime minister. Timing is a big issue, and he'd left office as prime minister. Those are the kind of questions that I think if you read Mr. Johnson's report over, those are the kinds of allegations that probably we could use a little more investigation from a public inquiry. And maybe out of the public inquiry, what we're hoping will come is that there needs to be change to the code of conduct for members of parliament, for public office holders, that those kinds of changes, those improvements will be made. And that's what that's what I'm hoping that the public inquiry will accomplish. So we did have some recommendations, Mr. Speaker, at the end of our report. And the recommendation, let me just read it on the record so people understand. Therefore, given the lack of any evidence of wrongdoing, which I've spoke to briefly, and that it is unlikely that any substantial new evidence will be produced. And that was the indication, because we had asked, Mr. Schreiber would come and see us and tell us that he had more. And so we would ask him for that more, and then he wouldn't produce anything more or anything that was even remotely useful, unless you liked reading articles from the newspaper about pizza-making machines. There was no more. We couldn't find anybody who had any more, and so there was no substantial new evidence that we had that there was any evidence of wrongdoing. So what we recommended, that the government should deem an inquiry necessary. The terms of reference of the inquiry should be restricted to examining those questions that will lead to recommendations designed to guide the decisions made by public office holders after they have left office. Mr. Speaker, the public, being involved with this committee for months, the public often called me, either emailed me or phoned me and talked to me about what we were doing, and it became obvious to them that this was not the appropriate forum. We did the work as asked us to do, but the public inquiry, at the end of the day, people were asking us whether we should do the public inquiry or not. And I'm a firm believer, as our Prime Minister has outlined, that we do need to do a public inquiry. There are still some questions to be answered, and I'm not denying that. None of my colleagues on the Conservative side are denying that there are some issues that were identified through this study that deal with how a public office holder, and in my view, a member of Parliament, deals with his or her business after leaving office, to make sure that there is a transparent, ethical approach to their life after leaving office, and that people can be confident, the public can be confident in that there are a set of rules, a code of conduct that will be followed by members of Parliament upon leaving office. Now, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it was a good experience, I think, for us as a Parliament to go through. I think it was a good experience for us as members of Parliament to understand what is needed in this kind of study. It's not like a study in any other committee that I have been on thus far, and I haven't been here that long, but I have done a number where you can call experts and talk about the issues that are there, and you can get opposing sides to the issue, and you can do some research. You have people to be able to do research. You've got time to look at these issues, and then you can come up with the recommendations and report. And your hope that you may not get everybody on side who's around the committee table, but there will hopefully some consensus to make improvements to the operation of government, to the development of policy, to the development of laws here in this country. This type of inquiry that we did in this case, I don't think added a whole lot of value to the. I don't think it added anything to policy. I don't think it added anything to the legislative branch of what we want to do in terms of legislatively. So I think it was a learning experience for us as parliamentarians, and I would like to see that this kind of inquiry, we were concerned that it would be this more of a political football, people trying to make political points with it, and we're assuming that I think at the end of the day, this showed that did not work, that this is not the right forum for that, and a public inquiry is the right forum for that, and So that is the direction that we will be heading. So just to summarize, Mr. Speaker, we came together under the looking at all the issues that why did the Liberal government settle on the libel suit on Airbus? We had no evidence that we could find that pointed to any issue in that area. We had no evidence of any wrongdoing of any public office holder. We do believe, as a Conservative government, that there should be an inquiry. There are still a number of questions to be answered that came out during the public the meetings, and we have committed to do that. And with respect to my former colleague, we decided, and I think the Prime Minister made the right decision, to get a third party to do the terms of reference so that you cannot, I don't think a Canadian could accuse us of bias of how we set this up or what the inquiry will undertake. That's the whole purpose of having an independent advisor do that. Nobody criticized the individual's credentials. I never heard it once. We're taking his advice. We're going to have a public inquiry, and we're going to get the answers to the questions that are still unanswered from the public study that we did at the Ethics Committee. And thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? I think I'll ask the Honourable Member for West Nova to ask a question.
Thank you, and it's an honour to have been chosen over all the distinguished members in the House this evening, wishing the floor to ask the member from Burlington a question on his presentation.
The Honourable Member will give us the score.
Yes, well, I understand that the half, les porteurs de tricolore, les glorieux, mènent 2-0, that Montreal are...
Montreal is leading 2-0.
Niles, we'll give you the report. We'll give you the report regularly on CPAC if you follow the debates of the House of Commons. I want to thank the member for his presentation and also for his participation on the committee. He was there through all this thing, and it was difficult. It is difficult at a parliamentary committee to deal with something that is this sensitive. And he pointed out, and he's correct, that that's not really what parliamentary committees are set up for. It's not the best way to do it. But he may remember that I was the one in this House of Commons in an interview who was saying that it shouldn't go to committee when there was movement by the NDP to bring it to committee. I was asking for a public inquiry, and I said the only way you can deal it is properly is through a public inquiry. But the Prime Minister at the time was refusing it. Plus, he was threatening to extradite Karl-Heinz Schreiber. The Minister of Defense would tell us that he could not keep him in the country. Only after the committee had started its work, or preparing to start its work, did the Prime Minister go on this fatal Friday night when Mulroney said that he should have a public inquiry and was forced to announce there'd be one. That was when there was the statement by Karl-Heinz Schreiber, the oath, the signed statement, or the affidavit. When that came out, that implicated the Prime Minister. So at that time, he said that there would be some public inquiry, but we still had no guarantee that Mr. Schreiber would be in the country to participate. So we agreed, and we went to the committee. And that's the reason it went. And it's the same thing as we had Public Accounts Committee in the Parliament before the member joined this House, where we dealt with sponsorship, and equally it was difficult. Parliamentary committees are there to hear from constituents on matters before Parliament, to hear from experts, to guide us in the establishment of laws or the reviews of programs, and not necessarily to do matters of investigation of this type. And that I will agree. Now, he did say where I part in agreement with the member, although I've got to say to his credit also that he did do a pretty good job on the committee. He asked questions. He sometimes when there were people associated with Mr. Mulroney who would be on the stand, he even asked questions that surprised them. So sometimes I think he missed the preparatory meeting before. But he talks about the bipartisan approach that his side took, and I fail to see that. He was today at the Ethics Committee as I was. And you may remember reading in the press, Mr. Speaker, where Brian Mulroney took exception with things that I said in an interview and threatened a lawsuit against me, which he eventually filed a lawsuit against me. But he threatened the lawsuit. And before a lawsuit was filed, before I was threatened, the member from Dufferin-Caledon asked the Ethics Commissioner to review the matter and made a motion that I shouldn't be on the committee. I found out today at Ethics Committee that a full 2 months before I saw the statement of claim, the member from the Conservative Party had a copy of the statement of claim, gave it to the Ethics Commissioner, a full 2 months before I was aware, the party being sued. So to tell me that it was not a set-up in the Conservative Party, I find it difficult to believe. I think there was a lot of links between Mr. Mulroney, Mr. Mulroney's communication team, Mr. Mulroney's legal team, and the committee. I give you one further instance. In the Chronicle Herald, after Professor Johnson came out with his recommendations, the member from South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale, who also served on the committee, stated, he said, it's a brilliant report. Matter of fact, it's exactly the same as what we had as the minority report that the Conservatives attached to the report of the committee. It's not a surprise, Mr. Speaker. I believe it was written by the same people.
The honourable member for Burlington.
I'm glad this is questions and comments, and I appreciate the honourable member from West Nova's. He also was very active on the committee, and I'm very disappointed that if you look through the who's on the committee, he needs to talk to the chair of the committee, Mr. Speaker, because unfortunately he's not one of his pictures. His picture didn't make the report, and I don't know why, but it has everybody else who's on the committee there. Anyways, the point is, I don't know what the question was, if there was a question, which is fine. He's able to make comments. But I can tell you, as a committee member, it made me a little bit nervous when I found out that the member from West Nova, who was on the committee and asking questions, but also having dinner with Mr. Schreiber. He made an accusation tonight that there was some connection with the Mulroney group or something, but he also said that based on my questioning, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that is an absolute falsehood. There was no such connection in any way, shape, and form. And if you check the blues and see the kind of questions that I asked and my colleagues asked of Mulroney and his team, they were not lob balls by any stretch of the imagination. We had no preconceived favorites, as the member would like to indicate through his comments this evening. We were there to do a job. We did the job, I think, very professionally with no matter who the witness was, and we did not do any extra activity in terms of having dinner with Mr. Schreiber and getting involved with witnesses that we were going to see or had seen and going to see again. And as for Mr. Schreiber's extradition, or I'm sorry, caught my throat there. He has had a court case in front of the Supreme Court, asked not to be face his accusers in Germany, and he got the extension to come to committee. And from my understanding, all those options have now been exercised, and he will now have to face his accusers for I think about 3 or 4 different types of charges, including fraud in Germany, and I'm sure that process is happening. The Prime Minister was clear from the very first day when the Leader of the Opposition in this House, Mr. Speaker, got up and said and asked the question, demanding a public inquiry on this matter. The answer from the Prime Minister on the very first question in this House on that particular topic, we stood in his place and said that, yes, we will engage a public inquiry on this matter. So to characterize this side of the House and the leadership from the Prime Minister's office on this topic as something that we were trying to avoid, and then we got the public pressure was on us to do something. That was not the case. The fact of the matter is the Prime Minister, as he does on many, many important policy issues, uses the House of Commons, as it should be, to make those announcements, to tell Canadians and all parliamentarians the direction that this government will be taking. And he did it in this case, and he did it on the very first question he got from the Liberal opposition leader at the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's 2 minutes left in the question period. So if we take 1 minute to ask this question. The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard my friends say, I've heard the member from Peterborough and the other members on that committee say that there were no wrongdoings, no findings of wrongdoing. But you know, the Canadian public may take from that the Conservative government feels that there was no wrongdoing and there were no questions that remain unanswered. It was Dr. Johnson in his report, which the member, I guess, agrees with, who says that there are many questions that remain unanswered. What payments were made, when and how and why. The uncertainty surrounding the question remains. The tax treatment by Mr. Mulroney, where he declared it 5 years later, remains. There is much public concern about the connection with respect to the services rendered and the meetings in various hotel rooms across the world. Questions remain. There's a public concern. When will this member and his colleagues get out of the darkness of denial that was the culture of that committee and face the truth?
The honourable member for Burlington, equal time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee was not the culture of denial. That is absolutely a falsehood. And the member from Moncton Riverview Dieppe needs to check the blues, or whatever we call it, the Hansard for this debate tonight, because on numerous occasions I said there are still unanswered questions, and that is why we are supporting having an inquiry. I've said it a number of times, Mr. Speaker, that is the purpose, and there were a number of questions unanswered, and we're not denying that there are. And we believe in what Dr. Johnson has done in terms of his analysis in that. And so we're moving forward. We're putting a public inquiry in place. We will get the answers for Canadians that are looking for. And I'm looking forward to, Mr. Speaker, to going to Moncton in a few weeks to watch my daughter play volleyball. Thank you very much.
We're all in a sporty mood tonight. Resuming debate, l'honorable député de West.
The honourable member for West Nova. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I regret to inform the House that the Canadians are now only leading 2-1 over Boston. But I also wish to inform the Speaker that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
I'd like to deal with by the member opposite, and we spent the last 6 months doing some of this, I guess. But one of the questions is my meeting with Karl-Heinz Schreiber. Yes, I've met with him a number of times, always in very public places, always to get information. I've offered the same meeting with spokespeople from Mr. Mulroney, because Mr. Mulroney is a very proud and important man. He don't meet himself with a member of parliament. He has a staff that does that. So he had Mr. Robin Eatons, or Robin Sayers, who was to meet with me and called 3 or 4 times to set up some meetings, hoping that I would refuse, I imagine. I accepted every time, and he kept changing, and then after the end, on the 4th or 5th time, finally, he had to admit that he had no intention. So he didn't meet. But I spoke to a lot of journalists who had done work on this. I spoke to a lot of people who were named in the books that are written on these matters, and got as much information as I can, prepared myself to ask relevant questions of witnesses. Firstly, to see, Mr. Speaker, if, and this is an important and sensitive question, if this matter that goes to 30 years of time, if we should be dredging these bottoms again, if we should be bringing that to the attention of Canadians, and if we should be putting the true stress. We're a former Prime Minister, we know some ministers that are named, we know some people who are still very active in the lobbying business in Ottawa whose names would be raised. So you had to find out whether it was worthwhile. And one of the things that was of interest to me is that when I looked at, or I was explained how it had been set up, going way back to the early 1980s, and the people that were involved, the setup that was done, we will put this person Prime Minister, and we will have this group that will decide who does business, and people will get rich this way and that way and this way. That's how the money will move around. Well, you can look around today and you see a lot of the same players and a lot of the same structures. You see them around the government. And one of the things that concerned me was that our current Prime Minister had embarked on a great project of rehabilitating Brian Mulroney. He went so far as to call him a valued advisor and mentor. And he got a lot of the people that were surrounding Brian Mulroney and got them around him in key positions, a partner at a law firm. He put him at Public Works. The former speechwriter, he's now chief of staff at Transport. You know, those are departments that do a lot of contracting. You have the Minister of Defense, very close associate. You have a number of people like that, a number of MPs. The Minister of Justice was a parliamentary secretary. And I remember the story, reading it in the paper, where the former Minister of Justice, now President of Treasury Board, when he heard about the $300,000 cash payments to Mulroney, asked his department for a briefing on it. And then all of a sudden no, he was not going to get a briefing. Now, I don't know if that's happening very often in government. I hadn't seen any of that in my 3 years in cabinet. So all of a sudden, a minister couldn't get a briefing from his department. And the minister is moved out. And in comes a new one. The current minister was a parliamentary secretary. And all of a sudden, there's no such desire to review these matters. So, of course, I got very interested. And I asked in this House many times for a public inquiry, and the Prime Minister refused. They laughed at us, reminded us of the $2.1 million that had been paid to Brian Mulroney because of the errors in that time. They made a joke of it until a letter comes out. Until finally a letter comes out of Karl-Heinz Schreiber puts out an affidavit. And he raises the question of a meeting with the Prime Minister. So then all of a sudden the meeting of the Prime Minister with Brian Mulroney, carrying a letter by Karl-Heinz Schreiber, negotiated by Elmer MacKay. And when that affidavit came out, that was hard on the Prime Minister. He ran for the second week in a row. He ran to the National Press Theatre, hadn't been in 2 years. No press conferences. All of a sudden he had to have a lot. So he said at that time, I'm going to name a third party, independent third party, to advise me on how I should handle this matter. And then, on that weekend, Brian Mulroney came out in the paper and said we have to have an inquiry. Of course, that was done through Luc Lavoie at the time. That was before Mr. Sayers came along. Luc Lavoie was still the spokesman at that time. And so he said that. Then, on the Monday or Tuesday in question period, that was after a week's break, we came in question period, and our leader pressed the Prime Minister on it. And then he said that he would ask that person to give him the terms for an inquiry. That's the first time there was thought of an inquiry. Before that, it was laughter at us, denial and delay, and there was no way that there was going to be one. So that person who was charged with doing the references was Professor Johnson, a highly distinguished Canadian. I have no qualms with Professor Johnson. I don't wish to debate his recommendations. He did what he was asked to do. He did it to the best of his ability and to what he believes is right. And we can pick apart everything he says one side. At the end of the day, the Prime Minister of Canada has the responsibility to name a public inquiry. He can delegate any authority he wishes. He can get advice from anybody he chooses. But the inquiry is the responsibility of the Prime Minister, and he will have to answer for that. So now, these terms, if he accepts them 100% as presented, they're his. And he has to answer for those. And I have questions on them. Some of the suggestions made I fully agree with. But I have questions, serious reservations, when we're looking at a project like Thiessen, from which we know the money paid to Brian Mulroney came from that project. $2 million generated because of the signature of the federal government on the Memorandum of Understanding for construction of the Bearhead project. Quarter of that set aside, $500,000 in that account, $300,000 in cash paid to Brian Mulroney by Karl-Heinz Schreiber, $200,000 more available, exactly 1/4 of the commission. We saw Fred Doucette get $90,000 from it a few weeks after leaving the Prime Minister's office out of those same commissions. The same exact amount of money as was paid to Frank Morge, Jerry Doucette, and Gary Willett, the partners in GCI who were set up to do the business of the federal government. We see an agent of the Prime Minister leaving and collecting very shortly thereafter. That is serious. Those are serious allegations. And now to say that we can't examine, we shouldn't at the public inquiry, examine those 4 gentlemen. 2 of them are regrettably lost, but 2 of them are still here. Fred Doucette is very much here. He's on the record of lobbying in many of the most expensive files the federal government is dealing with. He's got a hand up the back of the current Minister of Defense. He's the puppet. He runs that puppet. He ran it at his leadership. That's his game. To say that we can't look at it when he's come to the committee, and I asked him, I said, you're a Cape Bretner. You know there was that Bearhead project. You had a direct interest in that. I'm sure you were following it. And the member from Burlington will remember the answer. He said, I knew of it in passing. I didn't keep a big interest because my job at the Prime Minister's office was to organize international conferences. And I wasn't too much involved in that. But we see that a few weeks after he leaves office, he gets $90,000 from that project. And then we have Lowell Murray, Senator Lowell Murray, distinguished gentleman, senator, minister for ACOA at the time, who tells us that in all that period that Fred Doucette was at ACOA, that he approached him dealing with that many times, when he was directly at the Prime Minister's office and when he was supposedly organizing these international meetings for the Prime Minister that he would have been working out of external affairs. Now, we didn't examine Senator Murray. We didn't bring him before the committee. All I know of is what I read in Daniel LeBlanc. I believe it was Daniel LeBlanc's paper or Greg MacArthur. But anyway, the interview with I believe it was LeBlanc, but the interview with Senator Murray. So there's a lot of information that we have to go through. We know that Mulroney misled us at the committee. We know he misled information, as he did when he did his examination for discovery for the $2.1 million. We know that Fred Doucette misled us. We had today a high officer of this country brought up on contempt of Parliament. These people did no less than that person did. Perhaps the proof is less detailed, but I believe a public inquiry can do that. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Burlington has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is this to the honourable member. Now, he's just went through a few names and talked about their ethics, in my view. We're on the Committee for Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics. I find it, I have a personal ethical issue with when we're in where the member from West Nova talks about it being a controversial, highly charged issue, meeting separately with witnesses that we are going to see and maybe, to me, Mr. Speaker, it's like the judge. The judge in a case does not halfway through the case go and have lunch or dinner with one of the witnesses he may see or has seen or may get called back. And maybe you go see another witness and call them to see if you want to see me. That's not how it works. It's unethical to do so, in my view. And my question is to the member across. Did he feel he's questioning everybody else's ethics on how they handled their business? Does he not feel that he has crossed any ethical lines by meeting people who he is cross-examining, to use a legal word, at a committee meeting prior to that any decisions or conclusions being done on that committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from West Nova, Mr. Speaker.
I am not in the role of a judge. I'm not in the role of a prosecutor. I'm not in the role of a defending attorney. I'm not a lawyer. My job on that committee is to discover the matter that I can about, any information that I can about the matter that is being studied. And between sessions of a committee, it is my responsibility to prepare myself to be able to discover or ask the relevant questions. Now, I am on the Health Committee. I've been on the Finance Committee for a number of years, and it is quite regular for me to meet the very day that we are having sessions of those committees that people who will be appearing as witness, who want to come to me to explain to what it is that they are doing in this subject, how they see this going, what they believe our recommendations should be even. And I accept to meet people who do representations on all sides at those committees and bring me the information. And I think that's the role that most MPs do. Because this is a charged one, it doesn't change. It doesn't change what we do as members of Parliament and our roles on those committees.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Again, 1 minute.
I always enjoy the member's speech. He's always to the point and in colours, but I know that he missed the point of what Norman Spector said to us and what bearing it had on Bearhead and the Prime Minister's extremely unethical behaviour in allowing himself to meet with officials representing Bearhead after he knew the project was closed. What does he think about that?
Honorable Deputy de West Nova.
Honourable member from West Nova.
Of course, meetings of senior cabinet ministers with Fred Doucette and Karl-Heinz Schreiber. But worse than that, the current Prime Minister, if the member from Burlington thinks it's bad for me to meet with Karl-Heinz Schreiber, the current Prime Minister met at Harrington Lake with Brian Mulroney, the guy who accepted envelopes full of cash. If it's illegal and unethical to give cash, it's certainly illegal to receive them. Why did the Prime Minister meet there? What were they discussing? Why was he meeting a person who knew had done that devious deed?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable Deputy de Moncton River.
The Honourable member from Moncton Riverview. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to say a few words about the Mulroney-Schreiber file. I was a member of that committee only when it sat on this particular matter. And with all the questions that were put, I participated as an MP, but also as a lawyer.
Including William Kaplan, who's a lawyer, suggesting that none of the committee members could question their way out of a wet paper bag. And as a lawyer of some 22 years, I at first took exception to that, and then I cooled off and I realized that he's probably right. And of course, it's because of the systemic nature of our committees. People only get 5-7 minutes to ask and have answered questions, and everybody knows who's in the legal profession that once you get a thread of questioning and you continue, it would be very nice to be able to finish. And as our partisan setup goes around the table, we sometimes lose the thread of the questioning. Now, the only group at the hearings who had any constant thread of questioning, and it may start out sounding like a compliment, were the Conservative members who asked very simple questions like, was the Prime Minister at any of the meetings with Mr. Schreiber? Was the Conservative Party of Canada formed in 2003 involved in any wrongdoing? And they had a list, a very well-prepared list of denying any allegations that would touch them. It was very much self-preserved. They almost were ready to throw out their 3-month-before hero, Mr. Mulroney, the most green Prime Minister of the century, who they adored a couple months before. They were almost ready to jettison him, except that as they saw the committee working, they realized that maybe Mulroney had his 9th life, and it was coming to bear in this very truncated way of questioning people. But notwithstanding Mr. Kaplan's comments about the method of questioning, I just would review 3 before I get to the terms of reference of Mr. Johnson and the outcome of his final report. There were 3 nuggets that my friend from West Nova did not touch upon, so as to not overlap, that did come out of simple questioning from the members representing all parts of Canada. And one of them, the 3 of them are quite spectacular and came out on the public record and were seen by thousands, tens of thousands of Canadians. And they are basically on the Bearhead project. Norman Spector, a very credible witness, an esteemed Canadian, and a very articulate journalist, gave testimony that as the Chief of Staff for the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, he was privy to a conversation where, in exchange for a view given of the viability of the Bearhead project in 1990, the Prime Minister returned the decision to his Chief of Staff to kill the project. Bearhead was dead in 1990. There were to be no more entreaties, there were to be no more meetings, there was to be no more lobbying from the Conservative government in 1990 onwards, and Mr. Spector went completely he was not challenged on his testimony with respect to that, and that came as a result of questioning from simple committee members. Now, what's curious about that, and as the inquiry goes forward, it's one of the grounds that Dr. Johnson thought was worth pursuing in the public concern and public interest. As it goes forward, we will understand clearly that Mr. Doucette having received his commission through the Thyssen-Bearhead Britain account of money, met with Mr. Schreiber, who then met with, through the agency of Mr. Doucette, and the tacit approval of Mr. Mulroney, who was then the Prime Minister, during the year 1991, on numerous occasions, Mr. Schreiber was escorted into meetings involving ministers, deputy ministers, and even the Prime Minister of Canada, after the Prime Minister of Canada had legitimately told, in a Privy Council sense, that the project was dead. That stinks, Mr. Speaker, and the inquiry will get to the bottom of that questioning. The second aspect that came up during the hearings was the aspect simply asked, Mr. Mulroney, if you received money, why did you take 5 years to declare it? And when you declared it, more importantly, did you file a special exemption form or request permission of Her Majesty through the Receiver General for permission to do a late filing of money received earlier? He said, the only thing left that's sacred in Canada is the secrecy of our tax returns. It's in Dr. Johnson's report. Dr. Johnson's not satisfied with that. The Minister of National Revenue, I bet, is not satisfied with that. Mr. Mulroney further said that a voluntary late disclosure of income form was not required. Well, it would be very interesting to see during the course of this inquiry whether that opinion holds up. Because Mr. Mulroney, in my view, looking at all the evidence as an amateur in this realm, admittedly, Mr. Kaplan, as an amateur, but as a person who feels that the public has a right to know, but my view and many of the people in my constituency feel the same way, is this. Mr. Mulroney received money from Mr. Schreiber as a reward for having Mr. Schreiber having had access to the Government of Canada during the time Mr. Mulroney was in office. It was further in aid of the Bearhead Project in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. And let's not kid ourselves, I'm a proud Maritimer. And a project of the size of Bearhead and of the economic impact of Bearhead would be a feather in any politician's cap. It would mean jobs, it would mean a viable product, and it would be good for Canada and the economy. No one is disputing that the Airbus planes that we fly on frequently are bad planes and that Air Canada isn't better served by the planes. That's not the issue. The issue is how did Bearhead as a project, once it was killed, advance? And why was money paid to the Prime Minister of Canada for that advancing? The inquiry will get to the bottom of that. With respect to tax treatment, Mr. Mulroney clearly, when the proverbial was about to hit the fan, was alarmed, met Mr. Schreiber in 1998 to figure out what was going to be disclosed and when, and decided, I better do something. So in my 1999 tax return, I'm going to report that $225,000 to $300,000. I'm sure average Canadians wondering whether they should late file 5 years later for that extra 3 installments of $75,000 they got in a brown paper bag somewhere. I'm sure it's a very common problem for the average Canadian. And of course, I'm being sarcastic, Mr. Speaker. It's not a common problem unless you have received money and you thought nobody would know about it, and finally you think 5 years later, oh, somebody's going to find out about it, so I better file. The final aspect that I think came up through the evidence and the questioning was there is no more admirably defendable person, defending person, if you hired him, than Luc Lavoie. You could not think of a stronger knight to go through a wall on your behalf and in your interest if you hired him. Yet, having spent $2.1 million on his legal and PR team, which included Mr. Lavoie, Mr. Mulroney, through all of the interviews and preparing for a defense on the lawsuit and the discovery, didn't tell Mr. Lavoie once about the amount of money he received from Mr. Schreiber. I find that absolutely incredible. It means that Mr. Mulroney didn't even trust his most trusted knight in shining armor, his most trusted and valuable and very worthwhile in the marketplace, by the way, defender of interests, Luc Lavoie. He of the deep voice and the deep heart and the courageous defender of people, he didn't tell Luc Lavoie what the amount was until the proverbial really hit the fan, and then Luc Lavoie, as we say in this House, was freelancing with the figure of $300,000 because he heard it out there. And I started to question Mr. Lavoie, saying, well, that didn't sound very professional. And that's when the 7 minutes came up. We would have really had a melee that day, and I'm sure I would have been on the short end of the stick with a man like Luc Lavoie. Finally, with respect to Dr. Johnson, he was hemmed in by the ineptitude of our committee. I hope that the Prime Minister can see and follow the words of his own people on the committee that, yes, the questioning was inept. There are so many other questions that need to be answered. We need a wide public broad inquiry. Do not have your hands tied, Mr. Prime Minister, by having confidential interviews. Those might suffice in cases like Air India and other public security cases where the public security interests might overwhelm, where private security interests might be of relevance. But this is not a case where either is at play. And I encourage the Prime Minister to have as wide-open inquiry as he promised once during a campaign on the very Air India question. He promised a wide-open inquiry on a subject which involved public security interests and private interest under the PAPITA. Yet in this case, which touches merely politics, frankly, only politics, he wants...
It is with regret that I interrupt the honourable member, but now we'll have questions and comments. And we're going to have a question from the honourable member from Burlington.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just one point of clarification, then I'm going to go watch the hockey game. The other three parties in the House put together supplementary reports. There is none from the Liberal Party I don't know if you knew that or not. So I'm assuming that you agree with what's in the report completely, including what we found. As noted at the beginning of this report, the testimony received by the committee in relation to the Mulroney Airbus settlement revealed many material inconsistencies and contradictions. The committee heard witness statements that could not be reconciled with other witness testimony, and in some cases, witness accounts of certain incidents were challenged by persons outside the committee hearing process. Given the passage of time and the relation of these events, the fact that some of the participants are deceased, and the vast array of documentation, much of which is yet to be obtained, yet let alone fully examined, it is difficult to completely resolve such inconsistencies. My only question to the member who gave an excellent speech, of course completely unbiased, do you agree with what was in the report that the researchers did and that the committee supported, and do you agree with that statement that is part of the recommendation, as part of the conclusions?
The honourable member for Burlington should know that when we address other members of the House, we do it in the third person, not in the second person. The only member who gets the second person is the chair occupant.
I'm always learning from you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that clarification.
Now the honourable member from Moncton Riverview, Dieppe, is anxious to respond to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will direct my comments through you. The honourable member quotes from the report, our position was always that the evidence spoke for itself. As tattered as it was, there were so many questions raised by our triaging of the evidence, and Dr. Johnson picked up on most of them, and where I would say he failed, because probably we failed in the way our testimony rolled out and our awkward questions happen, is on two, I think, very important aspects that the Canadian public will never know about. And that, first of all, I've already spoken about in a question, was the settlement of the libel suit for $2.1 million of taxpayers' money. Alan Rock said that he would not have settled that case had he known the evidence that Mr. Mulroney gave was false in Montreal. The second aspect is we'll never know where the money for Airbus and GCI went, because it seems that Dr. Johnson has closed that door. And it seems that this Prime Minister, with the door closed by the advisor, who was only relying on our imperfect evidence, this Prime Minister will not open that door again, because he has something that in his craw about his previous defense and glorification of Mr. Mulroney. The Prime Minister, I've always said this to my children and other people, the Prime Minister is a good person, but he is very sensitive to criticism. And he's very sensitive when he makes mistakes. And I'm sure in that world over there, the Prime Minister never makes mistakes, Mr. Speaker. But he made a mistake in this case. He got too close to Brian Mulroney. He knew it. And he distanced himself after the proverbial started hitting the fan. And that Prime Minister is a very proud man. We should have a proud leader of this country. That's fine. But pride goeth before the fall, Mr. Speaker. And in this case, Mr. the Prime Minister will not open the doors that Mr. Johnson has been forced to close on the libel suit, on tracing Airbus to GCI, and he will tie the hands of the future Commissioner of Inquiry by suggesting that there be confidential interviews, that we don't open doors to subjects that Canadians want to know about. Because ultimately what happened in the 1980s is the Conservative Party of Canada had a party, and the party lasted a long time. And there were lobster tails and shrimps and scallops all across this country in every PC Club 500 reception across Canada. And Frank Morris was the chief piper at the party. And all of that money, Mr. Speaker, or a good part of it, came from corporate Canada and corporate Europe. And Mr. Schreiber sadly represents an end, hopefully, of an epoch where, of a period where foreign money influenced Canadian decisions. Now, I'm not as conspiratorial as my friends of the NDP, who see a conspiracy behind under every coaster on every table, but I do think that foreign money, and Mr. Schreiber is symbolizing same, was involved in Conservative Party politics in the 1980s, Mr. Speaker. We'll never know now.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. There being no further members rising, pursuant to order made earlier today, the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics is deemed adopted on division. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci,
at this time, Section 38 regarding the adjournment of the House is deemed to have been applied. Moved and seconded, and consequently, the question is as follows. That this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member from Gatineau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 29th, I asked the member for Louis Saint-Laurent why the Conservatives had abandoned Acadians. Why did this government act like reformers under Preston management rather than Joe Clark's Conservatives? The Conservatives, including the member for Calgary Southwest, don't believe in the development of our language in Canada. Money has been not put aside for national expenditures in the last budget. Unthinkable, you say, but indeed that's the case. But with respect to the action plan for official languages, nothing has been put aside for this. You read to be determined. This was February 26th. Today it is April 10th. Nothing still to date. In terms of derision, the Conservative federal government, through its incompetence, said that we should wait for the results of a consultation, needless to say, in order to stretch out the time as much as possible. Meanwhile, Francophone minorities suffer. Here I refer to the Bernard Lord report. The document was disclosed on March 20th, and the Department of Heritage Canada is to come forward now with an action plan, but remain silent. It is true that the neo-reformers came up with a document that would put a grade 1 person to shame. 3 excellent reports were already tabled by the committee to clarify for anyone interested in Acadian Francophonie what needed to be done with respect to official languages. The report explained what was needed so that we could come up with a 5-year plan. Here I refer to a relevant report. The Committee on Official Languages, further to a Canada-wide tour of all communities, took place in 2006. A 201-page document was produced. There was a great deal. The court Challenges program was abolished by the neo-reformers, and these 300 pages of relevant reflection, which were written over 17 pages, were written by MPs, contained 58 recommendations, and there were 108 organizations that we met with. There were 56 briefs that were submitted. When you look at the Bernard report with its 13 recommendations and 48 pages, well, there's just no comparison. We can see that this Lord report was a waste of public money, and the outcome of the report was known even before it was published. We must remember back in June 2006, during the Francophonie Week in Ottawa, the announcement made by the member for Louis Saint Laurent of what was to become the in-camera consultations of Bernard Lord was already being criticized by leaders in the Franco-Canadian minority situation. The fact that the Conservative governments, well, the thought of them forming a majority, the Honourable Prime Minister to the Honourable Prime Minister, Secretary to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to repeat the solid commitment of our government to its second official language communities. This was, we renewed our commitment during the last speech from the throne and shown, yes, we do have 2 official languages here in Canada. Not only one in Quebec, but one outside of Quebec. As you know, our government is in the process of preparing the second phase of the action plan. But let's remember, in this action plan, or in the first action plan, we said in the last budget we set aside $37 million over 2 years, which was announced back in 2007. In the recent speech from the throne, the Government of Canada stated that it was preparing the second phase of the action plan. To this end, the Government of Canada is finalizing the process for the new strategy to achieve the goals set out in the action plan. Many information sources are guiding us as we prepare this new strategy, including an assessment of the activities undertaken under the first phase of the action plan and dialogues with stakeholders in the official languages sector. This report will also consider the results of community groups and various meetings, including the Sommet des Communautés Francophones et Acadiennes and the Conference of Anglophone Communities of Quebec, parliamentary reports, and the report of the Office of the Official Languages Commissioner, as well as the 2006 census. A key element to this process was the consultation on official languages and linguistic duality conducted in December and chaired by Mr. Bernard Lord. These consultations enabled the government to hear the advice from representatives of official language communities in a minority situation and from the public in general with respect to the government strategy. Contrary to the Bloc member and his that Quebec was where we heard French and elsewhere in English, and elsewhere in Canada was English. That's an insult to all the francophones in this country who are fighting for the development of the French language. The action plan includes many initiatives from various departments. The budget shows the importance of these consultations. The Minister of Heritage Canada and the Status of Women has now read the report. The action plan for official languages calls for many initiatives, and will be coordinated in a horizontal fashion. Government action will be solid. We will come up with a new strategy, and it will be done very rigorously. We are going through all the information that was gathered as a part of this process. We will renew, modify, modernize, and broaden the government program for official languages. And we will also listen to the various stakeholders and all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, this visit was a gesture just to delay the implementation of the action plan, needs that are growing given the linguistic assimilation that is taking place and is happening and this is shown by the various censuses that have been conducted. The abolition of the court challenges program is totally unacceptable. It took about 2 years to prepare the second action plan for official languages, and now we have less. That says everything. We have not yet signed the second phase of the action plan, showing that this new reformer anti-French language government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, contrary to my friend from the bloc, who claims to understand the official languages system, despite the fact that he lived in Saskatchewan, when we hear the absurdities, the fact that there are 2 languages in Canada, or only English in Canada and French in Quebec. So what do we do with the thousands of other people that speak French and who fight on a daily basis to defend their interests? A Canada that is united with both official languages, Mr. Speaker. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. The House will be is now adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.